and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Yes, sir, Bob. It is a Sunday afternoon, and we are into the second Christmas for me of the year. In fact, it almost sometimes takes a bit of a backseat, I'd say, to my excitement for Christmas now as I'm a grown adult, no longer a child. And unfortunately, we don't always get to unwrap the best of gifts this time of year, but that doesn't change that old holiday season feeling. And you know what I'm talking about, folks. That's right. The NFL draft. It is here, almost here, a couple weeks away. Last year, it's hard to get excited, wasn't it? No first round pick, three picks overall. Wasn't doing much for any of us. This year, we're loaded. Stocked to the gills, you could say, in so many respects. And it's exciting, too, because we're picking in the top 10. So I'm excited today. I'm going to be unveiling my mock draft 2.0. We did this about a month ago, I think, the mock draft 1.0. I've made some adjustments. I've moved some things around. I've tried to put my ear to the ground and hear what I'm hearing about other NFL teams and what they're looking to maybe do for their picks, trying to look at their sort of depth chart situations and get as accurate as I can try to post or push towards this. So I'm going to present a mock draft to you guys in a second that's as much beyond just what I think, but also an accumulation of what kind of hearing in certain parts and pieces. It's, you're grabbing this from all different data points. Everybody's got insider knowledge. Everybody's got somebody they're connected into. There's some hot rumor that certainly is absolutely 100% going to be the truth that doesn't turn out to be the truth come draft day. So I'm going to try to assemble this mock as cleanly as I can around that, and we'll go through this kind of bit by bit on that a little bit. I'm also going to unveil to you guys a list of 20, okay? This is Brandon's 20 guys, okay? If this was 300 and I was Leonidas and I was about to have to go take on the Persian army of the NFL, okay? I don't maybe have 300, okay? Maybe we got to adjust the numbers a little bit because it's football. So I got 20 guys I'm taking into battle with me. 20 guys. Varied positions. No, not all just these top upper echelon guys. That'd make it too easy, wouldn't it? Just grabbing the creme de la creme. No. They're going to be sprinkled throughout this draft. And some of these names that I'm going to posit to you. And we'll see what you guys think about that as well. But these are just guys that I'm very excited about. I call them, must-haves. Obviously, you're not going to have 20 must-haves in a draft. But they're guys that if we walk away from them in this draft, I would be tremendously excited about the type of player that we're getting. It would be an encouraging sign, no doubt about it. But let's start this off the top, and this is going to be a very heavy draft-laden process for you folks that are not around very often on this. This is going to be dipping and diving much deeper now, fully into the draft pool. We're going to be turning over players. It's going to be all really centric for the next couple of weeks on draft discussion for the most part. I'm planning on live streaming all 3 days of the draft. I'll be live streaming the day before the draft, and I might even be live streaming 2 days before the draft. We're going to be running war game scenarios in here, okay, where we're going through different situations to try to figure this out. So, strap in, folks. We're going to get deep. All right, let's unveil this opening draft here. I'm going to explain a little bit of my reasoning behind the picks. I'm not going to try to dwell for too long. I do just want to let you guys know in the chat. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get over to you guys in the chat, so if you can hold off on the questions and hold off on stuff, certainly have your discussion within yourselves there. But I'm probably going to be a little bit of time getting over to you guys in the chat today because I got some things I want to discuss about in these both mock draft and some of the players that I want to target. But let's bring this up off the board from the jump here. And that's going to be our first round. And we'll go player by player. Obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars are pretty well locked in at this point on Hutchinson. I don't need to speak a lot to that. Trayvon Walker is a guy that has gotten so much heat so fast, so recently, it's kind of astonishing. A guy that was going to be a top 15 pick probably that has now vaulted into top 5 to now you're hearing even pretty good, sure, strong discussion of him potentially being up at that number 2. Again, this is a very fluid situation here. I think most of these guys that go in this top 5 are going to go in this top 5 no matter what, that the order may change on them a little bit slightly, but nonetheless, this will be sort of what it is. Walker is a guy that as an athlete is very, very special. He does not come out, this type of athlete, this type of his build, his length, explosiveness that, they have this, I think it's RAS, it's a number that spits out this athletic accumulation of what you are. He is his top level you get And a lot of what he was doing in that Georgia defense was the dirty work, which was not allowing him to necessarily go out there and shine like some of the other pass rushers in this draft. But he is strong as hell, an awesome run stuffer, sets the edge like nobody else, and he can probably chew a few kneecaps, which we all know Detroit likes that too. Houston goes for Evan Neal, a guy that can play both left and right. They may start him out over on the right side. It looks like, I think, the rumors seem to be that sooner or later Laramie Tunsil is going to be on his way out of town there in Houston. This would eventually allow Evan to slide to the left side, but again, initially he can at least go handle the right duties until that time period, and who knows, maybe they even end up moving Tunsil over the course of this draft if they made this selection. Number 4, Ahmad Gardner to the Jets. Robert Saleh is the coach. Robert Saleh was here when Richard Sherman was here. So a lot of the same things I talk about with Coach Carroll looking at Ahmad Gardner and saying, this is Sherman 2.0 with 4.4 speed. Well, Saleh could be saying the exact same type of thing. And I think that this is a guy that to them makes a lot of sense. They signed DJ Reed. You now match up DJ Reed with Gardner on the other outside. Secondary starting to kind of round into shape. They've made some investments into the defensive line recently. Starting to look a little bit better there in New York. Number 5, hey, we got to get Daniel Jones some help. The New York Giants front office has talked about this at the start of this offseason when they downed onto Daniel Jones as their quarterback of at least the immediacy. And if that's going to be the case, they said that we need to do better by him. We need to help him better. And of course, this does speak to obviously one of two things, skill position players, or maybe we'll get him a little bit better of offensive line help. Ikem Akawanu is a straightforward pick to help them in this respect. If this guy washes out, he'll be one of the best left guards in the NFL if he can't make it a tackle. I think he will make it a tackle. He is mean. He is nasty. He is still very young, and he is developing. Number 6, this is another one of those what I'm hearing in the wind type things. Take it for what you will. Many of you will probably throw your hands up about this, but nonetheless, I see Kenny Pickett as going to the Panthers. They desperately need a quarterback. They're not going to run into next year with Sam Darnold. Yes, their owner wants to get a superstar quarterback, but let's run this through just a little bit in the respect of if they're going to not get their quarterback in this draft here, if they're going to go take, Charles Cross, whatever they would pick as the next player behind Thibodeau or whatever from Pickett. Well, now they're not going to wait but till the second round to maybe go get their quarterback. How do they feel about those second rounders? Or they're going to try to hold out to 2023, but with their roster, with their division, there's nowhere they're going to be in contention with maybe 4, 5, 6 other teams that are going to have worse records than them next year, and thus have their pick of the litter next year as far as quarterbacks go. So Panthers, if they wait, I think this drives their decision to quarterback. Pickett's the guy right now. We can argue and debate about it, but that's where I sort of sit with it. New York Giants come back off of their first pick going to the offensive line. They build the trenches, going back with Kayvon Thibodeau at number 7. Thibodeau, again, a guy being, I think, picked apart a lot. A lot of people telling you, he might drop out of the top 10. I said, don't listen to any of that talk. This guy's been a very good a great pass rusher at the college level through his first couple of years. He played through, I believe, a high ankle sprain at the start of last year, which is part of where people go, well, he's taking snaps off, or he's doing, well, how was his leg feeling? Was his leg hurting? Is it just snaps off? Is there more to it? I still think he goes top 10 no matter what. I got him here. The Giants, they do need some pass rush help. Number 8, this is kind of an easy one of the Falcons. They have, literally, I could probably go try out for the Falcons wide receiver core right now and might have a chance to crack into that roster. It's such a thin group. They go get Garrett Wilson. Depending on whose board you look at, between a couple of other guys, some people's favorite, most people's at least, number 2, pretty safe pick for them, and they need a little more help there rather than shooting for the moon with the wide receiver position here at this pick. Number 9, I go to our Seattle Seahawks, Charles Cross, Mr. Cross. Third best tackle in this draft, slides down into our hip pocket here at number 9. You make this selection, it frees you up for the rest of the draft. Currently, right now, we have Stone Forsythe as our only starter on the roster. This is not a pick that's necessarily going to excite people up in the third row of the back deck, but it's a strong, safe pick that will help us continue to build towards the trenches as we move into the future. And you're going to see this with my second round pick and how I pair this up exactly when we get into the second round, because this is a 2-round mock, folks. I didn't do just one mock. We're going 2 rounds here. And number 10, we got the Jets going Jamison Williams. Need some wide receiver help. Denzel Mims has not exactly shined for them quite yet. They have a couple guys there that are still interesting that they signed Corey Davis in free agency last year and the kid out of Ole Miss that they drafted as well. But again, I think that this is more of them looking at the situation saying we need to get more spread concepts at times to fit to Wilson's skill set. We need receivers. This may be an extrapolation pick for me in pushing for them here. But again, this is a little bit of what I'm hearing as well, that New York is very high on Jameson Williams. Washington, I've got taking Kyle Hamilton. My goodness, him on that defense would be pretty crazy. What a fit there. Number 12, Derek Stingley goes to the Minnesota Vikings. They always seem like they need cornerback help there, and looking at their roster, I thought they still do. Houston Texans need a leader in the middle of that defense. They've dealt with the line with their first pick. With their second pick, they go with Devin Lloyd. Certainly, you've got a guy in Lovie Smith who had for years, Brian Urlacher, manning the middle of that defense in Chicago. Now he gets to find his Urlacher 2.0, albeit the highly different players. They have somewhat similar skill sets in being well-rounded middle linebackers. The Baltimore Ravens supposedly have an infatuation for Trevor Penning. They make the pick here with them. 15, Jermaine Johnson's fall finally stops. A lot of people thinking he's top 10 in my draft. I just was looking at it, walking through some of this stuff, and I go, boy, I see him here at the Eagles. I also could see him at the Jets at number 10. But Eagles need some pass rush help over there. He could aid with that. Got him over there. Number 16, Treylon Burks to the Saints. Obviously, the Saints are in some need of help right now with their wide receiver room, a lot like the Atlanta Falcons. 17, the Chargers have supposedly had fallen in love with Jordan Davis. They're very high on him. So that's one of the reasons I've got him driving ahead of Devontae Wyatt. This is, again, part of what I'm hearing, not just what I would want or what I am trying to intellectually say I think will happen. It's also me trying to do I try to do a little bit of research on this and going in depth and to figure out where these guys are we're hearing about some of them going. The Eagles go with Drake London with their second first-round pick. Obviously, they've got Devontae Smith, but Jalen Reagor has not been the man there. And I based on what you hear from Eagle fans and just the hullabaloo in the background on him does not seem to be that they feel like he's going to turn it around. So they need to get some more wide receiver help there as well. Saints, I go with Devontae Wyatt at 19. They love defensive linemen early on. They've gone that way in the past. This guy that would help them out, great 3-tech form. Steelers then get Malik Willis to slide to them at number 20. A very good fit for him in there. 21, New England Patriots love themselves linemen. The Patriots and the Cowboys are very similar in this range, and they have a history of picking in the 20s, and they'll pick a lineman in that 20s. They'll go for a safe lineman and Boston College kid. Go for that Boston College kid, that Zion Johnson. That Zion Johnson's a good man. He can play the spot, and he knows his way. Chris Olave going to Green Bay, number 22. They have a desperate wide receiver need, while Olave, a great route runner, should fit really well with Mr. Rodgers. Arizona Cardinals get Boy Mafe at 23. Well, you got Chandler Jones walks out the door. Let's replace him with a Boy Mafe. Number 24, Tyler Linderbaum goes to the Cowboys. As I said, they've got a history, if you look back, from Travis Frederick to Collins, I believe is not Collins, but the Zach Martin. They pick guys that are very safe linemen in the first round in recent years. Linderbaum would be a boon for them. I know that Tyler Baez has done reasonably well for them in recent years, but this is a bit bigger upgrade for them, in my opinion. I got the Bills taking Bernard Raymond, protecting in their young quarterback and making sure that he's going to remain upright as he continues to grow into his stardom. 26, I have the Titans taking Nakobe Dean. I was really torn on this one, going a couple different ways, looking at receiver as well, but I just came back around to you've got Vrabel there as a defensive coach, former linebacker. It feels like their middle linebacker has fallen off a little bit there recently, or not fallen off, just hasn't been as impactful as he was a couple of years ago. And then we got Tampa Bay with Trent McDuffie, cornerback. You need corners. You got Tom. You're going to be up by a lot of scores. You need to be able to go to the other side of it. I think McDuffie just kind of fits with what they're looking for there. Green Bay goes back to the wide receiver. That's right, back-to-back 2 wide receiver picks for them. They go for Sky Moores. They come out of this draft early on with both Sky Moore and Chris Olave as their 2 wide receivers to replace Devontae Adams. The Chiefs sort of pull a page out of Green Bay's book, going for George Pickens, a guy that I think, a lot of people seem to be giving Jameson Williams the benefit of the doubt as far as his torn ACL situation, but not also then giving George Pickens that same sort of benefit of the doubt. And George Pickens' previous year of tape is outstanding. To me, every bit as good, just about as what you see from Williams, though Jameson Williams is probably a little more faster athlete. All the same, Pickens, by a lot of metrics of what I'm hearing out there in NFL land, is that he is a first-round talent in their consideration of things. George Karlaftis has a steep fall in this first round in my draft, and part of this came from where this came out of for me, folks, was looking at teams that were coming up and maybe needing an edge rusher, but then those teams that needed an edge rusher were teams that were more of the outside 3-4 linebacker, 3-4 teams. So when you look at a guy like Arizona Cardinals, to me, Karlaftis is probably higher on the Cardinals board than Mafe, but Mafe's an outside stand-up 3-4 linebacker versus Karlaftis being unable to do that, and that being the need that the Cardinals have to have filled. So some of this was a little bit driven by you need to have Karlaftis go to a 4-3 team as a defensive end. There are only so many of those teams in the NFL. It's very 3-4 centric and driven. And then the fact that, you need one of those teams to have that need as well to add him on. So again, he could go to also the Eagles there with the Jermaine Johnson pick. That would be another one that would make a lot of sense to me. But then you've got Tremonson potentially doing the same kind of fall for the same kind of reasons. But I like both those players. Neither of those players should probably fall in the draft as far as they do in my draft first, where they should be picked. It's just the nature of, again, the draft not being picked for best player available by the way teams go about their process. Instead, what happens is teams go about their process and picking to need more often than not. And you could say, well, not in the first round. Yeah, even especially in the first round. 31, Kyer Elam, cornerback out of Florida. Love this guy. We'll talk about him in a second here soon. Going to the Bengals. They of course, some people go, well, what about line? What about line? They've done a decent job here in free agency. Lyle Collins doing a couple other things here from their offensive line side of things to take care of some things. I think they'll be able to address it as well into the second round. Kenyon Green going to the Lions at the end of the first round. Another one of those guys that I could see the coach looking at and going, okay, we want to pound the rock. We want to run the ball on anybody. We've got our tackle situation cemented. We've got our center situation cemented. Let's now start to go to the guards. Let's build the guards up a little bit. If this guy wants to be this, I chew glass and spit fire approach to coaching and driving the team in that direction like that, you need the dogs up front to do so. They started it last year with Penei Sewell. The process continues now this year. So let's get into the second round. And again, we'll dwell too long on these second round picks. And I'm not going through the full second round. I'm going to go just a bit to basically our pick and maybe a little beyond because I don't think you guys care about who else anybody's picking into the second round. But this is for the sake of this exercise. I wanted to go to both, at least the top, to give you guys an idea of what we had to select, what I sort of passed upon in selecting the guys that I did. And here we go. 33, we've got Andrew Booth going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They, of course, first round dealt with pass rusher. Now they get a little bit of cornerback help, start to round back in that defense. Of course, they pushed off C.J. Henderson last year in a trade. They definitely need to do something with their cornerback room. Booth is a very safe pick for them there. Lions, I have taking Sam Howell, number 34. Again, a guy that he's got some Tebow elements to his game, while not being by much better thrower than Tebow, but just in sort of how he moves and being, again, just a tough guy quarterback and how he goes about the position a little bit. I could see him fitting there with the Lions and what they're wanting to do. Has just enough mobility to fit around what they want to do. Again, this is a bit of a guess on my part, but nonetheless, I wouldn't, by the way, I would think in reality the way this will go is that there will be a team that trades up into the first round and gets a quarterback at the end of the first round to get the fifth-year option. We could discuss that as well, but I can't make that prediction about which team that'll be. But that would be one thing that if I could make a bold prediction, that's probably something you're going to see happen on one or two of these quarterbacks at the end of the first round. I have the Jets going for Breece Hall. They took Carter last year out of Carolina, but they want to round out, I think, that running back room a little bit more. Of course, early on in this draft, I had them going defensive side of the ball, receiver. Breece Hall, take the best running back in the draft, kind of start to round that roster out. Jets roster's coming along. Brisker, safety out of Penn State, goes to the New York Giants, then at number 36. Some of that was based on need and looking at their depth chart. I have the Texans then taking Abraham Lucas. Again, you might wonder on this why I have them taking Lucas and then Neal in the first, but again, I have the rumors on this is that sooner or later, Laramie Tunsil is going to be moved on his way out the door. We'll see if it goes that way. I'm not sure if these are but we're hearing a lot of heat and smoke beyond this. I think they would be happy to get just some trade assets back for him, offload his big contract, and call it a day. Now they get their two bookend tackles in this draft. I think, did I have him go in the first round? Let me double check on this. So I had him going, no, so I'm off. No, yeah, Evan Neal. There we go. Evan Neal, I had him going Evan Neal, Devin Lloyd, and then now they're going Lucas. That might not be the right pick there, but it just seemed like they're going away from Tunsil. Jets, I've got taken Daxton Hill. They need help at safety now with Marcus May gone. Tyler Smith to Chicago. Let's continue to round out that offensive line around Justin Fields, and then we get to Seattle Seahawks. So the two guys I have him taking in back-to-back picks are Travis Jones, who is one of the best, if not the best, zero-tech, 3-4, nose tackle, defensive tackle, whatever you want to call it, in this draft, just behind Jordan Davis. And there's a certain argument to be made that his game is much more safer than what you're going to maybe get from Davis, where Travis Jones is going to be that great run stuffer, and I know he can give me some pass rush, and I know he can collapse a pocket. I don't know for sure Jordan Davis can do that. I think he'll be able to do that, and he might be able to do it amazingly as he starts to develop and round out his game. His upper level ceiling is higher than Travis Jones. That's why this guy's going to be drafted on top of being the freak show that he is. But Travis Jones is his own kind of freak show. He was voted the best defensive lineman at the Senior Bowl. You watch his Connecticut tape, it's outstanding. He is unmovable in the middle. He can push guys back. You have to push a double team towards him every time. This is why the 3-4 zero tech is so important, is it has to draw the double teams. If that guy doesn't draw the double teams, if that zero tech can be single blocked, now those guards have a free run every time down to the second level. And now you're really going to get gashed in the running game. You've got to get the zero technique in there who can command those double teams and be immovable while being double teamed to let those linebackers run free behind the line of scrimmage. This guy would allow you to do that. I love the fact they brought back Al Woods. The contract's not that bad. It's fair. But Al Woods is going to be 35 years old, and he's the only guy really built to play within that zero-tech role in this roster. Poona Ford at sub 300 pounds is probably not going to be able to pull that off. Brian Monet might be able to, but I don't know how much real impact Monet would be able to provide you from that kind of position, like you would get here from Travis Jones. And if you don't go here with Travis Jones, and you're trying to wait later into the draft, in my opinion, looking at my draft charts, it's a steep drop-off now to the next zero-tech behind this type of guy. So you either go here, or you end up kind of potentially risk going through the draft, not going at all at the position. And again, understanding it's one of the beginning pieces you need in a 3-4 defense. I would say even outside of outside 3-4 linebackers. And quite frankly, Chad Brown, when I was having an interview with him a couple weeks ago, I broached the subject to him, and he agreed with me. So it's very important. The next pick I have them taking is Daniel Lele. Lele is, to me, a guy all about upside here. People knock his game. They go, he's too big to move. He can't move. Look at him. He doesn't have enough agility. He's 6'9". You know, he's the most largest human being you've ever seen in a football field. So yeah, he's not going to necessarily move like a guy that you'd look at who's 6'3", 6'4". But he moves really well for a guy's size. He's got a rugby background, a basketball background in Australia. And oh, by the way, he's only been playing the sport for like 2 years and kind of dominating it. If you want to look for some good tape, go watch Daniel Fa'alele's Minnesota game against the Ohio State Buckeyes. Just type in Minnesota Offense 2021 in YouTube. And one of the first ones you should see pop up is the Ohio State game. A guy by the name of Tyreek Smith is in that game. Tyreek Smith is a guy who's going to be a prospect coming out of this draft. A lot of people like him. A lot of people feel like he could be decent. Not an upper-level guy, not a first, second, third, fourth. Probably guy fourth, fifth round. He'll be taken. Falele ate his lunch over the course of that entire game. Ate his lunch. And then said, tomorrow you bring seconds, sucker. You could literally read his lips. It was like inside his helmet, but his lips were saying, tomorrow you bring me seconds, sucker. And Tyreek just like did the little boy thing where he looks to the ground. He's like, shut up, stupid. But Falele is going to be, I think, an awesome player. I think if you're getting too caught up in what you're looking at right now, you're not doing enough of going outside the box and realizing that the guy's really young. He's only played 2 years of college. He's only played 2 years of football. No peewee leagues, no start, just 2 years, which means he's only going to continue to get better and better and better and better. Just ask the Minnesota Gopher fans what they think about Daniel. Because I posted a video on my Seahawks scouting channel about him, and they were nothing but effusive in their praise. And I posted a few videos in there. It's not always fans of other college programs come in there to tell me how much, no, you're right, this guy is awesome. But they did for him, and I would be very happy with that. A couple guys that I was passing on, of course, behind this over the next couple of picks is I've got Pierce going to the Colts. I've got the Falcons going back to the receiver position with Jaha Dotson. I've got the Browns filling in for Malik. I like to go to playgrounds buck naked McDowell with Perry and Winfrey. And then we've got Arnold Ebiketie going to the Baltimore Ravens as they build to their trenches with their draft, Penning in the first, Ebiketie in the second. Dulich from UCLA, the first tight end, goes off the board at 46. I've got Ritter going to the Washington, whatever the hell their name. I got it, Guardians. What is it? Guardians, Rampagers, whatever stupid, dumb name they chose. Chicago then goes Kyler Gordon, Nicholas Petit-Frere for Saints so they can fill in the hole for Teron Armstead, Christian Harris to the Chiefs, Leo Chenal to the Eagles, and Jalen Pitre to the Steelers. So we can discuss these picks here. Again, I know they're very much open for debate, but those were some of the guys that I kind of passed on at that point. Again, I was driven to, we need to deal with our offensive lines. We need to deal with the defensive line a little bit more. This rounds them out the rest of the draft and really frees them up, I think, to go wherever they want to go here now over the course of the rest of this draft. But I would love it if they go this direction. Nothing wrong with building to the trenches. It's an age-old adage, but it is one that is year in and year out proven to be true. There are outliers to it, but it is a good general rule of thumb, a good plan of attack. Let's see what you guys think here about my deal here. Oh, actually, we got one other thing I wanted to go through here real quick, which is, I forgot, I had 20 guys I wanted to talk to you guys about real quick too. So hold on. Commanders, thank you, Megan. One thing to keep in mind here, I've been toiling over here as I've been looking through information about projecting better and looking at how to project better in given drafts. And when you're looking at players, how to look at a guy to see what he's going to do at the pro level. And the thing that's jumped out to me when we look at pass rushers is the pass rush win rate. And what we're starting to see now as a given data point to the NFL is that if you have a high pass rush win rate, there is a high chance that that will then continue on forth into the NFL, at least a reasonably similar projectable level. And we're going to get to this first chart here in a second on this, but this is some of the names coming out in this recent draft and their pass rush win rate this past season. Hutch obviously winning at 25%. You can understand a little bit more of why he's going to be the number one pick. Thibodeau at 23%. Certainly, this is a little bit, you can see what's driving some of these guys to be picked a little bit higher than other guys because you better believe NFL general managers and scouts are very aware of this data point and knowing that if I've got Nick Bonito out of Oklahoma and he's got a 29% pass rush win rate, that means I got a good chance that he's going to be able to meet out to about 20% at the NFL level when he really starts to get on. I have a second stat to show you how this makes sense. So give me a second to kind of bookend this one a little bit. But you also notice I mentioned Tyreek Smith a second ago, a guy with a 20% pass rush win rate last year out of Ohio State. That same guy that I was just talking about a second ago that Daniel Fa'alele completely shut down. The guy at the bottom of this list that's interesting here, and this is going to be one of the great debates from within this draft, is one Mr. Trayvon Walker. So all these other guys up at 20%, Bonito at 29%, Ingabare, 26%, he's in this draft, Ebiketie, 23%. Sam Williams is in this draft at 18%, and then you have Trayvon Walker at 10%. A guy that many people are projecting to go number 2 in this draft right now, or top 5. And a lot of the people that'll poo-poo me on bringing up this stat will say, well, he was doing all this dirty work he was basically living in the B gap his whole life in Georgia, just doing the dirty work so everyone else can do the cleanup. And that's a valid point. It's valid. They blitzed a ton, and when you blitz, you're going to have your defensive linemen sometimes, being asked to operate within you're taking this gap. I just need you to sit in that gap, let the guy run right past you to the quarterback. But I think it's interesting nonetheless to kind of just look at in general. This one's another stat that goes right along with what I'm talking about, though. And this is, it takes a little second to look at it. I'm going to give it full screen so you guys can kind of see it as much as I can get here on this. What you're going to notice on this is pass rush pressure rate in college and pass rush win rate in the pros. And what you're going to see is an assembly here of a variety of different pros, a variety of different names. There's AJ Epinez is on here. There's Kwity Paye. Looking at just a variety of Yetur Gross Mastos, Alden Robinson, Montez Sweat, Brian Burns, Chase Young, Chase Winovich, Jonathan Greenyard. So what this means is this. The bottom line going across is college pressure rate. Yeah, 5%, 10%, 15, 20%. The left-hand bar is pro pass rush win rate. So bottom is college, vertical line is pros. Okay? So let's go find a random name here on this chart. Let's see here. Let me just find one random name. LJ Collier. Oh God, I'm evil sometimes. All right, LJ Collier. Pass rush win rate in college. Do we go respectable at 12%? If we're going to just talk trash about, if I'm going to talk trash about Trayvon Walker's 10%, does LJ get the pat on the back for 12? Okay, so he's at 12%. Okay, so now let's go over to the left-hand column to see what he's been at the pro level. Oh, LJ's been about 9%. So pretty close to what he was, huh? Let's say Azeez Ojulari, one of the safer pass rushers coming out last year, a guy that I drove comparisons to Chris Clemens with. Okay, 14%, 14 college pressure rate, 14% college pressure rate. Now in the pros, what do you do? Go over to the side. Oh, first year out the gate, 12%. Give him a little bit of time. Probably going to get up into that 14% level. Interesting, right? A little interesting. Even take a guy like Clavon Chason that's considered a bust, right? Many people will tell you right now, not good pass rusher. Doesn't do it. Okay, college, 13%. Pro, he's actually been up at 16%. And again, if you look across this line close enough, if you get a chance later on, you come back and pause it or whatever, but it bears out. It bears out. Montez Sweat, 16%, been about 11%. Chase Young was at about 17% in college. He's actually been better in the pros at 20%. Darrell Taylor, by the way. Darrell Taylor's on this list. He's sitting here at about 14%, and he's been about 18% at the pro level. So there's a reasonable extrapolation to be made. Alt Robinson also on here, by the way, 14%. Alton's kind of the poster boy for it. Alton was about 14% in college, about 14% in the pros. Apple for apple, basically. Interesting data. We're beginning over to you guys in the chat here in a second, so hold on again, I got one other part of here I want to open up with on this show. I know I'm going very long today, but this is what I'm feeling right now. You know what I mean? This is how I'm feeling. Jay Stern, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, I keep seeing mocks with Neil falling to 9. All smoke or something to it. Also, thanks for the discount on Manscaped. Hey, anytime, man. Feel free to use that discount anytime you see fit, man. It's always live. It's potential. I mean, you saw in my mock, I had them picked with the Texans and only having it happen with them really having the thought process that they're moving on from Laramie Tunsil. Some of this is about how it works out with just needs to other teams liking it. Ikem Akawanu is going to make some teams salivate and slobber and be like, yeah, because he's a bully. He's mean. I mean, he'll literally throw up. I've seen a cut of him throwing up on the field and then post-snap going and taking the guy for a ride. Like he's just finishing the last of the vomit, leaving his lips, and he's like, now I must kill you. And it's very impressive, and it may make him go a little bit higher than other guys in this draft. There's no other like Neil, who a lot of people think safer, but I think Neil's got enough believers out there that have him as left tackle 1 that I think that it will be just too tantalizing not to snatch him up. I think inside of our picks there, I don't think he ends up dropping into 9. It'd be awesome if he does, but. Because, again, another guy, if Seattle wants to grab him, very safe prospect to get. And it might end up being very well the best left tackle in this whole draft when it's all said and done, which is saying something. Because Ikem's a fun guy to watch, but he's also got a lot of the downside to his game. There's no doubt about that, too. Thank you for the donation, though, Chase. And, yeah, I don't think there's anything to it. Neil will eventually go. There's a lot of smoke going on right now. That wouldn't be one of the points where I think there's actual literal fire. All right, I'm going to give it over to you guys here in a second on the chat. I do have 20 guys I'm going to go through really quickly name-wise. If you haven't had a chance to watch the tape on these guys, go back and watch some tape on these guys, okay? And again, these are going to be 20 guys throughout the course of this draft that are all along. I'm not caring about what we got on our roster already. I'm not going to care about, well, that guy wouldn't be this fit because we have the... Just these are guys that if you're coming away with on this draft, I think you're coming away with great NFL football players. Doesn't matter whether they're Seattle Seahawks. They could go somewhere else. These are going to be really good football players at the NFL level, I believe. And so we'll go down really quickly. I won't dwell on them too long. Alec Pierce, a guy that's starting to really bump up on the scene. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see the Green Bay Packers take him in the first round, as I think he's going to draw a lot of comparisons to Jordy Nelson, who had a very good career for them there. Similar traits to Jordy, very similar traits to Jordy. And a guy that you go watch his tape, very fun to watch out of Cincinnati. Him and Desmond Ridder were a great pairing together. Big-bodied guy, not just a slot guy that can get on the outside, guy with some contested catch ability, just enough speed, just enough athleticism, very good route runner, good understanding of how to sit down in zones and know when to run, know when to sit. Go watch his tape. Great guy. Kaiir Elam, another guy, if you want to watch some tape on him, I did a full 45-minute, I think, breakdown on him on my Seahawks scouting channel. I call him the moment of truth mangler. He is a guy that specializes in not necessarily tracking the ball. It's not exactly his thing, but he's very physical. And when that ball's coming in and that receiver, if the receiver barely touches it with the tip of his finger, just the little tip of his finger, Kaiir comes in and he just starts Camachoing him. Popeye in him. You know the scene in Popeye where he takes the spinach and he's like... Yeah, so he will decimate you if you dare touch that ball. That's why I call him the moment of truth mangler, one of my guys. Troy Anderson. You want to watch some fun tape? Go watch Troy Anderson. You see him as a quarterback. You see him as kind of a gadgety Taysom Hill guy from Montana State. And then they said, no, let's do the natural thing. You've done those two things, so let's take you to the next natural given place on your development. You know where that is, Troy? He said, where? Middle linebacker. We're going to even play middle linebacker. And this guy is awesome as a middle linebacker. He looks nothing like a guy that just got flipped from the offensive side of the ball to the defensive side of the ball. He is fast as hell, one of the fastest linebackers in this draft, quick in addition to being fast, twitchy, sudden. He is absolutely unblockable. It doesn't matter whether you're a guard coming down to the second level or you're a fullback coming down to the second level. He is going to disengage you, clear you through, and he's not going to give a damn about it and get right to the running back. It's kind of unbelievable to watch at times how almost effortless he is at it, how natural he is at it, being a guy that hasn't necessarily played a lot of snaps at the middle linebacker position. If he had maybe more of a season of play, of tape on the board, I think he would be a first-round pick. Another guy like Alec Pierce, to me, wouldn't shock me in the least if one of these teams at the back end of the first round, one of these teams that have been a good team in the playoffs recently, who've been drafting well, who've been going through their process correctly, might happen to vault up one of these guys who truly is probably a first-round type talent. Next guy up is Sam Williams. This kid as a pass rusher to me is just really, really impressive. For a guy his size, his length, to have his explosion and bend is very rare to see on tape in some of these pass rushers I've watched. There are a lot of explosive guys in this draft, but just his given way he does it is really impressive to me. A guy I think you're going to be able to get along in the third, fourth round, even potentially, who I'm really excited about. Go watch his tape. You'd love him. Rashad White, Arizona State running back. I've drawn comparisons to him of the Panther running back. I'm now forgetting his name of. I've got to bring it up here in a second. But he reminds me of a former really solid Panther running back about 20 years ago. And just everything about his game you like with White. You end up walking away with him over and over again going, I can't pick a lot apart with him. He's a little bit like Breece Hall with that. Deshaun Foster was the guy that I was trying to look at there. He's got a stop and start mini hurdle. That's his sort of patented move, and he'll jump over you. He'll run around you. He'll run over you kind of guy. He can do it all, and he's going to do it all looking very smooth. Makes it all look nice and easy out there on the football field. Probably a guy, again, fourth, fifth round running back potentially. Again, just a guy that when I watched the tape, the more tape I watched on him, the more I liked him. And again, these guys are going to be all through this draft. So these aren't just first, second, third rounders. I'm talking all the way kind of through here a little bit. Cade Otton out of Washington. Shout out to Randall for originally putting me on him a little bit in the respect of guy last year had a tough last season because the Washington offense had a tough season last year. Go back to his prior year tape. Much more impressive. He himself, I think, was still even solid last year. It wasn't always his fault that he's not being thrown the rock because it's just the nature of where they were from an offensive standpoint. But he moves really well for a guy his size, smooth, can catch the ball out away from his body, does everything really well. Nothing great, but does everything well. And if you're talking about bringing a guy like Cade in as the third tight end now in this room, a guy that can do the inline stuff, it kind of excites me. Again, understanding too, this team loves to play so much two tight end looks. That's where they really do gravitate towards. Max Mitchell is going to be the next guy on my board. Another guy out of a small college guy that you got to do a little bit of You got to do a little bit of like, okay, I'm seeing him dominate here at Louisiana Lafayette. I know he can probably do something similar here at the NFL level because his technique is just so good. He's reasonably athletic. Doesn't have as much of the explosion scores that you might look for. Kind of gets the job done. There's some certain traits here that you could draw maybe some parallels even with like a little more of a talented Jake Curhan type of guy. But everything about him impressed me. I felt like he constantly got not only job done, but at times dominated. He would get his share of pancake blocks, a guy with over 33-inch long arms. I think he can play both on the left and or the right side. Maybe not a star as you look at the next level, but just a guy, again, loved his tape. Jalen Pitre is an assassin out of Baylor. I'll tell you, watching some of this college tape, it sometimes seems like there was maybe 3 teams in college football last year that were playing defense. You had Baylor, Georgia, Washington liked to cover, but that was all they liked to do. You go through some of these teams, there's just few because there's so many of these teams like Baylor that are loaded with NFL prospects. And you go, well, who was the difference maker on this defense? Who was the one making it happen when, the star, you got the safeties good, and I like some of the edge rushers here. But Pitre is the guy that cleans everything up back there for you. What do you need done? He'll go and fill the role for you, and he'll do it excellently. You need a slot guy. You need him to play safety. Hell, you want to give him some linebacker snaps. He can do it all. He's a positionless player. He is the player that the innovative, bright, young, defensive mind of the modern age should gravitate towards and love. I move him around like a chess piece. We're so often now we still see this old school mindset still being employed of, middle linebacker here, and you're a corner, you got to go here. And if you're safety, you're back up over here. And then if you're this guy, you got to go there. What about just a guy you move around? And the offense always has to kind of account for where he is, and they don't know what he's going to do every snap. And he's an impact type player every snap, no matter where you put him. Pitre is that guy. Love this guy a lot. Think he's going to be a very good player at the next level. Don't know if I see star power in him, but I just see him being able to be that glue for you on defense. Kind of like Tyrann Mathieu was for the Chiefs in their Super Bowl run. A little bit like that. Abraham Lucas, I've talked a ton about this guy on the channel. I won't dive too much into him. Washington State kid, one of the cleaner, safer picks in this draft, along with a guy like Tyler Linderbaum. Certainly one of the safer picks as far as offensive line goes. You may not get a star with this guy, but you're getting upper-level play at the right tackle position for probably the next 6 to 8 to 10 years. And if you're getting that early in the second round, that's tremendous value to me. Matthew Butler, kid I just watched here a couple nights ago. Boy, did he pop off the tape for me. Just popped off the tape. He would be a guy that when my eyes go to thinking about this defense now and the defensive line and what you're going to ask the defensive lineman to do, which is a lot of gap and a halving, which is instead of just one gap and shooting the gap, you're going to have to kind of do both. Well, he can do that penetration stuff while still coming back to the backside of the gap if something goes wrong, if something goes weird, if there's a misdirection back to that gap. He's got enough of athleticism in his game to peel back to that backside gap, and he's still very strong in shooting the initial gap. So he could do both elements well, I think, in this defense we're going to be running now and what we're going to be asking some of the defensive linemen to do. But I like Butler's tape quite a bit. Fa'alele, talked about him. I had him select him in the second round. Again, I got a ton of upside. I think he does have a bust factor to him. But again, I love his tape. He just strongmans these guys all to hell. He is a very large human being. Very hard to just simply run around a guy that's 6'9" with 35-inch long arms. And say nothing of them needing to move their feet a whole bunch when they're just that big. Cole Strange, kid out of Tennessee, Chattanooga. Seattle Seahawks have met with this kid. He's a center. He's a very mobile center, very good with the short area burst and all that stuff. He'd be a guy on this list. If you're asking me of what one of these guys is the most likely I think the Seattle Seahawks walk away with on my list right here, Cole Strange would be the guy that would be the most likely of my list that they walk away with on draft day. I think they're looking for this type of center that needs to move. I think Austin Blythe fits the bill for now, but they know they need to do something with it into the future, and Kyle Fuller ain't it. Zach Tom, another center that I like a lot in this draft, another guy whose just tape was, to me, just clean tape. Doesn't do anything where he's going to dominate as much. This is also why you're going to maybe get him in the third round, but a guy that I see as a guy could continue to develop. Trying to bring up my notes here with him really quick because I want to make sure I got a couple things there. He's definitely needing some refinement with him. I think he's got the mobility stuff there. 35 I'm looking at the wrong guy. Look at the wrong guy. Sorry. But Zach's good. Zach, if you're getting him in the third round, I think is pretty decent. So 33-inch vert, 9'10 broad, good explosion scores like I thought there. He has quick leverage win. He locks out his arms. He puts defenders on their heels right from the jump of the snap. And what I liked about that in a zone-based scheme, you like your linemen getting quick early wins, and then you have a very explosive, quick running back. Running back gets through that quick early win of that offensive lineman. That offensive lineman then doesn't need to necessarily maintain that block like you might typically ask a lineman to do. This is part of some of the foundation of the zone scheme. Let's go back years into the beginnings of it. Terrell Davis with the Broncos. Broncos going with sub 300-pound linemen who could get out of their stance, lay a block quick. Terrell Davis, who was a 5th, 6th rounder coming out of Georgia, but whose special skill set was that 5-6 yards of explosion where he was going to be the fastest guy in the football field in that first 5 or 6 yards. So similar pairings here. Pair a guy like that with Zach Tom. You're going to get a lot out of that running back, and Zach Tom can do that very well. D'Angelo Malone, a very, very violent pass rusher off the edge out of Appalachian State. Guy's good size, 6'3", really long arms. Uses a lot of his technique off of his long arms. A guy, you look, a lot of lower end competition, but he dominated that lower end competition. Fun tape to watch with Malone. Another guy I think the Seattle Seahawks have met with. A guy who had a really good Senior Bowl. He really popped on the Senior Bowl tape in the one-on-one drills. He was a problem. Leo Chanel, he is kind of the Hulk of this draft, a middle linebacker. You want to pair him with a guy like Jordan Brooks. Wouldn't be bad by me, and certainly I think he'd be an upgrade over the top of what you have in Cody Barton. I also think he could help you with some of the coverage stuff, similar to what Troy Anderson could do, where if you're going to have Jordan Brooks with some of his coverage liabilities, which will now potentially be reduced in a 3-4 defense, now you have a guy like Chanel who can help out in coverage, or Anderson that can help out in coverage. And both of these two guys, in Chanel and Anderson, I think could also play if you want to go to your hybridized fronts and 4-3 looks. They also could play, I believe, both Sam and Will responsibilities. Will at the very least. Sam certainly in the case of Leo Chanel. I'm not sure in the case of Troy Anderson, but Troy could do the Will stuff 100%. Next couple of guys on my list, DeMarvin Leal out of Texas A&M. It's lazy to take a player who comes out of a college and have another player come out of that same college after that player was really good at the NFL level and say, oh, he's like this guy. But I'm going to do that here. DeMarvin Leal has a lot of aspects to his game that remind me of Michael Bennett. They just do. He's got that same kind of weird sort of body build to him, but not weird bad. A lot of people wonder where his position is going to be at the NFL level. I think he's just going to be a very good player at the NFL level wherever you put him. I do think that if you have the hybridized stuff, he can be the outside 4-3 strong side defensive end. I think you could move him inside into 3-tech stuff. I just let him kind of continue to develop, and I feel like he's exciting in that respect. George Pickens, Georgia wide receiver. I talked about him a second ago. I think in a lot of respects, people are sort of passing on him in a way that sort of leaves me scratching my head, because Jameson Williams gets this pass, who just had his torn ACL recently, like in the last game he just played, whereas George Pickens just came back after being gone for most of all of last year and played the final game for Georgia and kind of balled out in that final game, still kind of coming back from that injury. So I don't know why he is pushed as far down the charts as he is by some, kind of for that reason. I could understand if we're going to be consistent with this, Williams falls, then it makes sense. But if Williams is being talked about top 15, then this guy should certainly be talked about in the first round. And if he's not going to go in the first round and you're sitting there in the second round, that would be, I'm sorry, I know it's not a need, but it'd be great value. Tyler Linderbaum, we all know this name. This is our Creed Humphrey of the draft. I won't dive too far into that one. And then my last name on this list is Josh Pascal. Josh Pascal. You want to look for impressive tape to watch of a defensive lineman. You want to watch a lineman just continually butt whoop the guy across from him. You want to see a guy that's going to bully other guys, who's just powerful and strong and has heavy hands. That's Josh Pascal. I don't know he's going to have a ton necessarily to provide as a pass rusher at the next level. He will be an awesome run stuffer from the jump. Maybe one of the best, if not the best, run stuffers coming off the edge in this entire class. He's a tackle for loss machine. I mean, you can't block him off the snap in the run game. It's not happening. But a tough guy, a guy that makes your defense better, a guy that makes your locker room tougher, just is kind of one of those kind of guys. But a guy, again, easily is one of my type guys on this board. And this will be a list I will continuing to add on to. Those are just kind of 20 guys off my initial read of I'm probably 160, 175 prospects into my into my look through here. So I'll get up to probably about 250 when this is all said and done. I'll have a couple more names probably added onto this list, but those are just kind of my guys in this draft that I like. Just some of the guys that I sort of gravitate towards myself. So let's go. I'm going to bounce on over to you guys in the chat. Thanks for bearing with me. Appreciate you guys. If you do like what you're listening to here, do me a favor. Hit that like button for me. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Helps me out. I appreciate you when doing it. Ender with the $20 donation. Thank you for the $20 donation, Ender. He says, no comment. You just an extension. Thank you, Ender. Appreciate the $20 donation. No comment, just an extension. Well, appreciate you. You're very kind for it. Yami with a $5 donation says, you got a list for on screen for us to follow the names? I didn't, but I probably should have. I'll post up the list here, though. I'll put something together here where I can post it up and show you guys here. It's a good idea. Here we go. We'll add this. All right. Well, that ain't no good, is it? Always good to do this live. Always good to do this live. Let's go background. There we go. Well, hopefully you can see it here. White on white always looks great, doesn't it? There we go. Maybe that'll be a bit better. You can kind of see it on the side. So the names are there on the side if you're looking for just 20 guys to look at it. Watch any of this film. You'll have fun watching the film on these guys. All awesome players. Just fun. All right, let's bounce over to the chat. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. I had a lot to say today. I was building up on we're diving into the chat. We're diving into the draft now, so I'm getting excited by it. I'm getting deep into it, which just gets me wanting to talk more and more about these guys. Eric Erismanas, what's up? Go Hawks 05, Vank88. Hello. John Acevedo. I'm starting to like the idea of Malik at 9. Somebody help me. Well, it would make some sense if they decide to do it. I mean, it wouldn't be complete crazy town. I'm not in favor of it, but it certainly would make sense from a need standpoint. John Azevedo says Travis Jones is a monster. He is a monster. 6'4", 335. I mean, he's every bit. He's right there with Jordan Davis as far as, Jordan's 6'6" and 360. So he's got 20 pounds on Travis. But that still doesn't take anything away from Travis being built the way he is and moving the way he is and how unique and hard that is to find guys like that. Especially when you're trying to remember, we're trying to rebuild this 3-4 thing on the fly in one off season. Breeze says Breece Hall will be a 3rd round pick, maybe late 2. We'll see, Breeze. I think he's going 2nd round. Little Drip says, hey, let's go, grind and respect. Thank you, Little Drip. Amari Taylor says, you think we've taken a quarterback next year? Yeah, I kind of think that they will. I wouldn't be shocked in this draft if they walk away with one in the 2nd round of this draft. It wouldn't shock me, but I would think that that's certainly what they're looking towards at this point. They know how this quarterback class looks. They know what's going on with it. What's up, Randall? Good to see you on in the chat. John Acevedo says Icky is better than Cross. Icky is better than Cross. I agree. John says people called the 2017 draft class weak too, and Mahomes and Watson came out of that draft class. Yeah, I don't think this draft class is weak. It's just not as necessarily think good at the top end as you normally see. Megan says Paul Allen's Bears very pleased with pick 41. Good. I need him looking down, nodding, Megan, as I do this. Somewhere he's looking, going, yes. Tip of the hat. Breeze says, do you really have my Lions selecting a guard at 32? Breeze, you brought in the guy that wants to chew kneecaps, not me. You could have brought in refinement. You could have brought in finesse. You could have brought in a dancer. Instead, You brought in a construction worker. I'm not arguing with it. It's a method. It's an approach. I know it's probably very Detroit, but you brought in that kind of mentality guy. You don't do that by building the skill position players and, cornerbacks that are, that move whatever. You do that by finding hardline players that can chew kneecaps. And they did that with Penny Sewell last year, step in the right direction. You continue to do that here. And in my opinion, it makes a lot of sense because you're going up against Bears, Packers, Vikings. What is your difference maker element as you now start to develop as a team? As you start to slide away from being a team of Dan Campbell there that's going, okay, I'm just walking the door figuring this out, man. I'm trying to set the culture and establish the baseline here. Okay, you're now getting past the baseline point. Now how do you get to a manner of winning? Is the manner of winning them adding receivers right now? Is it add a running back now? You got DeAndre Swift in there. Is it building more to the defense? Feels like they've kind of put a lot already into the defense. To me, it comes down to, build to the line. And go with Green being potentially the number 1, number 2 overall best guard in this draft. And then now your line becomes one of the strengths, not only within that division, but within the conference. Sean Proper, I'm glad you didn't go quarterback at 40 or 41. Higher needs, in my opinion. Hawks need players who can contribute sooner than later. Exactly my opinion on that, Sean. I think you don't want to be driven by desperation. And I think that to go for a quarterback in this draft is one that's driven by desperation because these quarterbacks are going to be overdrafted because of the scarcity of them. And you just don't want to be one of those guys. You don't want to be one of those teams regardless of the position. Doesn't matter whether it's quarterback, receiver, left tackle. That's just not a good way to go about drafting. It may be a need on your team, but don't let it become such a need on your team that you overshoot that far. And I think that you would be doing that this year in this draft by going for a quarterback at this point. Why not wait to go get one who's truly is talented? Understanding, again, the effect of a quarterback on a team is so huge, and especially having one that can walk in the door on the rookie contract and be at least a sub-difference maker from the jump. It's hard to find, but when you can find that, then to build the rest of the team around that, now we're cooking with oil. Commanders. I'll never remember it. Amari Taylor says, I think the Commanders are going to get Hal. They might. Sean Proper says, where did Drake Jackson fall on the list? I didn't have Drake Jackson. I don't think I had him taken. Let me double check. I think I had him either at the back end of the second round, like the very, very last. Yeah. It got hard to the back end of the second round to have him taken. He could definitely go to the Dallas Cowboys, but I had them taking Nick Bonito instead because they got the 3-4 stuff they've employed. I don't think the Bills would look at him there. I had them going Kenneth Walker instead at 57. And then I had Falcons taking Logan Hall. Certainly could be a place where Drake Jackson goes. So he probably goes in the back end of that second round to the very, very top of the third. Delakey says, is David Ajabo worth a third and a one-year red shirt? Third is my baseline for that, Delakey. That's for me with David. I would say that I'll take him in the third at the top of the third round. I'll take David off the board at that point. I wouldn't do it in the second round. I think that there's a difference between the Achilles injuries versus the ACLs, and that I think the Achilles take an extra. I think even above a 1-year red shirt, I think you're really looking even 2 years with David Ajabo. With that injury. I don't think he just bounces back within a year and it's all there. And as well as, again, there's a lot of re-injury worries once that thing gets torn once. I do agree with Yami, though. There probably will be a team that'll, especially one of those teams at the back end of the second round, that maybe that back end second round pick for this playoff team by their consideration is like a bonus pick. So they'll just take Ajabo like it is that. And go, hey, in a year from now, we got like a top 5, top 10 first round pick if we just wait a year on it, which isn't the worst of ways to go. Mason Dale says, I've recently fallen in love with Arnold Ebiketie. Strong first punch, real good rip move, and enough bend to make OTs respect the outside. To me, he's in the conversation for edge number 3 in this draft. Ooh, Mason is real high real high on Ebiketie. I like Ebiketie, Mason. I do. So don't get me wrong. I definitely am an Ebiketie guy. To your point, I think his counterbalance of moves, being that he can press the edge with good athleticism and dip, but then he can also come back inside with a great cross-face rip move, makes it that he can kind of combo those moves together a little bit. Get the tackle going one way, he dips inside. Get the tackles sitting a little bit too much inside, worried about the rip move, he'll get to the outside. And at times he can get to that cross-face rip move. I call him the cross-face killer because he can almost do it at will when he wants to. I do have him in my top of my second round, but I've got some other guys I like just a little bit more than him in that respect. I don't think his first step quickness is as good as like Jermaine Johnson, or I don't think he's got enough. He doesn't have the power in his game like Karlaftis, but he's up there for me. I like him. Keldon says, I live in Commander's Country. It's such a silly name. I don't know why I can't get over it. Oh, Sean Riley, sadly, Travis Jones will sneak into the 30s. Every time I watch mock draft, thinks they're getting him in the second round. It's possible, Sean. It is certainly possible, So you could flip out Travis for me though at that point. Now you're not going to be able to necessarily go for a zero tech because there's not another zero tech behind. So now you go pass rusher. Maybe it is Ebiketie at that point, or someone in that realm. Or if you want to go defensive tackle, then Perry and Winfrey. If not Travis Jones there, but it could be. I could see him going. I've been surprised how slept on it's felt like he is, Sean. Versus thinking that kind of to me seems like a straightforward first-round pick, Not high first-round pick. I'm talking up in the 20s, but a first-round pick. It's good to see you in here, Yami. I'm glad you catch it live. I know we always seem to catch you on the end, right as I'm finishing up. So good to have you in on the live session. Yami says, people, my job is hell right now. I'm drunk on whiskey and B is live. I am happy. Hell yeah, Yami. Hell yeah. Yeah, the uniforms of Washington don't look good. Swamp Rats. Washington Swamp Rats at least would have been interesting. That would have been fun, right? That would have been like when the Raptors, remember Toronto did the Raptors based off Jurassic Park? That's how they chose their name. It'd be like that. It'd at least be enjoyable. Yami, I like him or Mafe with one of your seconds. I'd be okay with that. I had Mafe going in the first round, Yami, on my mock. So I had him up in the, I had him going in the, I think, early 20s. Mid-20s, that's Cardinals. I had him taken. Breeze, the Lions are going to draft Kayvon Thibodeau or Walker because of this stat. Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me if they did, and it should be one of those things, those people that want to knock Kayvon for taking snaps off. If he's taking snaps off and still coming second in college football in pass rush win rate, what happens when the light turns on, when the motor goes full bore? And then when you look at Thibodeau too, it's like take the 2 years of pass rush win rate. It's legitimate in both years. Yami, new mic, Brandon? No, not yet. I'm almost on the edge of getting my new mic. So we're going to have a new mic here within hopefully the next couple of weeks here. I think I finally have locked in on one I want to get. So, but not yet. No. Grandizer 12. Hey, Hawks Nest. How are you today? I'm doing awesome, man. I'm getting hyped for this draft. Hyped for the guys we got potentially landing in our lap here. Hyped to see how John Schneider can wizard this thing. Because there's going to be some trade backs and adding picks. And this is one of those years where it's like, well, you add a third round pick, I'm excited by that. You add an extra second round pick, I'm really excited by that. Because I think that this is where the meat of this draft lies. How's the 12th man family? Well, I can't speak for everybody, but I think everybody's feeling pretty good today. Feels like some good positive energy in the chat. Hit the like button to show the support. Well, thank you for doing so. I appreciate you. So yeah, just running my little mock draft 2.0. There will be a 3.0 here before we get to the draft for sure. Probably a 4.0 too. I don't know. You can never have enough mocks, man. You can never have enough mocks. So running the mocks, running these guys on, you can see on my left-hand side here, just some names I like in this draft. If you're looking for just some fun tape to watch, some guys that I think are Seahawks type players, well, then look no further than my left shoulder. Darren J. LJ knew you would find him, laughing my ass off. Yeah, Darren, the second that I saw this stat, I looked at it and I was like, oh yeah, this is going on the stream. This one's going on the stream. Jose Rodriguez. What's up, Seahawks? Jose Rodriguez. Good to see you, my guy. He says, I did a mock draft Tuesday and got Ebiketie in the 3rd. Ooh. Oh, Jose, that would get me excited. If Ebiketie falls to the 3rd, that is a happy day right there. That's tremendous value right there, man. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. You must have filled up quite well. You must have come out of that draft with 4 starters then. Mason Dale, an NFL analyst, just put out a mock with us trading up to number 4 for Matt Corral. I'm not joking. Won't happen, but the thought of it made me nauseous. Yeah, you imagine we trade Broncos' future first-round pick next year to go get Matt Corral, number 4. The Matt Corral fear is real. It's real. Joe DBZ says, if the guy they want drops to number 9, they will take him. If not, trade back. I like it, Joe. I'm in favor of the trade back. I'm good with it. Flags Epa says, drafting 2 offensive tackles in our first 3 puts us way behind the 8 ball. Drafting 2 offensive tackles in our first 3 puts us way behind the 8 ball. I don't see how. You have your interior of your line basically set. You have no tackles right now. I mean, I know there's some differing opinion out there on where we see Stone Forsythe and Jake Herhan at, but to me, you're more behind the 8 ball if you don't go for tackles. Because if you don't go for either tackle in the first 2 rounds and you're going to try to go in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round for the tackle situation, I don't think you're finding guys that are going to really do all that well to push Stone or Jake or be all that talented. To me, it more than puts you behind the 8 ball flag, it opens you up because now you go through this draft and look at your roster. Your tackle situation's set. The interior part of your line you may not love, but it's set. You have 2 tight ends on the roster. You have Penny back with Carson. You've got Lockett and DK and all the receivers that were here last year still here, back with Eskridge. Okay, defensive side of the ball now. You need now going forward pass rushers. Okay, you need cornerbacks. Well, guess what the 2 most deepest positions in this entire draft are? Pass rushers and cornerbacks. So you can go and get those positions in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round and still find quality, unlike the tackle situation where you can't really do that in this draft. You're not going to talk to me about Kellen Diesch out of Arizona State and say, instead of getting Daniel Falele, I get Kellen Diesch, and it ain't working with him. You know, that's a huge drop-off at that point. Versus, let's look at this from another standpoint. You know, if you get those first couple of picks, and let's say in the 3rd round, DeMarvin Leal falls into the 3rd round, or Sam Williams falls into the 3rd round, or Josh Pasco falls into the 3rd round, or Drake Jackson falls into the 3rd round. Well, man, that's great value in the 3rd round. Now you've got a pass rusher to pair with those tackles. And it's again becomes now you're freeing yourself up in the draft to literally take what is the best player available on your board. What is the true great value that sits there? I wouldn't have loved to land your flag, but part of this has to be driven also by the fact that they've ignored the position throughout free agency so far. Drunk Squidward, I have Alex Pierce on my Dynasty fantasy team. I think he can be a stud. Not an amazing build, but great production. Exactly. Just gets the job done. And he's got explosiveness, speed. He's got the elements and needs to be a upper level receiver. I'm not saying he's going to be a star, but he should be a good receiver in this league. Yami says, what are you thinking about the wide receiver from Penn State in the 2nd? He does a lot of things good. A little undersized for me. He knows how to really elongate his catch radius despite not having the biggest of builds. Really good route runner. He's okay. 2nd to me seems a little high with him. I'm not quite as high on him from that standpoint of things. I think I have him technically in the second round, but I think like if you're doing that, I'd rather trade back in the deep second round if I'm getting Dotson, pick up another pick and do that there. Mason Dale, I think the Jets trade up to number 1 for Hutchinson. Salah may see a little Nick Bosa in him like he had in San Francisco. I don't know. Maybe it's because they're both white and 97. Nice. There's some Bosa elements to what Hutch does. You know, not just the white element, like just the way they win with their hands, win with being violent with their hands. They have some similarities there. Yami says, how is Hutch in comparison to Nick Bosa and Chase Young? Chase is a little more, I'm going to beat you with both just being bigger, stronger, and longer. Bosa's definitely a refined, both Bosa brothers were refinement, and Hutch is refinement and technique. Bosa and Hutch, the Bosa brothers and Hutch are more reliant on their hands, whereas Chase Young has enough natural talent on him to be able to be freaky just in his, it's again, the get off explosion length with him. It's all that stuff that's just a problem. Hutch is a little more of pairing multiple moves together with his hands. So like Hutch is going to do like 6 things in 2 steps. And the Bosa brothers are more, they're going to like snipe you with a move, It's going to be hands ripped down to the rip, and they're going to pull that move off like lightning fast. Whereas Hutch will be like, okay, I'm going to fake my hands to you to get you to draw your hands out. Then I'm going to grab onto your hand and throw it up. And then I'm going to hit you in a pressure point. And then I'm going to strike you in your neck. And then I'm going to flip your arm around to the right. And then I'm going to bend and dip around you. So he does a lot. He's a very busy pass rusher. It's not like it's inefficient. It's just the Bosa brothers are more just, hammer down, come up, slash down, pull, rip, more, whereas he's gonna chain together about 3 or 4 things. Drunk Squitter says Calvin Austin had an amazing combine. He's rising as well. I liked Calvin Austin. Yeah, I like Calvin Austin. He's a good player. He's good. Drunk says Tyler Batty as well. I got them both in kind of the somewhat of a similar realm. I got Batty more in the 5th. I think I've got Austin in the 4th, maybe late 3rd. On my big board. Tyler's 5'7", so he's a little guy. He runs hard, though. Yami says, question is, how many chess players can you have on one team with Jamal on the team? And yes, I think Jay is an amazing player worth building around. I think it's just how you assemble the team together and how their skill sets work together. Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor's skill set work together. What Earl did great was not the strength of Cam's game and a little bit of vice versa. And then it was built within the defense you're playing being cover 3. So now you've got Earl more back off the line of scrimmage, less of him coming downhill and having to make a lot of plays in the running game. Chancellor doing that cleanup for him, and then Earl keeping things clean on the back end. So it's how you build around that type of guy. And in Jamal's case, it's hard to build around a safety, I would say. A safety is more of an accentuation position. It's a position to build around up other players. Not that he can't be a focal point or be the star of the defense a little bit, but I do think that for him to kind of flourish and be able to do what he does, you've got to have other problems along, let's say, the defensive line. Something that commenters were talking about with Jamal Adams last year during the football games would be that he initially had these sacks on the seam with Seattle because teams weren't used to Seattle bringing a safety down and blitzing them, and seeing Seattle change that fast with Jamal's addition. Well, then teams started to change, and they started to really allocate, when they saw Jamal coming down the line of scrimmage, they would allocate a blocker to take care of him. They would really make sure that they were focused on having him taken care of and not just having a free run at the quarterback. So one way you can get them out of, let's say, allocating would to have another guy on that defensive line that can draw double teams, or maybe needs the running back chip block. So you can't have a guy allocated just to take on Jamal off the line of scrimmage every time. I think more with Jamal, it's that than it is you find guys that work that great, somehow work great with him to elevate him with it. But you do have to cogently all put it together so it assembles right. And I think, Yami, you can have as many, as the 2013 team showed, you can have as many blue chip top line talent players as you can assemble onto a roster, just so as long as they all fit together. Not so that you're grabbing a guy like Odell Beckham, who obviously was not going to be a fit in any way, shape, or form with Baker Mayfield. But it was, well, this guy's talent, and well, that guy's talent, let's throw them together and see if it works. It's like, there's no, you gotta put a little more together in how the ingredients will, fit out once it's baked and you brought it out of the oven a little bit. So that's to me more the build. The important part is less about the how many can you have as like a given number, and more about how you fit them around each other and how you get them to gel. One guy's strengths overcomes another's weakness, and the totality of their parts is greater than the individual. That old saying. Megan says, how far do you think Tyler Linderbaum has dropped, and who do you think will pick him up? Why has he dropped as far as he has? I've got the Cowboys taking him about 26 or something. The reason he's dropped, Megan, is because the testing numbers are very important in this post-evaluation process. Teams lean on it highly. They want to see you run these drills, and they want to see what you look like within them, and how your testing numbers are. Especially in a guy like his case, who there's worries about his length. So what you really want to see with him then is those explosion scores really, 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 really set out. You want to see those explosion scores really separate him from other centers in this draft, let's say, to then drive you to then pick him in proverbially the top 20. But you don't have that now. So you have to operate without that data point that's a little bit less, which makes it a little more of a riskier pick in taking him in the top 20, which historically speaking, Megan, is not a place you see centers taken. Randall's, I think, got the data on this, but you've got essentially 5-6 centers taken in the first round over like the last 10, 11 years. So if you're going to be that guy to be up selected that highly, you better have the testing scores to back it up, because it's just not a position that's highly valued in the NFL. And I think the Cowboys will take him, Megan. If the Cowboys don't select him there, I do believe that he probably falls into the second round at that point. Sam Z says 2 rookie O-linemen starting. Yeah, but I guess, and this was maybe on Flag's point with this, Sam, I don't have any worry about, like offensive lineman's not a position, if you get a talented guy, that takes them a long period of time to get into the work of things, to get in there and be a good player. Penny Sewell drafted last year, was a good player. The kid the Chargers selected, Rashawn Slater, came in there, was one of the best linemen in the sport last year. Creed Humphrey was literally the best center in all of football, selected in the second round. So offensive line is a position where guys don't need the developmental time that you need, let's say, for a quarterback, or I would say a pass rusher. I mean, we're looking at, you guys looking at pass rushers. Historically speaking, pass rushers take a long period of time to develop into what they're going to be. Offensive linemen come and they're right from the jump. A couple years ago, Tampa Bay took Tristan Wirfs, came right in, ready to go, done, hit the ground running, helped cement that offensive line down. So I'll have 2 rookie offensive linemen starting. And again, I didn't want to end up here. I didn't want to end up downstream on this ride. Okay. I would have had us get out of the river, get onto the truck, take the highway down, and an easier path, right? I would have maybe looked at a Tron Armstead, or looked to just find a way to, at least in one of the 2 tackle positions, shore it up before the draft. But the team didn't take this approach. They've left themselves a little bit in this conundrum of having to deal with it now in the draft, because if they don't, you're walking out there with Stone Forsythe and Jake Curran as your starting tackles. And I like these guys. I don't hate on them. I like them. But I'm telling you, folks, if you're trotting those 2 guys out as your starting tackles into this next year, it's probably not going to be good. If we're trying to be even realistically competitive, it's not going to be great. I've been looking at a lot of mocks today. I feel like the best possibility is for Neal at left tackle to drop to us. If the top 2 tackles are gone, do you take Cross or Sauce? I'd probably go Cross, but again, I would love to be in this situation where we learn right before the draft that Dwayne Brown re-signs, and the Seahawks then don't have to take Cross, let's say, for a year. Not that I'm down on Cross. I think Sauce has got a little bit of a higher upside as a player, and I'm more of a guy driven to picking the best player available versus picking for need. For you guys on this that are pointing out 2 tackles in the first 3 picks, which I get where you're coming from. It's not that I want to do this. It's that I'm driven to do this if I want to move this team into a state of doing what we want to accomplish offensively and into the future. At some point or another, we've got to address our offensive line. At some point or another, we got to stop making excuses for why we can't put draft choices into it or money into it. And if we don't, it's going to continue to be a sieve. It's going to be like league worst in pass protection, which I think the last couple of years we've been 26th and 30th. And I know maybe many people are going to blame that on Russell Wilson, but this goes beyond Russell Wilson. It goes to a little bit of a lack of talent. Tony Wright, what about Alex Lindstrom, 6'3", 293 pounds, Boston College in the second round? I think that's a little high for him, Tony. To me, he's a third round guy. I think you can get him at the top of the third round. So no reason I don't think that you can't wait on Lindstrom. I do like him. A guy works really well within his own scheme. He can move. His tape popped. He's definitely my number 2 in this draft as far as centers go, I believe. So I do like him, but I do think he's probably a third round guy. Tony Wright says, D'Angelo Malone, 6'3", 230 pounds. My Falcons are looking at him heavily as we have 2 third-round draft picks. He's a good player, Tony. He's a good player. And if you guys get him, I think you'll be very happy with him. I think he's going to translate well to the next level. So he's on my list of guys. If you end up with him, again, it doesn't matter whether you're the Seahawks or whoever. If you end up with that list of 20 guys on your team, I think they're going to be good NFL players. Sam Z says, if they draft a quarterback in the first, do they trade picks to move up in the top 15? If they draft a quarterback in the first, do they trade picks to move up in the top 15? I guess are you saying, Sam, that they make a selection at 9 and then they try to move with their draft capital from the second to get back into the first, like offering a future first? I don't think that, Sam, that they ever trade up. I don't think they trade up in a first round. And I'm only basing this on the fact that, again, we have the rare ability with our general manager and our coaching staff to have 10, 11 years of data in drafting data to look at. And you can develop certain trends through that period. And there's certain kind of lock down, almost beyond just like, well, it's what I think they do, to I know this is kind of how they operate. And it's their philosophy, it's their approach. And that approach is that we don't trade up in the first round. We do not trade up in the first round. Schneider has told you in not doing so one time in 11 years that he is unwilling to move up into the first round. And he's telling you also within that the cost is too high to do so. I don't like giving up this second round pick in a draft to go up 10 spots in a first round. That doesn't work for me. And so I don't think there's any way that they would move up in a first round. Even if it was for a quarterback, I still have to have them do it at least one time before I can predictively say they'll do it, or else I think it's a certainty they just don't like doing that. They don't see that as a valuable way of building a team. They see that as a bad way of, I would say that if I was speaking for Schneider, he would tell you that that's a bad way of losing draft picks. That's the opposite of value building through the draft. Yami says, don't say Creed Humphrey. David M. says, Watson is definitely moving up draft boards, probably a first rounder. Potentially. Yami says, hey, B, what about a merch thing with don't you ever forget, go Hawks? Hey, that's a good idea, Yami. That is a good idea. I got to get the merch thing going again. I got the store all set up, and I can get stuff designed pretty quick. So yeah, it's a great idea. Let me write that down. Don't forget, don't ever forget. I'll write myself a note. I'll write myself a note and put up maybe some designs on it. But yeah, I'd like to do some merch stuff again. I just got to get the Hawk logo off so I don't get sued. Tony Wright says, I want my Falcons to draft Christian Watson since we have 2 second-round picks at 43 and 58, but I believe he'll be gone by pick 43. He might be. He's got some rough edges to hewn out of his game from my standpoint. I'm not quite as high on Christian Watson as some others are, but he's really fast. He's put up exceptional numbers testing-wise. No doubt about that. And his tape is fun overall, but I'm not quite wrapping my mind into taking him in like the second round where he's starting to vault up into. Sam says, get Malik, then trade back up to draft a tackle. Yeah, Sam, they don't ever trade up in a draft. 11 years of picking. They've never traded up in a first round. Ominous Jerry says, I think Pickens can end up being the number 1 receiver from this class in a few years. Me too. I could easily see it happen. There's things that he does in his game with his size that other receivers in this draft don't do. He's got some Wilson can do some of that stuff, but Wilson doesn't have his size. The body control, he's legit. John Ray says Sauce first, Brees if available. Imagine getting Sauce and Brees out of that draft. That'd be an awesome draft. Who is it going to play it, though? Zorn76 says, should have been cast as the lead in the Kurt Warner story. Hell yeah, dude. I got a great delivery, but I'm a lefty. That's the only problem, Zorn. I got a lefty, so it would look awful with me trying to throw with Warner's right-handed style. Zorn76 says, what does the team do after losing their franchise quarterback? Get into some middling modes for a little while. Try to find themselves. I'm with you, Drunk. Just ride out with Locke for 1 year. Get back at it next year with the quarterback situation. Mowlin says, we're trading our 9th pick. I can feel it with every inch in my body. I could see it happening, Bile. As somebody won one of these guys at the top end that they really like. There's so many unique players in this draft that have their own little spice, their own little style to what they do. Like a guy like Jordan Davis, just this monster that you don't see this type coming out of drafts. And he's got such a wild amount of opinion on where people think he'll be. Or Devontae Wyatt, who some people want to make some sub comparisons to a guy like Aaron Donald. Or you got Ahmad Gardner and Stingley and, all of them. I can see a team deciding at 17, 18 going, we want to get that guy at 9. And, it's only going to cost us a second round. We really like this guy at 9. And Seattle being like, you're going to give us a second rounder back? Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Mm-hmm. John says, we need a cornerback who can play man and then zone. Sauce is needed. Get as a quarterback next draft. I'm with it, John. I'm with it. Zorn76, let Drew Lock start so Pete will get fired next offseason. I don't think Pete's going anywhere for quite a bit of time, Zorn. I think we got him for a few more years here. Jets Gang says Mahomes and Watson's quarterback class wasn't supposed to be good. Quarterback class. I didn't understand the shade thrown at Watson. Mahomes was a little more understandable in people's evaluations with him coming out because he had the big arm, but so much of what he was doing was off script and making these wild throws that you would say, no, you're not going to get away with that at the pro level. But Watson was a guy that, I wasn't as quite understanding as why there were so many people down on him in that draft and not as kind of hyped. But yeah, a quarterback position is a hard one to evaluate. It is. It's not easy. And so there's definitely a chance these guys can continue to develop and maybe they turn out to be good. But man, I've watched a lot of tape on all these quarterbacks and if I'd went back and watched those classes, I would have said, man, there would have been more wow throws from Mahomes down the field I saw than a lot of these guys in this class who there's some questions about their arm strength from my standpoint. There's legitimate questions about size and build. There's little questions about, is he just playing in this RPO offense where everything's a one read and throw it type situation, which I don't know if those are the same things I could say about those two guys. But Mahomes, again, it was understandable. He's air raid offense, and again, throwing to the far hash, back across his body, 50 yards down the field on a rope, and you're going, I mean, it's strong. He's got a strong arm. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it at the NFL level, but we'll see. Phil Freeman says, are any of the quarterbacks available in this year better than Geno Smith or what may become of Drew Lock? Go Sauce. Potentially, yeah. I think that's the problem for me, is that it's a lot of potential that I don't have as much as certainty on going. I know he's going to reach that. I know he's going to work out those kinks in his game to become this upper level starter in the sport. I'm not talking about star level, just an upper level NFL starter. These guys have traits to their game that certainly could lead them to being better than them. But, it's a big question mark, Phil. It's a big question mark. From a talent standpoint, does Malik Willis have more talent than Geno Smith and Drew Lock? Maybe a little bit. The rest of them, it's debatable. Megan says, if you're drafting best player available and already have the position filled that the player drafted fills, what happens to the newly drafted player fit, and what's the point of getting them? It's a good question. If you're drafting a best player available and you already have a position filled, you are then at that point in a little bit of a conundrum, but I would offer that the conundrum gets worked out. So Megan, they just did this a couple of years ago with Jordan Brooks. You drafted Jordan Brooks to take over for Bobby, or to be there if Bobby went down to injury over the last couple of years. Bobby has not gone down to injury over the last couple of years. He's been a pretty good picture of health with the Seahawks after he signed his contract extension. But by their marker, they obviously had a very high value on Jordan Brooks and still made that selection despite having other needs on the team. Some of this comes down to Megan on how high is that best player available on the board versus what you have already on the roster. Because this also does factor into this specifically with our Seahawks. When they measure up a player, they're not just measuring up that player at his position versus other players in the draft. They're measuring that player up against what they have on their roster. So some of that is how they do that, Megan, not necessarily how I would do it when how I'd look at it. But I do think that you find your way through that. It's a rare problem you find, Megan, that guys get drafted and then they're just sitting and they have no pathway to getting on the field because there's just this amazing guy keeping them off the field. If they're great, if they're a difference maker, they're going to find their way out there and it's going to get sorted out. You also set yourself up with flexibility within this, Megan, too, because then when that player who's now maybe been great for you, but coming up for a contract extension, and you go, boy, I don't know if I want to pay that guy $20 million a year. Instead, I'd like to just have this younger guy that I can go to who's going to give me pretty close to what that guy gives me, if maybe at this point in time in his career a bit better than what that guy gave me. And again, I'm using the same comparison, Megan, here to the Bobby Wagner, Jordan Brooks situation. Jordan Brooks, as a middle linebacker right now, is better probably than Bobby Wagner overall at middle linebacker, not as a will linebacker in a 4-3 defense, as an inside linebacker. But what'd you do with Bobby? Bobby's going to cost $20 million. You cut him outright. You didn't renegotiate. You didn't say, hey, we'll take you on for $10 million. You said, no, let's save that $20 million to put in other places on our team and then trot out the guy who's at least probably the equivalent to that player at this point. So though it does put you in an initial bind, Megan, I think it's one that does work itself out and it's worth it. It's worth it for the option and ability to stack up upper level talent on your team. And there's obviously a you can only go certainly so far with this too. I got to acknowledge that. You can't just go extreme this direction with it. But I think as a general rule of thumb and how it's guiding your drafting philosophy, it's the smarter approach to go at it with. Hawks fan says, I want Travis Jones with our second round pick. That was my guy, Hawks, in my mock draft. John Ray says Breece would also be a nice acquisition. Breece Hall's my favorite back in the draft. You don't have to sell me on him. Lance Dominguez, why did they trade Russ, and what are your thoughts on the compensation? Lance, they traded Russ because you came to a spot where two guys that had a lot of want and to have a lot of say over the situation of what was going to go down, Carroll and Wilson, were not seeing the same way as far as their philosophy goes. And we can make arguments about who is right and who is wrong and what should have happened. But what did happen is that those two egos smacked together and said, one of us has got to go. And Russ was the guy that had to go because Carroll's not going. And so it came down to, when you have your head coach and your quarterback, they both have to be on the same page as far as how you're trying to win football games and how you're trying to build your football team and the strategy you're going about. Russell had a lot of ground to stand on to say that we weren't doing this right recently, that this has been not done properly. Carroll probably had a lot of ground to stand on in saying you've not developed certain aspects of your game that should be a lot more further along here to help overcome some of maybe your growing little bit lack of mobility. But, who's the bad guy? Who's the good guy? I don't think there's one or the other here. I think both sides on this got a little bit of their own, portion of blame to swallow here. As far as the compensation, I don't have a lot of issue with the compensation in retrospect. In my opinion, and it's actually going to turn out to be more compensation than what you would have probably gotten if you made the trade with the Bears last year for the 3 first-round picks in totality. So I think it's appropriate value when you consider the fact Russ had a no-trade clause and he could at any point in time say, I don't want to go there. Whenever a player's got a no-trade clause, you're going to inhibit the amount of returns that you can get from a draft capital standpoint, and you're never going to get a maximum amount of return back when that is the case. David Yang, Russ's ego, but I think they got sick of Seattle and wanted a bigger market. Weather in Northwest, you can only stand for so long. We are a special people that can deal with that. The gray clouds and rain, that's for sure. Seasonal disorders are a real thing in Seattle. Yeah, I mean, Russ's ego is a part of this too. I would argue, again, that's where I go equal. I don't like throwing one blame to just one side or the other on this situation. I think it takes two to tango here. I think both parties have their own sort of voice onto why this went sour and why this went south. It's kind of the nature of football a little bit. Coaches don't last long. Players don't last long. The most legendary duo that we've had in football history in Belichick and Brady, even that had an end date to it. So sometimes that's just the nature of things. It's kind of the nature of football. It sucks, but it is what it is. Lance says, I get that, but I don't think the compensation was enough for Russell Wilson. So Lance, remember the key point to consider on this, you're not making this trade in a vacuum. You don't have 31 NFL teams that you can trade to, and then you can start a bidding war and let the bidding war begin. Oh, I got 3 first-round picks there, 2nd-round picks. I got 4 first-round, 4 first-round pick, 3 years, 4 first-round pick, 3 years, 4 first-round 3 picks, 4 do I got 4 first-round picks, 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks in the third? Do I got say 3 4th-round picks, 4 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks in the third? Do I got third? Oh, we got third. No, it's not that. It's not an auction house here. You have Russell Wilson who goes to the Seattle Seahawks and says, "Here's a list of teams I'm willing to be traded for. Go negotiate with those teams. Find your best returns from those teams of this list that I'm giving you." But the second that Russell comes in with that list and halves to knocks out 60 to 70% of the NFL teams out there that could potentially make an offer to Russell, now there is no bidding war. Now we have a very small spectrum of teams that are on the board here as far as potentially being interesting to Russ. And of those spectrum of teams, you got to remove even more further that aren't interested in necessarily trading for him. So once you remove down that item, Lance, to such a small view like that from where you start, 32 NFL teams down to like 5 to 6 that are actually really interested in Russ and that he's interested in going to. Well, now the compensation is going to dip down a bit. There's no way around that. But even all the same, you got the equivalent of, in my opinion, 3 first-round picks for Russell Wilson. And it's not bad. It's not bad considering what was going on. 144 Elite Rigo says Seattle Seahawks need quarterback Ritter as their new quarterback. Well, he's my QB number 1. That is for sure. I like him quite a bit. Quite a bit. LeBron James. Do you think the Seahawks will trade for Baker Mayfield before the draft? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. The salary is just too much in this situation, and I think the teams understand at the end of the day the Browns are going to cut him one way or another, and they're not going to ride with $18 million on their cap this year. Or they'll find some trade somewhere, but I just don't think Seattle's all that interested at this point in it. No. Tony Wright, I really believe that if there aren't any trades with the top three teams, the defensive ends will be the top three picks. You've got the Jags taking Hutchinson, Detroit taking Thibodeau, and Houston taking Trayvon Walker. Could happen. Could happen. I do think there's going to be taking 4 pass rushers before we pick at 9 minimum. I think we got 4 pass rushers and 2 offensive tackles before we select. Sam Z says, can Taylor play right end? He can, Sam, but he does have more of a preference to playing the left side. He's expressed more of a comfortable nature playing on that left-hand side, rushing from over there. And yeah, you're right, Sam. Robinson can play Leo too. Daquan Ingram. What do you think about drafting Carson Strong in the 3rd or 4th round? I like Carson Strong. I read a little bit more about his knee situation here this past week to kind of get a better understanding of it. He's got as strong an arm as you're going to find in this entire draft. He makes some small window throws that are borderline breathtaking. He had a knee injury situation last year that happened where he got it fixed, and the doctors told him that he should probably sit out last year and not play, let his knee rest. And he came back to them, Carson did, and he says, well, if I play, is it going to make the knee worse? And the doctor said, no, it's just going to take that year to get your knee back to right to where it'll feel like it did before, feel strong. No pun intended. And so Strong went out last year and he played the full year on that dodgy knee. And you have snaps with him sometimes where the ball's not coming out consistently. He's obviously got some issues then from the base up as he's trying to get his plant leg down and get something on the ball. But even within that, he's still making those wow throws. So now I've got a year removed and knowing he's going to get improved and better and knowing that there's upside here with this kid. And then also understanding I get to go all the way to the 3rd round and selecting him versus having to take a Malik in the 1st, versus taking Matt Corral or Desmond Ridder in the 2nd. And I would be okay with it. I'd be good with it, Daquan, at that point. I think it would be a solid selection in the 3rd. Say nothing of if you can get them all the way in the 4th round. Some of it probably, though, does depend on also where they sit with the medical evaluations on that knee long term. Supposedly it's supposed to be okay long term, but that is also probably a big question mark here. And 144 elite, I like Ridder. He's my number 1 quarterback in the draft. So I don't want to take a quarterback in the 2nd round, but if we got to walk away also with one that I at least feel reasonably decent with, I do like him. John Ruiz says Davis or Wyatt out of Georgia would be a nice acquisition for the interior line. Both very good players. Both going to go in the 1st round, probably inside the top 20 picks. John Ruiz says Adams needs to be played in a way where the other team has to account for him. He does. I think specifically playing him towards the line of scrimmage, having him coming downhill at the snap as opposed to going backwards at the snap. That's more of a better general rule of thumb in how to utilize Jamal Adams. But I think I have a lot of faith that this is going to be the occurrence, John. This is why you moved on from defensive coordinators. This is why Clint Hurt in his opening press conference spoke about it being the coaching staff's job to better utilize Jamal Adams and put him in better positions to succeed like he was utilized in the New York Jets. This is why you're seeing Vic Fangio's 4-3 defense being employed in Seattle now, is because they want to be able to bring that safety down in the box a little more consistently, get out of the single high stuff necessarily, get out of the cover 2 stuff with him as much. And this is going to allow for that. So they're going to try. Ethan Steckworld says that one real rough day for Marco Gonzalez in the bullpen. It was a home run derby out there. I'm also starting to think Kelnick is full of himself and then just gets completely lost at the plate. Well, they say with it, Ethan, it takes 500 at-bats for a young player to start to figure it out. So give him 500 at-bats before you make the full determination on Kelnick. You give him a little bit of time. But the young kids were struggling to find themselves in the opening week. Still, pretty good to come out of it with the opening 2 out of 3 games in that series for our Mariners and on the road nonetheless. So step in the right direction. But yeah, Gonzalez got lit up a bit today. It's a little bit when you're a guy like him who requires to be pinpoint control. If your pinpoint's a little bit off, as you'd probably expect it to be, coming off of a truncated spring training, Not hard to understand. Yeah, Matt. See, I'm not Matt Kroll guy either. Nagasa says, just watch your reaction to our first picks from the last 3 years. Man, that video is depressing. Yeah, that might end up being one of my videos that gets ratioed, which probably not. It's still 97% like rate. I thought I'd put it out and I'd have like a 10% or something because people would be so mad about it. I have to be honest with it though, Nagasa. I had to be honest with it, and I still stand by my evals on those reactions. Hopefully this year I'm gonna be able to be hyped. This year I want to be hyped and jacked and just loving it. But you know me, man, I can't fade the funk. So if I'm not feeling it, I'm just not feeling it. John says we need a cornerback talent and interior defensive line talent as far as the defense is concerned. This will help Adams. Need a big, fast, disruptive interior lineman drawing double teams every time. Agreed. Sam Z, Sauce is too slow. Sam Z, Sauce is 4.4, buddy. 4.4. He's fast. Ted Lang, we need to draft Sauce, then go after a quarterback next draft, which is a good quarterback draft. I'm okay with it, Ted. I prefer to wait on the quarterback position. So I'm way good with that. Grandizer says, Tyler Linderbaum reminds me of 2020 Cesar Ruiz of Michigan. He was showcased as the best guard in the draft. Ask Saints. He is a horrible guard, purely center. Way too high to draft an offensive center. So everything you said is I agree with. I would offer with you, Grandizer, though, this is a little bit more of one of my things that I knock our coaching staff for a lot that drives me crazy about NFL evaluators and coaching staffs and front offices where they go this route with it. You take a player who's really good in college at a certain specific position. That's what they do. That's what they're good at. That's where they shall remain. Then you bring them to the NFL level, and then you move them out of that position. And then they suck once you move them out of that position. And then everybody's shrugging, looking at everybody else going, why is he not good? Why isn't he any good? Why does he suck now? Well, why don't you move him to center, which is his natural position? And I would offer you the Grandizer, the second that the Saints decide to finally take Ruiz and put him at center, he's going to be a good player there. Is he going to be a star? I don't know, but he'll be a good center in this league once you put him at center, but he's not a guard. We saw this with Posick when Seattle tried to take Posick and move him to left guard and then to right guard, and neither worked. A center is a center. A left guard is a left guard. A right guard is a right guard. And not everything is, ubiquitous, and you can move the guy anywhere and they'll just figure it out. It's amazing. You just move them around and they just figure it out. It just doesn't work that way, I don't think. And, Linderbaum, I think you're right. There's comparisons there between what him and Ruiz have in their games. Both of them a little bit of not necessarily the arm length you'd normally like. Both good mobile guys. But I think if Ruiz was playing at center the last couple of years for the Saints and he was an upper-level center, that pick would look a whole lot better. It'd be like if the Colts had taken Ryan Nelson a couple of years in the first round at 17 and then decided to move him to left guard or right guard. And then, man, he's not very good over here, but they've kept him at center and he's been awesome there. I think the same thing will happen with Linderbaum. Just keep him at center. Cedrus 555 says, would you draft Breece Hall in the second? What is the status on Carson? The team tells us the status on Carson, Cedrus, is that they intend to have him come back. If you were to grab a guy like Breece Hall, I'm pretty sure that would probably then drive the release of Carson at that point. I think they're keeping Carson as just, there's no reason not, they're not feeling like they're driven to have to release him right now. They can wait maybe. Yes, I would take Breece Hall in the second round. I think that he's a guy that's in a similar, he's in a similar talented level as Jonathan Taylor's and Nick Chubb's that have gone in that same kind of area in recent years. So he's my number one running back in the draft. I think number two running back is actually kind of a little bit below him. I mean, Kenneth Walker goes in the I finally have put Kenneth Walker into the second round, but I'm still way more sold to me on Breece Hall's game than I am on Kenneth Walker's. Sean Hines says, how many players are true worthy NFL starting tackles in this draft? Good question. I would say the answer on that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, I got 9 guys that I think are starting left tackles in the sport. One of them, a couple of them might take a little bit of time to develop to get there, but most of these guys, day one, should be able to start at tackle. Evan Neal, Charles Cross, Ikem Akawanu, Trevor Penning, Bernard Raymond, Tyler Smith, Nicholas Petit-Frere, Abraham Lucas, Daniel Lele, and I think Max Mitchell will be able to start pretty quickly out the gate. Max maybe is borderline there, but the rest of the guys should be starters. But that's it, to your point. So if you get outside the second round, you get outside that top 10 crew of tackles, and you're into now the tier 2, 3 of those guys, yeah, that's a drop-off. That's a steep drop-off. Tamilor IAA. You follow any NBA teams? Tamilor, unfortunately, I was a Sonic fan. So when, the NBA decided to rip my Sonics from our homeland and stick them in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't deal, I got caught up in my emotions on it, and I said, well, to hell with the NBA a little bit with that. So the day that the NBA decides to finally return my Sonic team back to my city is the day that I'll be back with the NBA. But I love the NBA. I love it. I just also hate it. Code Stream Sniper 420. My grandma is in the hospital and isn't doing well. Good prayers, y'all. Well, prayers for Code Streamer's grandma, man. Please, God, take care of Code Streamer's grandma. Hope she gets okay. Hope she gets better. Whitey Wise says the only thing that hurts with Creed Humphrey was that he was one of the most consensus fan picks I can remember. Then to see him be an all-pro his rookie year, ouch, baby. yeah. That one hurt because everybody was on that train. Everybody was on the Creed Humphrey train before the draft. I mean, I've never almost seen a consensus like that in the fandom around one given player like there was around Creed. It was pretty amazing. It was. Why do I have a family? I finally have a comp for Ritter. He's a weak-armed Mitch Trubisky. A team that drafts Ritter in the first dooms their franchise for years. Well, I wouldn't take him in the first, that's for sure. And even though I do have a second-round grade on him, why do I? I think we're having this debate. I forgot to mention this a couple weeks ago. Even when we're talking about any of these guys, all of them are, you get them in the second round as a quarterback. It's like there's flaws on all those guys. You know what I mean? But Trubisky, look, top 5 pick versus where I put Ritter second round. It's not off. Bud Inlet Jr. says, Little Birdie told me the Hawks are targeting Desmond Ritter in the first. Hope they're trading back if they're doing that. Hope that's not at number 9. Not at number 9. Not number 9. Whitey Wise says, all the talk of quarterbacks going top 10 in first round shows how much value is in the quarterback spot. Many teams are getting too caught up in the quarterback position value and talking themselves into these quarterbacks and overvaluing. Agreed, why do I? There does got to come a point beyond, it's just too valuable of a position not to address. It's too big. Yeah, but when do we reach that point where you've gone beyond now, you're putting too much value on it because you're talking yourself into guys that are very limited at the position that you're going to have to overcome, that you're going to have to build around the holes of their game, as opposed to the way you're really viewing this prospective quarterback of value, which is through the lens of a guy that can be at least a difference maker. I'm not talking about an MVP level quarterback here. I'm just talking about if we're looking at through drafting guy in the first round, which ideally you're hoping you can get a potential Pro Bowl level quarterback if you're selecting a guy there. And I don't think these quarterbacks in this draft I'm really able to say that about. Maybe if they develop, but there's a lot of development remaining for them to get to that stage of things. And yeah, I think that this is that spot that we've reached here in this given draft where NFL evaluators, and especially if we see two quarterbacks taken in the top 10 picks or 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 20 picks, that is absolutely teams overvaluing the position at that point, going beyond it's more important than other positions on the field by a good margin. Now you're really stretching there, in my opinion. Crazy Loner says, Ritter isn't that good. We know the Hawks love to put smoke screens out there. I'm still salivating over the Ole Miss quarterback early second round. I wish I could get on the Coral train, man. I just can't quite get there. Can't quite get there. I watched another one of his games the other night. And they actually were like winning in the game. Still just... Brian Robertson, smash the old like button and subscribe, y'all, please, and thank you. Hey, thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate you, Brian. And yes, do please hit that like button if you could for me, please. I really do appreciate it. It helps this channel grow. I know, small, weird, silly thing, but it's a silly, weird thing that helps the channel grow tremendously. Show me out on all those algorithm searches for other Seahawks fandoms, channel searching things that go on, and I do appreciate it. Mark Harbacorn says, I still say left tackle, then center, then cornerback, and then edge, and finally left linebacker, both in and out. Hit the like and sub button for this hard-working man. Go Hawks and go Mariners. Thank you so much, man. I'm with you, man. Mark, that's my priority on my list would be right along where you're at with it a little bit. So I might flip edge for cornerback because I like the edge draft at the top end a little bit better, and I think the cornerbacks are going to last deep into the 4th and 5th round. You can get one of those Pete Carroll special cornerback picks, right? One of those Sherman, Byron Maxwell types. You might be able to find it in this particular draft that's loaded with big, long, tall cornerbacks that fit the prototype of what we've looked for in the past. But I'm with it, Mark. I am with it. I like it. Randall McDaniel coming in with a double donation back-to-back. Thank you, Randall. It's good to see you on in here, brother. First with the $5 donation says, what's a current past player comp for Ritter? Where do you rank him in the past few drafts? Faster 40 than Russell Wilson? Does it show on tape? Does it show on tape? Yes. Here's my comp for Ritter. My comp for Ritter is, and it's not an exact, but it is Colin Kaepernick without the elongated delivery, with more pocket presence, but that same sort of long, he's got a little bit of the long build-up speed, so he's not a sudden short area guy like a Lamar Jackson or a Kyler Murray that's gonna give you a bunch quick, Randall, in space like that, right? So he is a bit of the build-up guy like Kaepernick was. He's got, to me, good arm strength overall. It's not upper level, but it's good enough. But again, the pocket presence is way better than where Kaepernick was. That was a big place he would struggle with, and feeling pressure and stepping up in the pocket and sliding and moving, doing some of the subtleties of the position a little bit. But Cap, in the respect of their similarities there from to me, arm strength to just kind of the build to the movement abilities. I think it's probably a little bit of, he's not as necessarily, he's like Cap too, and like he's not a great touch guy. There's some touch throws on there, but it's not necessarily his bread and butter either. So that'd be kind of a close comp I could come, Randall. That's the one that stood out to me. And basically Kaepernick without the Randall Cunningham delivery. Randall also with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. It says, outside of quarterback, who's a player that could be a surprise top 10, 15 pick, a reach? Who's a prospect that could drop? I think the new Notre Dame safety could slip. Notre Dame safety is a possibility. I think somebody's going to fall in love with him, though, in the top 15 minimum. Surprise pick in the top 15. I got to be honest with you. If you see anybody outside of Malik Willis being taken, who's at least been rumored to take in the top 10, I'm going to be shocked. It's going to be surprising to see Kenny Pickett taken by the Panthers at 7. I think that is. Now that's a little bit of a cheat response, Randall, so I won't go there with that one. A surprise top 15 pick. Good question. It's a good question because most of the guys are kind of slotted that we know are going to go. I think a guy that's a surprise pick that could go in the top 15 for a lot of people is Andrew Booth, quarterback. I think he's the third cornerback off in this draft, and you could see 3 corners taken in the top 15 picks. Boy Mafe is another guy that could be a surprise just because of his athletic profile and people sort of pushing forward to where they think he's going as a player versus necessarily where he's been. As far as a guy that could drop, I do think Jordan Davis could be a guy that drops. He's a monster. There's people that are supposedly like the Chargers in love with him. But I do think as well is that there's a lot of projection involved with Jordan Davis, and you could be getting just a rotational run-stuffing defensive tackle at the end of the day in him. And do you want to make that a top 15 selection? So I would probably say he would be the guy, Jordan Davis, and then Karlaftis, just because Karlaftis is only a 4-3 defensive end fit, Randall, versus being able to stand up and do outside 3-4 stuff. And he could find himself in a bit of a pickle here where the 4-3 teams have already grabbed their guys like Aiden and Thibodeau and Walker are off the board. And so now there's only 3-4 teams in that top 15 that could be looking at an edge rusher, and causes him to then drop a little bit further than where people would think he would have go versus just going into this draft. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, are you willing to crush Paul Mall non-filters if you get cash to spin it in the Kenny Stabler biopic? Yeah, I'm method, Charles. I'm method, okay? So if I'm doing Kenny Stabler, we're talking hookers, we're talking blow, we're talking Paul Mall, okay? You don't do Kenny Stabler unless you're enacting all three pillars of the Stabler way of life, right? So I got to go all in method on that one. I'm sorry, but that's just, you do it for the art. You do it for that beautiful art form. Thank you, though, guys, for the donations. Appreciate you, Randall, Charles, Yami, Ender. You guys are awesome. Awesome. Chase. I don't forget you, Chase. Bree says, do you actually think DK Metcalf gets traded? Reportedly, the Jets offered the number 10 pick for him and they declined. Yep. Rumors were out this week that Seahawks got the call by the Jets for the 10th pick in the first round, and they said, go F yourselves. Jets said, hey, do you want your pick back and then you give us DK? What do you think? That sound about good value to you? What do you think? Joe Douglas, take that offer and shove it up your ass. We all know that there's no way Schneider would have been able to survive another night living in the Pacific Northwest if he had moved DK Metcalf for one of the first-round picks, not both, one of the first-round picks that we had given up for Jamal Adams. Our own pick back. We'll give you your own pick back. As I've said, this is, the bully robbing you of lunch money, and then you bring your transformer to school, and then the bully offers to buy the transformer off you with the lunch money he's been stealing with you. Like, no, think I'll hold on to the transformer, okay? Think I'll hold on to it. And he shoves your head in the garbage, and you're like, all right, you can have it. I guess $2 seems fair. It's only a collector's item. So yeah, what was the question? It's going to cost more than one first-round pick for DK. I've been saying this. I said the starting cost on this is 2 first-round picks. I don't care if it's a high first-round pick. And certainly if it's our own pick being given back, it's going to require more. Many people on here I know will probably fire up my chat saying, see, this means DK is not actually being available. This means that Seattle's not trying to trade him. Pop your brakes a little bit on this. This means the Seahawks aren't willing to trade DK for 1 first-round pick. But as I've been saying in recent streams, I think 2 first-round picks is the baseline of what they're going to request. And if a team does get on the horn and says, well, how about 2? I don't know if I'm as certain that they're going to decline that. I hope they don't, but I'm not certain that they don't. Sam Z, for how great Russell Wilson was, he only threw for more than 40 touchdowns once. Yeah, Sam. I mean, there's parts of his game I would pick apart, Sam. I don't know if Russell Wilson's for how many touchdown passes he throws for on a given year would be one of those spots. That's one of the places I think is the better parts of his game. It's also hard to throw for 50 touchdowns when you run the ball 52% of the time and you have a run-centric coach. That's going to limit you to some degree on that. He did as much as he could with what he had on that. UE2K says, all of the blame goes to Pete and John. No doubt, no discussion. Failed to build a quality team around Russ post-Legion of Boom era. Wilson stayed elite until the decay around him became too much for him to carry. Ooh, wow. Yeah, we bringing fire today in the chat. Why do I hope they keep things simple this time. Too many times, trading back, miss their guy, end up reaching because of needs not addressed in free agency. Seattle has plenty of picks. Just take your guy if he's there. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. And I think they very well could. Hard to say with John. He's a maverick. That's Schneider. Grandizer 12, I'm so tired of too many fans think a no trade clause means he won't get traded. No, it just means that a team can't trade him overnight to a place he don't want to go. Yeah. Agreed. Tony Wright, yeah, my Falcons will draft defensive end Jermaine Johnson with the 8th overall draft pick unless we trade down in the draft. Tony, but what are you doing with wide receiver? Is Pitts just going to carry all the... Are you going to throw to Pitts 200 times? What's the over-under on his targets this year? 225? 250? Yui says top 10 picks should either be a game changer at pass rusher, offensive tackle, or quarterback. If you're not taking one of those, it's risky. Well said. John says Malik's project. No way should the Hawks take Willis high in the first round. Agreed, John. As I've said, I don't think Willis has any more talent than a Lamar Jackson. And if Lamar Jackson didn't go until the end of the first round with his pedigree coming out, why should Malik not have the same going on with him? Grandizer, everyone is tradable. It depends on what the price is. That is all that matters at the end. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. UGK says, what if Willis is the next Lamar, Mahomes, all guys that experts said were projects? It's possible. I mean, it's possible. The thing with this comes down to with a guy like this or being any guy that's got only one real good year of production, even a guy like Pickett. If you don't get the NFL evaluators or, morons like me that talk about this stuff all the time, you don't give us enough tape to go off of, and we can only make our assessment off 1 year of tape. And the 1 year of tape in Willis's case that you make is based off of him against lesser competition. Or Mahomes, it's in a Texas Tech offense, in a Mike Leach offense. Not a lot of quarterbacks outside of Mahomes and maybe Minshew that have come out of that Leach offense and done anything at the pro level. And so, you don't have a lot of data. You don't have a lot of games to operate off of. You've got this restrictions within it. You got to make your evaluations within it. And if the data is limited, that's going to cause people to sometimes make, like you said, talk of a guy being a project, maybe not as much of where he will be a project. I do think that Willis's tape shows more elements of projectness than Lamar and Mahomes. Lamar, too, who is a project, you were going to use him like the read option guy stuff, and you can't do that with Willis. Lamar got his MVP because of what he did as a runner, not as much of what he did as a passer. And Mahomes, it wasn't his project stuff, which is much about mechanics were a little rough, but then it was all the crazy throws he was making. You go, he's not going to get away with that at the pro level. Turned around, the guy's got a, howitzer, and so he could. It's hard to just lump those guys all together. Like all three of those guys have different stories going on. Joe Lopez, remember Pete is a defensive coach, so most early draft picks will be defense, and next year they will get offensive picks. It's potential. Corner or edge linebacker first. I could see it, Joe. Makes sense. Why do I? Seattle takes a quarterback the first. Seattle takes a quarterback in the first, Ritter, Corral, whomever. Pete will stick with them for the whole rookie contract, no matter how bad they are. One in the second would allow Pete's ego to move off from quicker. True. John, what if Willis is not the next Mahomes Lamar? Stats say that is more likely than not. I agree, John. That's why I think I see where he's going with that comparison, but I think that's a little bit of a too broad of a brush there, painting between those three different prospects, which all have different stories with why people came to the evaluation they came to with them coming out in the draft. I keep missing the super chat. Sorry, guys. My bad. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. This is what I hear on Davis. 320 number. Davis is a monster. Okay. What I hear on Davis. At 320, he's a monster. At 360, he isn't. Closer to 360 at Georgia and slim down for pre-draft. Which guy will be there? Yeah, it's kind of why it's you watch the tape too on him, Randall. It's like no doubt that he is immovable You're not going to move him even with 2 blockers. He will hold his ground. That's got value at the NFL level. He can chase down running backs backside on plays despite operating from the one tech position, and pop off the tape as he does so. That's got value at the NFL level. Occasionally, he can bend a pocket backwards by his sheer size and strength. That is a value. But he's got no refinement to his game from a technique standpoint at this point. It is all very rough. And what are you going to have, coming out the gate with him, especially a guy we're talking about taking the top 15 picks? Derek Brown is the most recent baseline we can find for a guy that was similar and also picked in the first round, kind of not as big as Davis, but it was also more refined as a player than Davis was coming out. And he still hasn't done a whole lot with the Panthers here. He's been okay. He's not been bad. But again, we're talking about, you don't want to take a guy in top 15 picks and go, well, he's not bad. Well, he's not bad. And Davis at 320, I'd wonder, Randall, if him at 320, does he go down to 320 to try to up his pass rush effectiveness? And then does that come at the cost of his stoutness in the run game? I don't have a good answer for that, but this is why, Randall, I think there's a good chance he slips, because NFL teams end up running themselves through this type of exercise and they say, let's just go for something a little more safer. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, did you say via normal NFL trade value standards the 10th pick was worthy of DK? No. I wasn't saying that. I say 2 first-round picks. I was saying I didn't think, just because what I was doing was anticipating a little bit of what the counter argument would be, was I would say 2 first-round picks, and then somebody in the chat would say, but the number 10th overall pick is worth the equivalent of 2 later first-round picks. That's all good on a Jimmy Johnson chart or the Grendoulet hyphenated Wandolet chart, whatever they want to call that stupid thing. But from my standpoint, from my gut chart, Charles, from my man gut chart says I want 2 first-round picks for the Jets, and don't try to trade rape us twice in 3 years, because we don't appreciate it. And that's what they're trying to do right now. That's what they're trying to do. They've dropped a bottle of lube on the floor in front of us, trying to get, no, New York, no. Pick the lube up and face me as you do so. Face me as you do so. But no, I wouldn't say that's worth, not for me, man. I need more. I want more if I'm going to offload DK, and I don't want to offload DK. So they can just keep their picks, and why don't they just keep their picks and try to do something with it instead of grabbing all of our guys. John says, even if Trevor Lawrence did not dominate in his rookie year, he had better stats than Willis against stronger competition. Exactly. And I think people are, to your point on this, John, people are doing a lot of burying Trevor off of his 1 year, 6 feet under, and saying, yeah, you guys way overhyped him. It's like, really? Like, doesn't where you go matter? Doesn't when your coach is out partying up and just, literally kicking his kickers and doing the craziest of things, shouldn't that all kind of factor in a little bit in our evaluation, how we look at Lawrence's first year? It does for me. And I think I think Lawrence is going to be fine going forward. We got a little more coffee, folks. Bear with me. All right. Megan says, keeping Carson, what the F for? He has a serious neck injury, and I doubt he'll ever set foot on the field again. Megan, I don't know on this. As I understand it, he got spinal fusion surgery on his neck. I guess the team seems to still be indicating, though, that he's due to come back and that they feel like he's going to come back, and it's going to happen. Penny talked about them being the best combination in the league after he re-signed his deal a couple of weeks ago. So they're not giving us any indication they're going to move off from him. But like you, Megan, I think that this is a little bit of a move that's fraught with peril, because then when he ends up getting injured again next year, we couldn't see this coming. We couldn't see the possibility this was coming down the track. I mean, it kind of seems like, yeah, there's a good chance this is going to happen. Duh, right? But they do seem to be intent on keeping him at this point. Nagasa says, I love Carson Strong, but with our O-line and his bad knee, he would be dead after 2 games. If not dead, Nagasa, then we're definitely looking at amputation. One of the two there. one of the two behind this line. Your boy Michael's in the house. What's up, your boy Michael? Good to see you. Grandizer, no, they meant the sauce is too slow out of the bottle. They put that S on everything. Frank's Red Hot Sauce. Oh, okay. I thought you meant Sauce Gardner. I was like, Sauce can move, man. Sauce all right. He's got some wheels. Brad Robertson says, is it true Steelers quarterback Haskins got struck by a tow truck? Flag Sabbath says it was a dump truck. Oof. Oh, God. Careful if you get out on the highway, folks. Be very careful when you get on the highway. I don't know, too, why Florida's got so many stories of bystanders being hit down there. You'd think that they don't have sidewalks and people have to, like, run through traffic with the amount of stories. Remember a couple of years ago we had the, wasn't it the Patriot receiver hit somebody down there? Bud Inlet says Desmond Ritter is the best quarterback in this class, and it's not even close. Bud, you know I'm there. That's where I've landed in my evaluations of it. I right from the jump, that's where I sat, and I've not moved off of it since looking at a lot of these guys' tape. Grandizer, agree, Brandon. Cesar Ruiz was considered the best guard and center, but Ruiz is way better at center at the NFL level. Like you said, he is this year's Creed Humphrey. Put him at center, and he balls. It's the part I don't get, Grandizer, where these teams overthink things so weirdly. Even a team like the Saints, who know better. No team has done a better job in the last, and I'm talking 15 years of the sport, going back to Drew Brees being there, at consistently putting assets into that offensive line and building it up appropriately, putting guys in the best position to succeed. And to take a guy like Ruiz in that draft, and I remember at the time of them drafting it, nodding, going, "Yep, that's the Saints way right there." That's why the Saints have remained a competitive team here for the last 15 years. Now they're up and downs. This is how, even when they're working through their cap situations, they still remain strong as they keep that offensive line strong. But to take Ruiz a movement guard, this is just one of those ones where I go, why? For what reason? What reason? I mean, I can only guess that maybe they thought that the center was going to, it was like the Jordan Brooks pick, Grandizer, with Bobby, where they thought that Bobby's getting old now and he's going to he's due to miss like a half a season on something. And then we'll have Jordan Brooks here. Maybe they thought that the Saints, they're like, we got a good center, but something will happen. He gets injured a lot. And now he's just been a picture of health. But it'll be interesting to watch once they finally do put Ruiz at center, what he does. John says ran out of gas, did Haskins, then was walking on the freeway and tried to cross in traffic. Didn't see the dump truck. Ooh. Oh, you just say dump truck and that hits. I mean, you can almost feel it's like a nut shot where you can almost feel in your body just somebody's on a freeway and then got hit by a dump truck, and what it draws into your mind, it almost like it rattles your bones with like just that you almost can feel like that last moment of the feeling of what it must have felt like to get just, brutal. R.I.P., Dwayne. R.I.P., man. John says, I imagine getting hit by a dump truck going freeway speed made for an ugly scene. God rest his soul. Yeah, that's tough. Well, at least hopefully at least he didn't maybe suffer on that at that point. But geez, yeah, that was sad news. Sad news. Yeah, if he ran out of gas, like they're saying, then that's definitely understandable. He just ran out of gas, probably thought he could push through. You know, we all think we got a little extra on that tank at the end. Then you're on the freeway and you're not sure what to do. And you're like, well, but man, to run across the freeway, that's bold. That's bold. I got like a cat hair on. Cats are like spring shedding right now. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, you watching Winning Time on NBA HBO right now? New episode tonight, and I'm digging it. By the way, Florida is weird. I blame the Bermuda Triangle. Florida is weird. I got a buddy who's trying to get me to move down there for years now. He's like, come live down here on the East Coast. I'm like, I can't do it, man. I can't. But he's like, no, you'll love it. It's awesome. But Florida's just a weird spot, man. That's why they got the Florida man stories. I've always called it's the Germany of the U.S. That's what I always call Florida. I am watching Winning Time on HBO, and I'm absolutely loving the show. It is awesome. There's a lot of balancing you do when you do a sports show like this, and you're trying to do it from a historical perspective, and you're trying to provide the accuracy, but then also make it really entertaining to watch at the same time. And I feel like McKay, as he's done with a lot of his movies, is spinning all of those plates at just the right speed and making it all work, like the maestro he can sometimes be. I really like it. Quality's there. I like he's also doing a little bit of that the Oliver Stone late 90s technique, where Oliver just decided to do mushrooms, I think, every day, and everything had to be like a weird cut, and then we'll go to black and white, and then I'll do 35 millimeter film, and then I'll go back to HD, and I'll do all of that in like 12 seconds. And McKay's employed that approach and then just dialed it back by like half, and it works. It works. It provides a little bit of a stylistic element to the show that makes it a little more engrossing and makes you feel a little more in the times of the show, I feel like. It's good, really entertaining, funny, and John C. Reilly is absolutely murdering the role in a good way. He's doing awesome. Excuse me. Too much damn cat hair here. Thank you for the donations, though, Charles. I can't wait till I'm going to check out that episode tonight, though. That's awesome. Glad new one's dropping. I guess they do Larry Bird a little dirty, though, supposedly. I hear. YDY says, how is your favorite day 2 and day 3 pass? Who's your favorite day 2 and day 3 pass rushers? Which pass rusher do you want to be? Which pass rusher do you want the most outside of the first? Arnold Ebiketie might be my favorite day 2 pass rusher. Sam Williams, day is 2. Day 3 is nice too. I'm really liking Sam Williams. I just got onto his tape. Why do why? So it's been a little. I'm late to the party on Sam Williams, but I might be the guy, blowing the little pop thing and popping the champagne on that one because I really like his game. He is an upside guy to me. Sam Williams is. My day 2 guys that I like a lot, DeMarvin Leal, Arnold Ebiketie's on that list. I believe Zachary Carter would be on that list for me. For day 2, Cameron Thomas, Josh Paschal, Drake Jackson, D'Angelo Malone, Sam Ajobo. All those guys would be basically there. Right on the edge of that day 2 for me is Kingsley Enagbare. I didn't love Kingsley's tape, but then I go back and watch his pass rush win rate at damn near 30%. And you go, but man, he's such a proficient pass rusher. Maybe I need to go back and take a look at him. So those would be my day 2 guys as kind of just the full assembly. As far as who would be the one I'd like the most out of date as the number 1 guy? Arnold would be certainly right there with me. I think it's either DeMarvin Leal or Arnold for me. Probably. I sure gravitate towards Leal, but I know Arnold could do a lot of the stand-up 3-4 stuff that you need to do in this new defense. I mean, so flip a coin, I guess, between those 2 guys on that. But I like all those guys I mentioned. There's none that I don't really not like. Zachary Carter, he's good, but I'm not as blown away on his tape. And Cameron Thomas, I worry about with him being a little bit too much of a tweener. But all the rest of the guys I'd be perfectly happy with if we landed on day 2, one of those cats. John Ruiz says, hopefully Haskins was not on spice or intoxicated, but not seeing a dump truck while crossing a freeway makes you wonder. Yeah, that's, crossing a freeway in the first place, too. It's like, that's just, I mean, those cars are whipping past you to get on the freeways like, oh, Lordy. Joe Lopez says, for our first 3 picks, if you were in charge, Brandon, of picking those draft picks, what positions would you pick, and who would you like to, for our first 3 picks? Joe, I actually ran a mock draft here at the top of the show. So if you're looking for the full breakdown, do me a favor, you can see at the very start of the show, I did the mock draft to lead things off. So I'm posting it here over my right shoulder right now, which is that you can see what I picked with those first 3 picks. So I had us taking Charles Cross at number 9 in the first round. And then when I got to the second round, I had us taking here, and you can see on this graph I'm showing, Travis Jones and Daniel Fa'alele. So I have us going very heavy to the offensive line, some of that being driven by need and a lack of having good options on the roster, some of that also being driven by the talent that's there, and that these are really good guys. This is the appropriate spot to pick these players, I believe. Travis Jones, I think, is also going to be a really good defensive lineman, a unique guy that we don't have exactly on this roster. Maybe you have it a little bit in Al Woods, but he's going to be able to give you at a younger level. So those would be my guys that I'd look at targeting. I definitely would build towards the trenches, but I'd also be open to looking at pass rusher too in any of these picks as well if they wanted to go in an alternative direction, Joe. Tom says, if you have to pick between Sauce, Evan Neal, Trayvon Walker, or Kyle Hamilton, which one would be happy to pick if it fell to Seattle at number 9? My answer right now on that, Tom, would be Evan Neal, but there's a big part of me that's starting to be, when there's so many people in NFL circles that are smarter guys than me and that do put way more time into their efforts in locating these prospects than I do. It's a full-time job for them. And you're hearing about so many different groups of evaluators in NFL circles who are pushing this guy up so high in this process. It's making me take note of Walker. It's making me say, well, there's something here I needed to look further into. And when you consider a little bit more about what he's been operating within, that does start to makes it harder for me not to pull the trigger there on that one. But Evan Neal, to me, I would, safest left tackle in this draft. Kid's going to be, he's like the better equivalent of kind of like Lucas is on the right side, where it's just Abraham Lucas. Where I know what I'm getting. This is very safe. There's really no bust factor here. Hell, if he washes out at the right tackle. So Tom, Evan's the guy I'd probably go to, but I'm starting to get more torn on Trayvon because I'm like, what? These guys are seeing something, and we can't just poo-poo them and go, oh, they're just stupid. They don't know what they're doing. No, when there's this many, when it's not just 1 or 2 teams that are like, we really actually have him as the number 2 rusher in this draft, when we're actually hearing, well, it's way more than that. Quite a few teams are very high on him. Megan says, can you just imagine John Schneider and his reaction to the Jets' offer to DK? The phrase, oh, F no, springs to mind here. Yeah, Megan, I'm sure he started laughing his ass off when they called up and they offered back our own pick. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, Joe. Oh, you're going to give us our own pick back and we give you DK, huh? Just hand you there you go. Oh, okay. Oh, you're going to throw in Denzel Mills too? Oh, thanks. Denzel Mims. Thanks. Ooh. So kind of you. Yeah. I don't think that call lasted very long. Randall says, I trade DK for the number 4th pick. Did you see the hypothetical packages that ESPN did? One of the dumbest things I've read. The Philly trade was a 3rd and a 5th. Dumb. Yeah, ESPN's thrown out a few hypothetical DK trades that have been one worse than the next. I don't know what land of possibility they're operating from, but it must just be a bunch of Philly ESPN writers on the staff, I guess. Number 4 overall pick in the draft. I don't know, man. Don't forget with that, Randall, when you are getting up in this high in the draft, the part that's now started to change, 15 years ago, when you're picking top 5, you're paying almost more money to those guys you're picking in the top 5 than the highest paid guys of the sport at a given position. Then we went through the new CBA, and the new CBA and the veteran players said, the hell with these young kids making all this money out the gate. Now we push the money back to the veterans, push it back to us getting this money. So the NFL owners went, okay. And they made these young guys coming out, even in the top 5, top 10 picks for a good 15-year period, very cheap to do so. But those rates have slowly and surely raised over the years. And now we're at a point where in top 5, you're now spending $10 million a year on a top 5 pick. So you're not getting necessarily the savings of, I'm offloading Metcalf and I'm not paying him $25 million, and then I'm getting a top 5 pick on a rookie contract, and look at the benefit of that. You get the top 5 rookie contract, but you're also then paying, 40% of the DK rate for that player at that point, which has got to factor into that for me, Randall, which is for one of the reasons for me, I'm going to require a little bit more. I know, maybe I'm being greedy. Maybe I'm being DK greedy, but this stomachs are rumbling, okay? This stomachs are rumbling, and it's not going to be satiated off of a little entree. You know what I mean? I need the full 4-course meal if you're going to take DK off my hands. I don't want him taken off my hands. So 4-course meal me, and then maybe we can talk. Maybe. Or maybe I'll just listen just to live to say no to that deal. But you got to come harder than just one first-round pick. Tom says, I will believe it when I see it. I will believe it when I see it when it comes to Seattle and DK being extended or traded. It's crazy. I had more trust with this organization when it was 2012 to 2014. Well, they were making smarter moves to earn your trust, Tom. Trust is earned. Trust is not just given. It shouldn't be just given blindly. Everybody should have to earn whatever you give them loyalty-wise or trust. And this team's done a lot to dissuade that trust recently. Tribe Rams proved that the draft picks are about as valuable as magic beans. It can be a philosophy to go that route, that's for sure. And they've had a lot of success with it. Hearing, by the way, that the Rams are circling around right now, folks, you want to get depressed? The Los Angeles Rams right now are circling around Tyrann Mathieu and Stephon Gilmore. No, not either or. Both. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Randall says, unlike Russ, we can create a bidding war for DK. Value will climb the closer we get to draft day. Good. We'll see. We'll see, Randall. We'll see. I think there will be a team that offers him. That's one of the things on this. I do think there's going to be a team that's at least going to offer him the multiple first-round picks. Whether they accept it or not at that point, we'll see. But I do think there'll be a team eventually, if it takes us to get to near draft day or not, some team will pull that trigger. Anthony Provencio says, do the Seahawks fans want Baker Mayfield? No, Anthony, I think we're pretty much, if you were to take a poll out there, it'd be 90 to 95% of the people would say no on Baker. Wilson for Ferraria, thank you for subscribing, Wilson. Appreciate you. Anthony Provencio says, got to give some credit, though. Wasn't Russ a mid-round pick, if I'm not mistaken? He was. Yeah, third-round pick. Brian O'Connor says, get Sauce. We need a lockdown corner. I like Sauce. I'd be okay with that. UGK, Seahawks fans don't want Baker, but we'll take him if he's free and can compete with Locke. Yeah, if he's free. If he don't cost $18 million. Michael Pontowski says, Pontowski. Michael, I'm just going to say Michael. Michael, if Falcons don't go offensive some sort, they're possibly looking at the worst offense this year. Yeah, to go edge rusher with that first pick. You didn't just lose, by the way, at this point, Calvin Ridley, right? They lost Justin Gage, who was their number one receiver last year, after just losing Julio Jones. And you did get Kyle Pitts, who's good, but he's a tight end. He can do some receiver stuff, but you still need some receivers, especially for an offensive-minded head coach like they do have. I think they go receiver there all day with that first pick. Michael says, yeah, and Lamar got hurt this year, and it killed their playoff chances. Be careful with running quarterbacks. Agreed, Michael. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go to the model of what the Ravens have done. They've sort of proven you can only get so far with it. We're going to take this rookie quarterback on the first round contract, and he's a real talented guy, especially from the legs down, especially from the torso down. Arms up, not as much there. And we're just going to try to build an offense around his legs and limiting the game plan around him, and limiting the amount of times he's got to make the big time throws. And they've taken it as far as they can get it. And I don't think it's going to get any farther. And I think that's shown that's maybe you do need a guy that can at times make do more within the passing attack game than just getting by. Very much believe, yeah, it's well said. Brian O'Connor says, what do you think of Michael Clemson? I don't know Michael Clemson. I'll have to look him up, Brian. I haven't even seen that name in the draft deal. Michael says, if what they say about Kyle Hamilton being the best player in the draft this year, do you take him? I wouldn't be poo-pooing it, Michael. He's my second best player in this draft by my evaluation. So if we're sitting at number 9 and the Seahawks walk away with the number 2 overall player in this draft at the 9th pick, I know there's a lot of people that are going to flame me out in the chat for this approach of things, but I just don't have a problem taking best player available on the board. I don't care. You know, a year from now, then you move on from Jamal Adams. And for the next year, you get Kyle to play around in the box and play some slot for you and just move around. You got a guy in Quandre Diggs coming off of a major lower foot injury. Is he going to be 100% for sure by day one? For sure. And what if he has a high likelihood of getting another injury coming down the pike? We have bigger needs. We have other things that we should probably be looking at and dealing with. But again, just my personal draft strategy, my personal drafting philosophy is based around taking the best guy you got on your board, not being driven around taking to need. And I'm pretty concurrent on this in the respect of, I'm not concurrent, I'm pretty consistent on this in the respect of I believe that this is the approach to take because this is what leads, in my opinion, to getting the most talent on the roster. And I think when you pick to need, that when you end up picking the need more often than not, you end up stacking up a roster of low expectation. You end up stacking up a bunch of floor guys and not ceiling guys. And to me, I'm just more of a ceiling guy. YDY says, Bobby Lane, quarterback for the Detroit 50s, caught driving drunk in Texas. Officer testified Lane was slurring his words and obviously drunk. Lane said he wasn't drunk, just trying to talk Texan. Was found not guilty. Oh, man. Brian O'Connor says, 17 more days and I'm heading to Vegas to the draft. Can't wait. Brian, maybe you're going to be our man on the scene. Maybe we'll have you as our man on the scene then. Anthony says Derek Carr got his guy, Devontae Adams, and we still got Waller and Renfro too. Oh, you guys will be good. Yeah. You'd be really good going next year. I like the receiving core. They're going to be competitive in that division, and that's saying something because it's the toughest division in football. Hawks, would you consider Devontae Wyatt at 9, or would that be a little too high? It would be a little too high just because of this respect. You're playing a lot more of the 3-4 looks with this team going forward. You're less 4-3 as you were in the past. And I think if we were in the past sticking to more of the 4-3 concepts, having just a purified 3 tech would make sense. Going and drafting a purified 3 tech when you're going to be playing upwards of probably 60-70% of our snaps in a 3-4 scheme, that leads him into a position of now playing defensive end, which is not going to work. This is the same problem that ran into with the Bengals defensive tackle recently down there, Geno Atkins, when he was at the end of his run there with Cincinnati, where, he was getting a little older and long in the tooth, but they were also tried to move him into more of the 3-4 looks, 5-2 looks, all this stuff, and it's just not his game. So I do think it's early, but not necessarily because his talent doesn't derive from that, but that you're not going to be able to use him at enough of a high enough rate to select him. E2K says Lamar is not being selected until 32 was obviously a mistake by other teams, not justification for not taking Willis. Same with Russ. NFL teams and fans often suffer from hive mind. That's how stars slip. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree here on this. Lamar should have maybe been taken a little bit higher than 32, and that was too far for a guy that was a Heisman winner coming out with his pedigree to fall. Sure. Was it massively far off from where you should take him? No. He had limitations as a passer. he was going to rely heavily on his legs, and you're going to have to build basically a whole offense around Lamar Jackson. You weren't going to bring Lamar Jackson into your West Coast offense and have him start to build in through that. He wouldn't work within that. And the limitations of his game and the holes of his game would have shown that much brighter, that much quicker had he been placed on that type of particular offense. The other thing to consider here is that the Baltimore Ravens had a very stacked roster, and specifically they had a very stacked offensive line to keep Lamar Jackson clean, to give him time in the pocket, to let him roam, to create holes in the running game. You know, if Lamar goes to a top 10, top 15 team that has a porous offensive line like, say, ours is he going to run around some of that? Yeah, he'll get around some of those mistakes, but is he going to put up the same type of production that he's put up with the Ravens and the situation that he went to there? No. Situations matter. But if I have a quarterback who is very mobile, who has those kind of special traits to his game in his mobility, but then who has limitations as a passer as well, limitations that I'm not as certain I'm going to be able to just coach out of his game. As I think with Lamar, you kind of saw that delivery and you go, there's not a whole lot I'm going to be able to necessarily change in that delivery. I don't know if it's ever going to be at a spot that's going to be highly accurate, which isn't a death knell for him. But again, we're talking about why does a guy drop, say, out of the top 15 picks into the bottom half of a draft? This is some of the reasoning with that. Jeffy Casey says Carr signs $45 million a year. Raiders are done. Yeah, I hope the Raiders don't go 45 for Derek Carr. I could see him doing it, but that wouldn't be good. Tom, could you go off base of stats plus also who they play against, like Corral play against SEC? Can you go base off of stats plus also who they play against? Tom, you might have to reword that. Can you go base off? I kind of think I know what you mean on that, Tom, but I'm not exactly sure. Level of competition certainly should factor into evaluations. They should. A smaller school kid like Willis dominating like he is too has got to factor in versus, to your point on that, playing in the SEC. Anthony says, my Raiders got Russ Daddy and Chandler Jones. They did. I think he signed there just because he knew he could feast on 5 sacks a year on Russ alone. He knew he's going to be able to pad his Russ stats there. Brian Myers says, Hawks pick for Brian is he goes for Jermaine Johnson at 9, or the edge, or Neal if he falls. At 40, he's got Kyer Elam, and 41, Abraham Lucas or Travis Jones. I like it, Brian. Solid draft. Solid draft. Breeze, DK is going to stay a Seattle Seahawks because they value him too much and don't see anything worth trading for in this draft. They're probably going to sign him to a big contract since Russell Wilson's gone. I hope so, Breeze. I hope so. Jarrell Lewis, Charles Cross is our best option at 9. I agree, Jarrell. That's where I think it goes. I do think it goes there. Megan agreed totally on Carson B. My cousin has had the same surgery and can barely move. Yeah, I mean, I got a mom that had 10 years ago the spinal fusion, and now she's got secondary stuff falling out from it. I mean, honestly, Chris should really just hang it up from a safety standpoint of things, in my opinion. I don't think you should start getting spinal fusion. Players have played with it in the NFL. Don't get me wrong. It's not like there isn't players in the past that have still done it, but do you want to? Do you want to be in a wheelchair by the time you're 50? Do you want to be able to not move your neck but 10 degrees for the rest of your life? I don't know. Maybe they've got a prognosis in the background of this, Megan, that somehow the doctors have said, no, now we fixed all the problems that are the issues here. But he's still beyond the neck is injury prone, even outside of this fused spine. Yui says, do you really think the Seahawks are going to pay DK $25 to $28 million a year? I don't. So they should just fleece the Jets like they did us. Use picks to rebuild. I don't think that they go to 28. I think that the Seahawks would be going at the end of the day willing to go to 25. But that's just my man gut on that one. Just my man gut. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, hot take. I think the Watson deal burst the quarterback bubble. A team will have to make the sacrifice, but I'll believe it'll happen. It's going to certainly send reverberations throughout the league. There are players out there, I know, that even at the quarterback position that have been circling around that guaranteed money aspect of things for a while. Even our own Russell Wilson was during last contract negotiations. And so now with Watson opening that door up, I think that there's going to be more of a pushing for this. And to your point on this, Charles, we're going to reach a stage with these quarterback prices that they get too high to where teams go, this is funny money point. And it's at funny money point right now. I can go get a rookie quarterback on a contract where I'm paying him 1% of my salary cap, or I can be paying, 20% of my salary cap. Which would what more can I get done with that team with 19% more on my salary cap versus the difference in quarterback play? That's where it really comes down to, is that this quarterback is he 20 times more a difference maker than this rookie quarterback? And I know we can't really view it through that kind of like lab conditions, right? Sterile conditions. This isn't that. But it does kind of draw to mind eventually where you go, yeah, but it is in general, broad strokes, it is kind of getting to that ridiculous point where you go, no, it isn't. This guy's not 15 times better than this other quarterback I can get. I'm getting caught in the magic of my own guy. I'm getting caught in the, in having my star dude. We got to step outside of that, I think, a little bit more going forward. Tom says, I see Carson as insurance. If they get the young, promising running backs, then Carson is gone. Well said. Michael says, take the best tackle at 9, re-sign Dwayne Brown, and we instantly upgrade our offensive line. Well said, yeah. Tom Cox says, Chris Sims doesn't like Ritter. He felt that Pickett, Corral, or Willis is more talented. Honestly, I don't put much stock on these quarterback prospects. I think, too, Tom, it gets harder to make assessments and you get more varying of opinion when you have guys that the collection of them, there is no true blue real first rounders. So now what all of us are doing that are trying to evaluate these guys are in some ways elevating them up a bit because there's this absence of top-end talent. And so I think that's what's going on here. People are all over the place on these guys. And it speaks to the fact that, none of them are really difference makers at the position, quite frankly. And this is what you get in second round quarterbacks is there's rough edges to their game, and all of them have those rough edges. And depending on who you talk to and what they have as far as their preferences towards limitations or strengths on a quarterback is where they'll slot those guys in the given draft. But I think Sims is a very smart evaluator. I've differed with him in opinion on the guys in the past before. Like, for instance, Wilson last year, I was nowhere near as high as he was. He had him as the number 1 quarterback in last year's draft, which I thought was not correct. But he's smart on that stuff. He's a former quarterback. He's got father played in the sport. He knows what he's talking about. Randall says, Florida is the redneck Riviera. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Devin Martzall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Devin. Says, hey, buddy, just pitching in. I appreciate you for that. Thanks again for keeping my offseason fun and interesting. So ready for this draft, and I agree. Best pick available. Go Hawks. Best pick. Best player available. It's a different strategy when you've got a roster maybe rounded out. When you've got stars across the board. When you've got upper talent at every position. But when you're dealing from a roster that is a little bit talent light, a little bit talent deprived, that's coming up off the cellar last year, at that point, all you should be trying to do at the forefront is stacking up chips, stacking up talent, letting there not be any sacred cows. Oh, we're good enough here. No, you're not good enough. You need to get better everywhere, across the board. This is a rebuild in that respect. And you accomplish that, in my opinion, at the head of that strategy. You accomplish that best by staying in that lane of best player available as much as you can. I know it's impossible to do it over the course of an entire draft. I know there are certain positions that they're going to have to come out of this draft, that there's no way around those aspects of it. But as much as they can stay in that pocket is, to me, where the success lies in reassembling a squad that can truly be competitive here in a couple of years, or even within 2 years. Gerald Lewis says, if Kyler Gordon makes it that far, take Kyler Gordon with our 41st. Could. That would be the highest that they'd ever selected a cornerback in the 11 years of Carroll and Schneider being here, Jarrell. And he is a guy with a 30-inch, a little bit over 30-inch long arms, which they tend to like the 32-long-inch arms and up. So that's a little bit short for them. But he's got a good amount of zone familiarity, and teams in the league are very high on Kyler. I've heard even there's some teams out there that are even higher on Kyler than Trent McDuffie, if you can believe that. Anthony Provencio says, got the large end in the back framed. OG White Boy Supreme. You know it, Anthony. You know it. Sam Z says, even if Cross is lousy, P wouldn't get fired for selecting him. Good point. Delikey says, Miami drivers are horrible. I guess, man. Keep your head on a swivel in Miami traffic. That's all I'm saying. John says, lots of bugs and too much heat and humidity in Florida. No thanks. Just drives the drivers insane on the road. Darrell Lewis says, I really like Drake Jackson with our 40th, if he makes it there. Drake's great. I was initially a little bit, I was a little dodgy towards Drake. I was flinching watching the Drake tape because we've got a history here in Seattle of taking USC defensive ends and them not working out too well here. DeMarcus Lawrence, that's one way back in the day for you younger folks. Didn't do out too well. Rasheem Green, last couple years, waiting on to develop through 4 years here. Guy that was supposed to be a top 15 talent that we were getting in the third round. If he had just chosen to gone back to college the next year, didn't. Now, Drake's a different guy, though. Drake is a legitimately talented guy who should deserve to go into the second round. He is very young. One of a cluster of guys that are 20, 21 years old in this draft. He's got a ghost move that he does where he starts out high and he gets the linemen to sort of start to commit their hands to hit him up in the chest high. And then he just dips at the last second just as he's getting to the offensive lineman and then proceeds to dip under the rush and flatten to the quarterback. It's kind of his little custom move. Really good at it. And again, it's only going to get better as you go forward. He's got a little more, to me, more length, a little more bend than a guy like Rasheem Green did. Rasheem was a little more of your conventional defensive end type. Drake's a little more, he's not thin and long necessarily, but he's just got a little more, not quite as thick, not as quite as rooted down. A little more twitchiness to his game than what you have from Rasheem. I like Drake. Good player. Tom says, I had a mock of Evan Neal in the first, Hall and Ajabo in the second, Lucas in the third round, Juergens in mid-round pick, and then the Huskies center for the Seahawks draft picks. I like it, man. All those are good picks. Going center heavy. Center heavy at the end there. Tom says, I love winning time. It's very entertaining. I keep falling behind, then catching up after work. Yeah, they did a good job of the show. It's very well put together. You got to give them props. It's hard to do those type of sports shows and make them interesting. And, especially you're telling this type of story, but they're doing a good job of it. Jarrell Lewis says, Brian Asamoah with our 72nd can work too. He probably won't be a direct replacement for Bobby, but something that may work. Yeah, I wonder with Brian if he can do the 3-4 inside linebacker stuff, because that's what you're going to ask him to do if you bring him here. If we were still running a little bit of the 4-3 will, he'd be an awesome 4-3 will linebacker. And I like Brian's game. He's a really good player. Probably should go in the second or third, probably late second, early third is his spot. But he's probably going to go to a 4-3 team that needs a will linebacker. I don't think he's kind of got enough. I don't think he's got enough there to withstand guards coming down the second level free on him, as you sometimes get in a 3-4 defense. So I like Brian, but I don't know if it's as much a fit with where we are schematically. Michael says, not opposed to trading back for extra picks. Lots of talent in this draft. You can get 3 or 4 solid starters this year. Very well said. Yeah, I agree. It's the glut of this draft is tier 2, and tier 2 lasts from about pick 15 to pick 70. You get almost into probably the first few picks of the 4th round, and you're still finding really, really good quality guys. Jarrell says, what do I think about Kyren Williams out of Notre Dame? Haven't watched any of his tape quite yet, Jarrell, but I will definitely get to him. So I'm getting in through. I've looked at. Let me see here. I got 1, 2, 3, 5, 9. Yeah, I've done about 19 running backs in this draft. So I'm starting to get deep into them, but I'll definitely get to them before the draft for sure. John Ray says, I wouldn't be disappointed if we took Cross and Fall. Glad to hear, John. I think it'd be a pretty safe way to go about this, and it would upgrade and help this team out tremendously. Yui says, I hate the Lakers and all things Lakers. They can get stuffed. It's a good show, man. I'm not a Laker fan, but it's hard. There's not a lot of good content out there anymore. When a good show comes on, you gotta watch. Bless you, says Grandizer. Thank you, man. Anthony says, my Raider Nation likes Cross too. Yeah, I can see you guys looking. He ain't gonna last your guys' pick though. You gave up your first rounder for Devontae, so Cross ain't last in the second round. Michael says, thoughts on Travis Jones, defensive tackle out of Connecticut. Good pass rush skills, overshadowed a bit by Jordan Davis. Michael, I have him as in my mock draft here today that I ran. I have him as the first pick for us in the second round. You're going to be running a lot more 3-4 defense. And even if you're only going to run the 3-4 defense 60% of the time next year versus 4-3 based 40% of the time, you still need now a zero tech. The zero tech is, of course, the defensive tackle that aligns heads up over the top of the center. And his job in a 3-4 defense is to maintain two blockers every single play, without exception. And a lot of, depending on who you talk to about 3-4 defenses, they'll tell you that that's the most important position on a 3-4 to start with if you're going to build a 3-4 defense, even above the edge rushers, which are probably number 2 on that list. The outside 3-4 linebackers in the 3-4. But Travis is the number 2 zero tech in this draft behind a Jordan Davis, who I think Davis is more of a 1 tech and a 4-3 to me, but you could ask Jordan Davis to do zero tech stuff too. Travis is big. He moves really well. He'd be talked about a lot more if not for the presence of Jordan Davis. It's like Davis has like swallowed all the energy out of the room, and so there's nothing left to talk about in regards to Jones. But Jones is tremendous. Best lineman, voted best lineman by the offensive lineman at the Senior Bowl practices during the week. Had a good Senior Bowl game in addition to that. An absolute huge human being that moves really well for his size and is very powerful. He's going to collapse pockets. He's not going to be moved in the running game. I love him, Michael. I think he's a very good player. I'd be very excited to add him onto our team. Just a large human being. It's just the fact you got a guy at 6'6", 360 in this draft, or we'd be talking so much more about Travis Jones. I wouldn't be surprised too, Michael, if he makes it in the first round. Tony Wright says also defensive end outside linebacker Boy Mafi, 6'5", 265 pounds, is a stone beast, as I hope my Falcons are looking at him also. What round do you believe that he will be drafted in? I forget the parameters on this exactly, Tony, so let me play this with a little loose and free on this. Mafi's one of like 4 guys in this draft that are 6'5", 260 plus pounds, ran under a certain 4 this, ran a 3 cone under that, right? In this like special area of things. I think that's going to cause him to vault up and get out of the realm of where your Falcons could be picking there, being that he's going to be taken in the first round, I believe. I think the back end of the first round, I've got him going right now to the Arizona Cardinals as the Chandler Jones replacement there. I think that makes a lot of sense. But he's got length in his arms. I have question marks with him in his run stuffing ability. And if he does last the second round, it's going to be because teams don't have as much faith that he can be an early down good run defender. But I like him a lot. And if he does last in the second round, that'd be a great addition for your Falcons team at that point if he falls into that early part of the second round. Terrell Lewis, Trayvon Walker at number 1. No. Aiden Hutchinson's going number 1. No, Aiden's going. UHK says, as desperate as the Saints appear to be, I would be willing to trade back for a nice haul of picks. That's if I trusted the front office, but I don't. So really just wanting for them to screw up. I understand, Huey. I understand. I had that stream about a week ago. I got hammered on it in the comments by a few people going, "Oh, it's so negative, so negative." It's like, yeah, I'm having a hard time with this one. You know, it's on some of this decision making. It's taking me a little bit of a longer time to wrap my head around a little bit of some of these decisions. Brian says, okay, ladies and gents, got to go to cook kiddos some grub. Go Hawks. Love the feed, Brando. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, man. Have a good dinner. Donnie Clark says, Evan Neal at number 9, if he's there. If not, trade back and try to get Trevor Penning later in the first round. I like it, Donnie. I like it. John Ruiz says, never underestimate the ability of Pete and John to F up a draft pick. That's true. They have not had the greatest track records recently, though they've done good in the top 15. That seems to be a good spot for them. They've only picked there 3 times in 10 years, but when they have picked there, they've done pretty good with the picks. I got a lot more faith with them at that number 9 pick than maybe when we get a little bit later in the draft. Jarrell Lewis says, I only considered trading DK once, and it was clearly a fantasy. Donnie Clark says, forget the Baker Mayfield talk. We're going to sign Geno Smith anyways. Hopefully we can draft a quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round. It makes sense. It makes sense. Jarrell says, I don't think we should take a quarterback in this year's draft. We can build up our offensive line with 2 tackles in the draft, add even more depth to our secondary, and stack up our defensive line. That's the path I'd like to go. I think, to your point, when you go out and get the quarterback before the offensive line, you put him behind the 8 ball, and you have a good chance of getting him hammered and hurt early on in his career, not to mention have a lot of bad habits that suddenly get built because you didn't take care of the offensive line first. You tried to short step, sidestep, shortcut your way to getting the offense back to right simply on the arm of the quarterback. And it does take more than that. Agreed. Donnie Clark says, with reading rumors the Seahawks might trade up for a quarterback, that seems a little crazy to me. Me too, Donnie. Again, I'm basing this just on their history, but we have the unique position of we haven't had a general manager who's only been here for 3 years, and that's all the data we have to base off of. We've had a guy that's been here for now 11 years, and at no point in 11 years did they ever trade up in a first round of a draft. And I think that there's a reason for that. I think that there's a philosophy standpoint in the way they look at the draft of saying to give up a future first to move up in the first round. In the first round, we're already picking in the first round is not good value. That's not a right way to run a draft. Maybe they're just that in love with one of the quarterbacks in this draft, like Malik Willis, that they just feel they have to do it. But I would not be loving that. Tony says, no, my Falcons will draft a receiver in the first round. We'll draft a receiver with one of our No, we'll not draft a receiver in the first round. We'll draft a receiver with one of our 2 second-round picks, though, and draft another receiver in the 3rd round with 2 third-rounders. I could see him going that route. Makes sense. You do need some pass rush help, so that's true. Sam Z says, didn't our last safety have the same 40 time? Mm-hmm. And with Hamilton, it's as much that I look at him, you got to sometimes, 40 times are all good. Sometimes the tape just pops so much. Go watch Hamilton's tape. Put down the stopwatches, put down the drills, just watch the guy's tape. And tell me if speed is a problem when you're watching him on the football field. Not by what I saw. Jack Turner, should we be excited if we end up taking Ritter at the end of one or one of our 2 second-round picks? I'd be excited by it, Jack, but that's as much because I have Ritter as my quarterback 1 in this draft. I would prefer to wait and hold off of taking a quarterback in like next year's draft, personally. But if we end up with him and I walk out of this draft with the number 1 quarterback, then I feel better about that. If it's talking about we're moving one of our seconds in a future first-round pick to move up into this draft to then take Ritter in this draft, I wouldn't like doing that. But to have him in the 2nd round, just where you're picking, then I'm okay with that. But yeah, to trade up back in the 1st round to do it would not be, I don't think, a good move. Geraldo says, God, if I were the general manager of Seattle Seahawks, our fans would hate me for not taking a quarterback at all, huh? I don't know about that, Jarrell. I mean, there's a lot of people here that are willing to be patient. They understand. I don't take lesser rands in this draft of quarterbacks. I don't want to take the guys that don't have the talent just because I have the need. I think people to give people credit on this one, I think they're looking at it pretty intelligently. Tony says the Falcons are drafting a defensive end in round 1 and a defensive tackle with one of our 2 second-round picks and a receiver with the other. We'll see. That'd be ballsy to wait on the receiver position considering where it is, but We'll see. Kirk, I wouldn't take a player top 10 unless they are a surefire 2-contract guy. You certainly want him more than just that first rookie contract, to your point on that, Kirk. So, yeah, that would be ideal, too. Yui says, draft talent and not need. It's great when they line up, but never pass up an opportunity and adding great players to your roster. Yeah, well said, Yui. And that's where I sit. Don't pass up great players. I think that's what dumb organizations do. And yeah, is it a bit of a bind you might get yourself in that you already have a guy in the position and then we don't have yeah, for the moment. You'll figure your way through it, though. You'll find your way through it. Yeah, I agree. Especially if you're a team like us that are needing some help. Needing a lot of work. Needing a full refurb. Sam Z says, I don't get the 3-4 hype. You don't get the 3-4 hype, or you don't get that we're going to be running more 3-4 looks? Because Clinton Hurt spoke about in his press conference that we're going to run more 3-4 looks. So it's absolutely going to happen. Jarrell Lewis, the day Seattle traded for Jamal Adams, I was hyped. Then I saw how much they gave up. Tom Cox says, best player available is what I think Seattle needs to do. Maybe copy what the Rams did before they got McVay. Agreed. Zorn76 says the 3-4 defensive scheme will be a disaster for the Seahawks. Interesting. It's possible. It's possible. They're definitely trying to rejigger it in one off season, which isn't easy to do. Sometimes that's the way you got to do it, though, if you're going to make the change like this. But maybe expecting the success next year of one change might be a bit much when you're moving around like that schematically wise. John, I keep hearing that it will not be a pure 3-4, but a hybrid with both 3-4 and 4-3 looks, depending on the team and situation. Yep. Correct. Which is awesome to hear. I mean, this is what I'm really hopeful that it's, you might have certain weeks where you play almost wholly 4-3 and certain weeks where you might play more 3-4. If you're playing an offense that struggles against 3-4, run out the 3-4 looks. Playing an offense that struggles against 4-3, run out the 4-3. I think it'd be awesome if Seattle employed more of that. This would be the opposite of what they've done in recent history, which is that we're just going to we're going to run out what is our scheme. We don't care what you are offensively or how you're built to go at defenses. We're just going to do what we do and we'll figure it out. This is more of what we see the Patriots do, which is change their game plan week to week. And I think it can bring a lot of success because you already have your players at a talent level, but now schematically you're giving them a bit of an advantageous position in that they're going up. Let's say you're going up against an offense that struggles this week in a 3-4, and you've been running a lot more 4-3, but now you transition that 3-4, and that same offense that maybe is gutting 4-3 defenses now goes from running into you in that 4-3 scheme to the 3-4. Man, there's so much to that could be great if they really can make it work. As we're talking about above there's a little bit of resistance here to believe that they can do this off in one off season, but they're going in the right direction. This is where, if I'm an NFL defense, I think you should be drawing to. Be more multidimensional. Don't be just housed into one little thing of what you can do try to do a bunch of multiple different things. It makes it a little bit harder because now you got to build the roster in a multitude of different ways. You need corners that can run man. You need corners that can run zone, right? We need a 0 tech, but then we're also probably going to need some 3 techs. We need guys that can stand up on the outside and pass rush, but then we're also going to need to see guys that can put their hand in the dirt and rush from the defensive end side of things. So there is definitely a degree of difficulty on this one, which isn't the easiest. It's high dive with 3 turns, a flip, and a twist at the end, and no splash. But I like it from the standpoint of strategically and schematically. Terrell Lewis, there's a trade for Kyler Murray at some point before the regular season. I can feel it. Houston was the team that I've wondered on this one. To your point with that, Jarrell. Houston just sitting there at that position. They've got the cap space. They obviously aren't sold on their quarterback situation. Their fan base needs a win. Kyler is from Houston originally, or not Houston, but he's from Texas, I believe, originally. Might have even been Houston. I always thought that could have made some sense if Cardinals feel like this situation is going to just evolve and Kyler's going to put his little tiny foot down And it's such a tiny foot, you can't actually hear when he puts it down. You know, when you put your foot down to try to get everybody's attention. Kyler does that, and it just comes off like this. It's like a tapping on the desk. He wants it to be thunderous, but it's just I'd say it's like a hobbit hitting the ground, but hobbits at least have the big feet. So it's like a ballerina trying to stamp the ground. It just doesn't work, you know. It doesn't work on that little build of that guy. Sean Proper says, do you think that the Hawks may have a handshake deal with Dwayne Brown and Geno, not to tip their hand draft-wise? I don't think so, Sean. So there's not really a reason to just have a handshake deal in place and not just sign them. Or maybe you're thinking they have a handshake deal of if we don't get this guy drafted in the draft, then we'll sign you. Maybe. That's a hard sell on a player, I would think. I think the player would be like, oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, no, I'll sit here in the pocket. I'll sit in your pocket. Hey, guess what, guys? I just signed with this other team. Yeah. Nobody puts me in the corner and tells me to wait. You know, I would think that they would have more of that, maybe not Geno, because Geno's not exactly dealing with anything, you know, who else is going to sign Geno? But certainly in Brown's case, where there's at least a moderately warm market for him, I would think. Not big money, but at least some people there. Tom Cox, thinking about level of competition, I also like last season with Corral of Ole Miss versus the SEC teams, or Pickett versus ACC teams like Clemson. Yeah, it helps to have that kind of competition level that you're looking at. Sure. I don't think it should be the end-all be-all, but it definitely does help. Some of these offenses, too, I'll say this with it, Tom, you know, some of these offenses in the college scheme are so fit to just let the quarterbacks just hike, throw it, hike, throw it, hike, throw it, hike, throw it. Especially look at Coral, where everything's off the RPO game. It's, you know, play action to the running back, read, throw. Play action, throw. Play action, throw. But yeah, it is better metric than, let's say, Malik Willis at Liberty going up against Toledo's. And, you know, as I like to tell Brandon, you know, when we talk about this stuff, it's the difference between having a guy who's going to go up against guys who are playing on NFL Sundays and another guy who's going up against guys that are going to be accountants and lawyers and insurance salesmen. Jarrell Lewis says these quarterbacks are projected way too high. Agree with you, man. I agree with you. Sam Z says Giants might draft 2 linemen. They might. I think that when they should tip their hand early this offseason saying we need to help out Daniel more. I think it was specifically looking at the offensive line, and they haven't done it in free agency. So if you haven't done it in free agency and you're saying you're going to try to do something with your young quarterback, that probably means that you're going to try to accomplish that in the draft. John Ruiz says guaranteed somebody is going to overreach for Willis in the first round, maybe Ritter as well. Yeah, I would, John. Both those two guys I think are going to end up going in the first round. I think one of two of, if not both as well, of Sam Howell and Pickett also end up going too. I think you see at the very least 3 quarterbacks going in the first round. Jarrell Lewis, Kayvon Thibodeau could fall. I don't know how far, but he could fall. He could. I think when the rubber meets the road on that one, he ends up going top 7. Donnie Clark says Seattle will get Matt Corral. Maybe. I'm going to struggle. You guys are going to have to talk me into that one. Tom says, but it depends on who quarterback. If I can have Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, it's better than these rookie quarterbacks. Unless stats have regressed as regression, then trade him. But now most teams will be less patient with these rookies. Yeah, true. Jarrell Lewis says also, if Aquano falls to Seattle, they should definitely take him. 100%. Tom says, I want to trade back from 9, but close enough to get a game changer. I don't care who's the player. London, Hamilton, Linderbaum, Cross, etc. Get multiple talented players. I think trading back makes a lot of sense. 9 to like 16, 17, pick up an extra late second round pick, let's say. I think that makes a lot of sense. Dana W says, Michael Clemens is a guy Rob Stanton wrote an article about. I hadn't heard of him either, but would love him in the 3rd round. I'll take a look at him. I'll take a look. I gather. I hadn't heard about him either. I'm starting to get into these like kind of the diamond in the rough types now. I've gone through the top end of the town. I'm like in about 4th round range now, 5th round range on some guys. So I'm starting to get through my deep list here. Tom Cox says, anyone want to get David Bell of Purdue? I did look at Purdue. I think I looked at David Bell. David Bell. So David Bell, 4.65 40, 33-inch vert, 4.57 shuttle. Not the greatest of times there. Really, really great route runner, but with the speed, explosion scores on him, it's going to take him back a little bit. He gets open off script a lot. Gets every last yard he can get after the catch. You know, he's got some he's like a poor man's Calvin Ridley, Amari Cooper type guy a little bit, if you look for a comp on him, but he should go much further in the draft than those two players went. I think he's probably a fourth round guy. I think that's where I got him. I might have had him even up did I have him up in the third round? Oh, wait, I had him up in the third round, did I? I might have had David up in the third even. I might be higher on him than even I'm thinking I was on him. He's a good receiver, just not very slow. But Daniel, I'll check out that Michael Clemens. Jarrell Lewis says, when Ajabo gets healthy, he's going to be a beast in the NFL. You better believe he will be. But will he ever get back to full health again? Those Achilles injuries, that's the question. Arco Thunsaurus says, from doing too many mocks, I can tell you that not having more third-round picks is the weakness of the draft. It would be nice to get some more of those, Arcothaurus. To me, it's what's more important, taking the best player available at 9 or adding an extra second-round pick and then picking 7 or 8 spots later. I'll take the latter for your reason. As much as I do like the guys at the top end of this draft, I do think that you're looking at the meat of this draft being in that second tier. And the third round is absolutely, the whole third round is a part of that. So if you can add more second round picks, if you can add more third round picks in this draft, it's a smart way to go because you're coming out of that with at the very least starters. So the more of those picks you have, I mean, I'm not going to say guaranteed, but as close to getting to guaranteed starter type players you're getting at that point, you're getting. So the more picks, the merrier there to make that happen. Why do I says, in trying to find a bright side to this year, it's nice to have all this draft capital. We will have a team full of young players looking to make their mark in 2022. Just release them, Pete. Let them go, man. Let those young guys cook. Let those young guys go out there and learn the ropes. You're right. It's hard to see this next year going, we're going to be competitive. We're going to be great. We're going to be awesome. It's going to probably take us a year to get around to where we want to get. So let's let this develop. Let it develop slow. Let it develop gentle. Let it develop easy. And if you do that, then you get the returns on it that much more faster, even a year from now at that point. Jones would be a beast for the Seahawks. Jones. You mean receiver Jones? Dribble Orb says, I think they move back a couple of times and pick up another second and third. That'd be nice. Jarrell Lewis says, I have a feeling all our rookies this year will go off, laughing out loud. I don't even know who we're taking yet. That's all right. Good to have gut instincts. Tom says, unfortunately, I didn't really see much of Magic when he was in his prime, but it was the same with Bird too. By the time I got to watch basketball, it was Jordan, the Glove, Kemp, Reggie Miller. I came in right at the end as a young man watching him play. And they could do anything on a basketball court, and they were so inventive and imaginative in their approach to the game. Both Bird and Magic, in a way, players hadn't been. They took the game out of stagnation, and they took it to more of an in Magic case to more of a high tempo attack, in Bird's case into a place of shooting and that being especially with some depth, along with all the things Bird could do, but. They were fun, man. Grandizer 12 says, be careful, Brandon. Your comment of keep your head on a swivel in Florida might get people to attack you like they attacked Adam Schefter. Ugh, laughing out loud. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are in this day and age. I can sometimes sense the sensitivity out there. You got to dance around it, but With Shefty, he's got to share some other things too, I think, that have accumulated with him over time a bit. But I'm not one of those, I'm not a pro clutcher. John, I hated the Bulls and Lakers, but Jordan and Magic were great. They were. Why do I want to see many different things done to get the ball to DK? There are a few defenders in the NFL that can match his size, speed combo. Seattle needs to focus the weapons they have. DK, Penny. Agreed. Why do I? I think it's what you've got to try to do schematically with DK is find a way to peel off some of the double teams on him. And I think that you mentioned with Penny, that's the quickest, easiest approach to accomplish that, is that you get Penny to really be a difference maker at the running back position with the line, run blocking like they can. You drive that safety up into the box, and then maybe you free up a few more of those double team looks. You get him some single coverage at that point, which he feasts upon. But you've got to, that's where it begins for me, is finding a way to get DK pulled out of those double teams. Get him back into more single team coverage as much as you can drive from a schematic standpoint. Sam Z, how much Gino want? Gino's getting a veteran minimum deal, Sam, and he's going to need to be thankful for that. Cat Lady says, hey, Brandon, have you noticed that Baker's initials are BM? Just saying. I hadn't, Cat Lady, but, sometimes things fit. Isn't that, what is that? That's not numerology, but that's, isn't that numerology? I guess that's numerology on that case. We'll apply it there. Chris Smith, I hope that Locke can be a stud. I'd like to just draft an offensive line to make an evaluation for anyone who is eventually our guy to be successful. Period. Me too, Chris. With me, I've hammered nothing but this offensive line for quite a bit of time. I'd love to see them really deal with it this year. I hope they finally do. And don't get cute with it. I think they very well could, though. This team has shown a willingness in the past. I mean, the highest selection our Seahawks have had in the 11 years of drafting here with Schneider and Carroll has been the Russell Okung pick, which was a left tackle pick, and which was at a time when you desperately needed a left tackle. So they've been down this road before. They've made the smart choice. They made the no-brainer choice. They didn't overthink it. It tends to be when they get later in the draft that our Seahawks have a little bit more problems. Later in that first round specifically, where they seem to have issues. Drew Lewis says, I really do like Drew Lock. It's a nice change of scenery for him. Noah Fant probably said it to be nice, or he generally meant it. Drew Lock has potential to be the franchise guy. Well, even if he didn't have to say it, even if he's just trying to gloss things up a bit on Fant's part, it's still encouraging to hear Fant say it, to your point. So I liked hearing it. We'll see what Drew's got. I'd like to let him outride. Let's see what he can do with. I'm much more in favor of that than going and taking a quarterback in this particular draft. Sean Maney says, if Drew Lock was coming out in this draft, where would he go? I think Drew Lock, if he was coming out in this draft, would go my gut instinct on this is he would be the second or third quarterback taken in this draft, but he would still be taken in the second round. Maybe the top of the first round. Maybe. But he's got more years of production than Willis had. His combine marks, I think he would have gone in this particular draft still in the second round. Drew's got a lot of talent, and he not only a lot of talent, he had a lot of years of production before coming out. It wasn't just a one-year wonder type situation like you get with Malik, like you get with Cody Pickett. A little bit kind of like what you get with Sam Howell, who had a drop-off this year from his really good year the year before. I put him out there. Whitey White says, huge NBA fan in the 80s. Many fans have not seen brutal the NBA, how brutal the NBA was in the 70s and 80s. I know Steph is a top shooter, but he would be landing on his ass after every shot against teams like Detroit. It was a different sport back then, man. A lot more brutal, a lot more rugged. You could say it's a little more skilled now, but it's one of the reasons why it's very hard to make comparisons between players in the NBA between different eras like that. It has really changed when you softened up some of the stuff defensively speaking. Paul Susia, who do you think is the best talent evaluator on mock drafts? I probably lean towards Daniel Jeremiah between just what he's looking for and being connected in the league. I think Schrager's one of the best for being just connected to the league, and putting out mock drafts are based off of what he's just hearing, but he's not necessarily the evaluator type with it on that. So I guess Jeremiah would be probably the main one that I would look at. Chris Smith says, Tom Cox says, do you think that Pete Carroll's son might be a better coach and evaluator than Pete is? Maybe Pete retires and his son takes over as head coach. Maybe Pete copies Bruce Arians. I don't think so. No, Tom. And I hope that doesn't happen. I'm not a big backer of nepotism. I'm not a big believer of nepotism helping you get forward in a sport. And quite frankly, I think that there's too much nepotism right now in the NFL as it is. And I think teams are getting a little bit lame with it, quite frankly. Chris says, Drew, I think, needs time in the right system. Run first Carroll model could help him a lot. It could, Chris. He's got a lot of talent, man. There's a lot there to work with. So big arms, got some mobility, not a willingness to throw into tight windows. Sometimes that's going to bite him on the ass, but he's willing to do it. I'm open to giving him a shot. Matthew Smith says, trade DK. Tom says, only way I go after a quarterback is if I have an idea that he turns into a Mahomes or Allen. I don't see a quarterback close to that coming out in this draft. There isn't one. And I agree with you. If I got a guy coming out, I do want to have a guy with upper level talent if I'm picking in the top 15 a quarterback. I don't think you should be trying to talk yourself into a guy going, well, he's limited here and his motion's all over the place and I don't love his decision making, but he can kind of move around in the pocket a little bit and he's got a real explosive arm. That's not enough to make me a top 15 pick. Jarrell Lewis says our defense can be top 10 this year. Certainly, they put the majority of their assets in free agency this offseason and recent draft capital into that side of the football. So the talent's there to do it. They just got to get it to all come together. Day Hattel says, who's the most likely to fall to us? Evan Neal, Thibodeau, Sauce, or Ekawanu? I think the most likely to fall to us is Sauce Gardner. I don't think the tackles are going to last. Thibodeau would be the second most likely. Sam says our defense can be number one. I love it, Sam. Bring that confidence. Hell yeah. Sam says anybody can do it. Here's an unpopular opinion. Kyle Hamilton would be a good pick at 9. He'd play every down, being a Sam nickel combo. That kid can ball. I've been saying for a while, Whitey, I can't pass on him. You're my number 2 guy in the draft. You're my number 2 guy in the draft. I don't care if it's the safety position. I don't care if we have 2 safeties we're already paying. I can't turn it down. The thing that does open it, though, are the points that you make. It's not that he's just a safety. It's that he could play will linebacker in a 4-3. He could play nickel cornerback. And look, we played a couple of years ago nickel 70% of the time when we had Justin Coleman here a couple of years ago. And I think he'd be the best nickel on our roster instantaneously. So, yeah, I don't turn it down. Tom says, honestly, Seattle should have changed the defense in 2017 after the Legion of Boom left, but it comes down to who is on the team defensively. You're right, Tom, they should have. I think this is a little bit why Carroll referenced this offseason, that we've been a little bit arrogant here recently, just doing what we've been doing, and we need to change some of our ways. I think a little bit of that arrogance he talked about is the lack of moving off of his old defensive standard and moving to more of an innovative scheme, more of a modernized approach. And I think they've finally started to learn that lesson this year, but it is coming a couple years late, that's for sure. Jack Turner says, who do you think will replace Pete when he eventually retires? Do you think it's someone in-house, or would we look for an external hire? I'll give you, I guess, 2 answers on this, Jack. If we're talking about in-house, probably a Sean Desai guy is the guy that makes a lot of sense, as this just sort of plays out naturally to type, which is he's on that ascension to get there, and he's going to arrive at that ascended path of being ready to be a head coach right about the time Pete's probably about ready to retire. So there's a lot of this that makes sense in saying that's the answer. I will say, Jack, that we tried this a couple years ago, 10, 15 years ago, with Coach Holmgren and Mora. And Mora was going to be the secondary coach for a year, and then Holmgren was going to be out the year after that, and it was all known, it was all agreed upon, and it was very clunky. It didn't really work. So I don't think it really works to have the guy in-house that you're just going to rely upon. You probably will eventually look towards an external hire outside. Sean Payton would be great if you can pull him back in a year from now as a guy that, hey, what about Payton? What about making a trade to bring in Payton over here? I'd like him. Outside of him, Lincoln Riley in a couple years after he turns USC into a blockbuster. How about that? I've always liked me some Lincoln Riley. The Iowa coach is an interesting guy on the rise. I think his name's Campbell. He's a guy I might take a peek at. Somewhere in that neighborhood. C. Hick Rocket says, Coral ran so much RPO that it's hard to project him in the NFL. Yeah, agreed. It does make it a lot harder with him. I mean, it is purified RPO with Coral. Pistol, read option, RPO, RPO, RPO. And it's all, and the majority of the RPO game is off of one read. So you don't have him processing through reading a defense. It's fake it in the gut of the running back and then come back to the slant route over here. Now he's got a really quick delivery and he's got a lot of pop on his ball in that 15-yard period. So they could afford to run that offense that simplified this year. They could afford to him be successful with it that way. But I don't think that that's going to work at the NFL level, just doing that same thing over and over and over again. The NFL will take that away from you. What do you have as your backup plan? And I don't know what Coral has as his backup plan when the short stuff is taken away from him. Jarrell Lewis says, I've done a few mock drafts. I just can't seem to take a quarterback in this draft because you're doing the right thing, Jarrell. Your head's in the right spot, buddy. That's why. Thomas Jefferson, Thomas says, as a lifelong Bears fan from Chicago, should I just give up and accept we're garbage water? Should I pick a new favorite team? Oh, Tom, I'm sorry, man. Look, you got one of the most famed defenses of all time, monsters of the Midway, Butkus, Gale Sayers. You've got too much of a rich history to get caught up in recent lack of success. I did not like your head coaching hire this year. I thought it had all the imagination of a Michael Bay film. I know why you're struggling, dude. I do. I will say this. Don't get too far down on Justin Fields yet. I talk a little bit on this channel. I talk a lot on this channel about when you go to look for your future quarterback, the position we find ourselves in, don't get the cart before the horse. Get your offensive line right, and then go get your quarterback. Now, unfortunately, because your Bears are the Bears, they went there and they got that cart far out ahead of that horse this past year with Justin Fields. Part of that was driven by the fact they had no idea they were going to have a chance to land a guy that was truly a top 20 first-round quarterback talent and be able to pick him in last year's draft where you guys were starting out picking 20 in last year's first round. So it was a little bit of we had no idea we're going to have this kind of amazing opportunity land in our lap. We have to jump, and they jumped. But now the next step of that process, Thomas, should be in a place that would provide me trying to provide you encouragement for your team moving into this future is if now they start to really build the offensive line. Really start to build it now, right? I think Tevin Jenkins come last year over there as an early pick that they brought in. Continue now to add to it. Put 2-3 picks to the offensive line this year, this draft. I know you need some receivers on the outside. You just lost Allen Robinson. I don't care. Get the offensive line right. Keep Fields from developing bad habits while also allowing him then to continue to develop around that. And then you'll get the returns on that. You never know what happens in that division, man. Detroit's not legitimate. The Vikings are in kind of no man's land, and the Packers are one Aaron Rodgers injury away from being not good. So you never know in that division. You're not like the AFC West or the NFC West or the AFC East or the AFC North. It's one of the upshots of playing in a lesser division. So have faith, Bears fan. Have faith. Daniel W. says, Matt Corral's like Drew Brees 2.0. The next year we recruit Sean Payton out of retirement to replace Pete with his new age Drew Brees. Does that sell you at all? It doesn't for this standpoint, Daniel. Why did Drew Brees work? Why was Drew Brees so prolific in New Orleans versus San Diego? Why do I think there's certain quarterbacks like Drew Brees or Matt Ryan that need to remain in a dome? Why is it that the Colts jumped to the head of the class to go trade for a guy, Matt Ryan, who's played his whole career in a dome and now will continue to play his whole career in a dome? Or you have a guy like Brees that plays in a warm weather area like San Diego and then plays in a dome stadium. It's because guys with limited arm strength, especially limited arm strength pushing the ball deep down the field, need the comfy, cozy conditions of a climate-controlled arena in order to not have to be throwing against the elements, be it in the rain or be it with the wind. Two different elements that you get quite a lot here in our stadium. And when you saw Brees, and we saw Brees a couple times in Lumen Field, CenturyLink at the time, having to throw in poor weather conditions. There was a playoff game there a couple of years ago that was just awful conditions, and he couldn't do anything. He didn't have the arm strength to push it through those conditions, and the Saints were basically cooked from the start of the game all the way through. They made some last desperate hope at the end, but that wasn't enough. So when you get him in these conditions with that marginal arm strength that's not had the same sort of test throwing down in the nice comfy conditions of the South throughout the course of his college career, you're going to see the ball come out of his hand. You're going to see him look a lot differently as a quarterback in those kind of conditions, in my opinion. So it just doesn't sell it on me from that standpoint. It just doesn't quite. Mark Death07 says, no quarterback at 9. Hopefully, no quarterback in first at all. I hope not. Terrell Lewis, the center from UW, with our last pick, can be good. He can be. I like him. Good player. I mean, again, if you're talking about later on in the draft, obviously, I've got him, I think, in the 5th round. Luke Wattenberg. MJ Daniels, Hawks already have Locke. I don't see any better quarterback I would pick in the first 2 to 3 rounds. The Hawks need to rebuild the lines on both sides and depth in the backfield. MJ, that's what I'm saying too. That's where my mock draft led. 3 of the 3 picks in the first 2 rounds of my mock MJ, 2 were offensive line, 1 was defensive tackle. So we are of like mind. Tom, honestly, it's the same with Seattle. Seattle hasn't really gotten players on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Correct? Yeah. Jared Johnson, David Bell was who Brock Heward said would be the best wide receiver in this draft. I like him a lot, man. Like I said, he's got some in his route running, and the way he creates separation in his route running is very unique. There's a lot of freaks in this draft that might. Drake London doesn't really create separation. He's a contested catcher. Wilson, who's just an acrobat at the high point of the catch, right? He's just going to out jump you a little bit, and through athleticism and body control make the catch. You got Jamison Williams, pure burner. Treylon Burks, who's got a little bit of the bully body out there at the receiver position. He'll out physical you. With a guy like David Bell, it is done with route running, and he is unique in that aspect of it. Sky Moore is like that too. But 4.65 to think he's going to come out of this draft as the best wide receiver, I've got to disagree with Brock on that one. I got to disagree pretty ardently with Brock on that particular one. I love Brock's opinion, but that one he's missing me on that one. Tom says, I honestly have a feeling Seattle will not go after Breece Hall, Walker, or Haskins. That the running backs I want, the last player they drafted, I wanted was DK. I don't think so either. I don't think either of those guys will be. I could see Haskins because he's later in the draft, but because Hall and Walker will be picked probably in the 2nd round, I don't think Seattle pulls that trigger. Daniel W. says, last thing I'll say on Clemens is he got suspended 1 season for possession of firearm plus marijuana in Texas and injury another year. Otherwise, he's a 1st-round player available in the 3rd round, worth a shot. I'll take it, Daniel. He's at the top of my list, man. I will take a look at this Michael Clemens you speak of. This Michael Clemens. He's on my list, man. So by the next live stream, I'll have a breakdown, a report. We'll do it. Gerald Lewis says, maybe I'm too optimistic, but I can see this team shocking everyone this year. Gerald, it's possible. Football's that way. Football always has surprise teams, right? Like they say there's always like 4 teams every year that made the playoffs that don't, and 4 teams that didn't make the playoffs that do. I mean, this is a sport that allows this wide variance year to year of performance. And while the best teams tend to remain the best teams because they're smart in drafting and how they spend money, this is the first year that you've had in years that you haven't won more games than you've lost. Coach Carroll, I think, knows at the very least how to coach a team to at least a mediocre state, even with talent deficiencies. So let's say, he gets more out of a lack of talent. He's a kind of coach who could do that, I think. I don't know if he always gets the most out of the top shelf talent when he has all his top shelf talent. Well, that's another argument on that. But you never know, Gerald. You never know in this sport. That's part of what makes it so much fun. Devin Martel, so you'll be okay if we trade our first round pick? Just planning ahead. I want us to have a happy draft here at the Hawks Nest. Ha ha ha. Devin, I'm making some peace with myself this year. I'm making promises with myself. I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm going to be positive, Brandon, this draft. Okay. I'm going to be complete, sunshine and roses, and everything we do draft day is going to be awesome this year. I'm not getting in my feelings. I'm not going to lose my shit like I have last couple of drafts. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I've lost my stuff. Okay. Lost my head a little bit. Wasn't the greatest of looks. Okay. I'm going to own it. I'm going to own that. But I'm going to try this year. I'm going to try real damn hard to be the shepherd. Darrell Lewis, maybe draft a running back so we don't get Rashad Penny and Chris Carson injured again. Should really involve all our running backs, not just Carson and Penny. Agreed, Darrell. I've long said I want to go for more of a stable. I want to go for more of a what they call a Cerberus approach. Cerberus is, of course, the three-headed dog from hell that literally guards the gates of hell. I want that as my running back room. Rather than one bell cow back, give me a Cerberus. Give me a three-headed rushing attack. Used to do it back in the days. There were Super Bowl teams like a Giants team around the 90s that won, Washington at the time, Redskins team that won at the time, that had the three-headed running back system going. It wasn't just one guy. They would work in different guys with different skill sets, with different styles, and the defense could never quite get really a full bead on them. John Ruiz says, just for once, I would like to see Pete and John draft normally, predictably, rather than reaching for some guy who shouldn't be drafted until like the third or later rounds. Collier is a good example. I'm with you, John. I'm with you, man. I keep waiting for some. Just don't overthink this, guys. Do the right thing. Do the straightforward thing. But they've gotten cute in recent drafts. I think the thing that maybe will make it interesting this year on that front of things, John, is if Schneider has more power wrestled over from Carroll and he's able to dictate more of this draft, he's able to listen to more of the scouts, more so than maybe Carroll did in recent years past, as we had heard reports where the scouts were a little disenfranchised at times, feeling like some of their work was not being listened to because, Carroll just goes with his guy and he throws out all of their opinion because he's been in the sport for 50 years and he knows better. Why do I, says America Today, man. I'm super progressive, but fake woke ticks me off. Marv Albert tried to eat a woman. People are all good with that now. Schefter sends out an insensitive tweet. Hitler. Yeah, I do too. Why do I? It stymies things. And one of the places that I think it harms and hurts is like comedy. And you listen to comedians talking about this, and I think that they're a little bit of the canary in the coal mine here as far as this type of situation where it's just, people have gotten so sensitive, and it's like, don't be so sensitive, just deal with it. Deal with it. It does suck because sometimes I find my stuff where like I want to say stuff on this channel, sometimes just be funny with it, but I gotta like stop and hold my wait, is some 1% of the chat gonna take this in completely the wrong way and get buttered over this? And then you end up like, oh, being quiet, I don't want to get people pissed. Gerald Lewis says the cat's chilling back there. Oh, she is. She's out. She was up on my lap for a while, but she finally gave up, and she's like, fine, you're doing your stupid show. I'll be back here when you're done. Whatever. Dumb, stupid channel. Alexander Matthews, what's up, man? It's good to see you in here. John Ruiz, the only way I see Willis being useful is in a system where you have two quarterbacks, like Slash with the Steelers or Taysom Hill in the New Orleans. With his speed, he could be used in that particular system. He could, John. Though remember with him, he's not a real fast guy. He's like a 4.7, right? 4.72 type guy. He's not necessarily your 4.4 guy or even a Russ speed type dude. I don't know on that one. Jaboy Michael says, I know we just paid Quandre a bag, but if we do get Kyle Hamilton, we could always move Quandre to nickel as he has experience there. You could. It's a little bit of what I was talking about too, Jaboy Michael, with how we could employ, it'd be also embracing what they're talking about doing here, right? You want to have a team that's 3-4 or 4-3 based on the opponent. Well, what if you have an opponent on a given week that might have a bigger slot? Oh, we put Hamilton in the slot this week. And maybe we've got more of a smaller, twitchier guy that we're going to put in the slot this week. Drop in Quandre in the slot there and maybe move Kyle into free for a given week. I mean, this is some outside the box type approaches. I will give you guys that. But to me, a smarter organization, an organization that's trying to be innovative in how they utilize their players rather than being rigid and old school in their thinking, this to me would be a forward way of thinking on it. But he's such a good player. So hard I can't pass on him. Grandizer says nepotism, what Carolina Panthers content creator Pat Coltrane calls nephewtism. I like it. Nephewtism. All right. I'm with it. Mark Fredette says, I'm going off of Corral's arm and accuracy. I say, let's go, but it's got to be the right pick. Definitely not the first round. Yeah, not the first round. And I know, like, Corral's got talent. So Mark Fredette, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the guy's not talented and doesn't have some stuff he brings to the table. I just have a lot of concerns with him. A lot of concerns. And I've watched as much tape on him as any quarterback in this draft, including my QB number 1 being Desmond Ridder, because I think there's a real chance we do select him. Jack Turner, opinion on trading down and picking McDuffie instead of maybe Sauce or Stingley, then using extra picks in either round 2 or 3 to address the offensive line and edge. Oh, great question there, Jack. The team has been pretty, if you're going to play outside with our Seattle Seahawks as an outside corner, they gravitate towards having guys that have 32-inch long arms or up. That's a base metric that they're pretty solid on. Now, Trey Brown had less than that last year. They still selected him. Ugo Madi, who was only going to be a slot-only guy a couple of years ago, they did make the exception to him. So they've gone outside of this a few times. But if you go down most of the other guys on the list, from Deshaun Sheds to Shermans to Byron Maxwell's to Shaquille Griffin's, you look at the corners that they look for guys with 32-inch long arms and usually 6 foot on or up. So when we're talking about McDuffie, of course, he's not hitting those parameters. He's below 30-inch arms, 29 and something, I believe. And if you look at the NFL, pair this with the NFL data, which is those that start at outside corner over the course of last year, right? 32 NFL teams. So that means there's 64 corners that started on the outside in the NFL last year. Of those 64 corners on the outside, only 4 corners had less than 30-inch long arms. This means that there is a very big worry here with a guy like McDuffie that he's going to be kicked into inside only at the next level. I think he's going to get his fair chance on the outside, and he was a remarkable outside corner. He was fantastic for the Huskies, the highest rated cornerback by Pro Football Focus last year in all of college football. And he earned those marks. But that arm length is legitimate. And when there's only 4 guys with under 30-inch long arms that are started on the outside in the NFL, say nothing of guys that are true difference makers with sub 30-inch arms, I think it makes it a little bit tougher to look at him as a guy you'd be targeting if you dropped later back down, Jack. I think that he's off Seahawks board kind of for this reason, as they would probably tell you that they look at him as a slot-only guy, especially within their defense. John Ruiz says if Quandre is at full speed, then it would be unnecessary to move him anywhere but where he has played outstanding since we put him there. Let Kyle play nickel or whatnot. I'm okay with it, John. Like I said, I was doing a little bit more of building your defensive approach to the offense you're playing week in and week out to give yourself some strategic advantages, some built-in strategic advantages that you've not utilized in seasons past because of the rigidity of your scheme and the rigidity of your positional groups and where players have got to play. This guy's left corner, this guy's right corner, this guy's this guy's that. It would be a little outside the box, but I don't know. It'd be interesting. Jack Turner says also Dameon Pierce at running back would be a dream pick, maybe round 4 or later. It's about right for him, Jack. He runs hard, man. He runs as hard as any running back in this draft as Dameon. Guax 2022, what's up, man? Says, forget cornerback at pick 9. Need edge, offensive line, defensive line, more than any cornerback. No quarterback in this draft. Rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. I'm with the Gohawks. I ran my, you can see my mock draft I ran at the start of the show here today. And in my mock, I had 2 of our first 3 picks towards the offensive line and the 3rd pick towards the defensive tackle position. So I am in agreement with you. Daniel W. says, for sure, I am not a fan of Matt Corral. Great point about dome-controlled stadium. Hopefully Saints take him in the first with 1 of their 2 picks. I only like Willis Strong, and Willis will be overdrafted. Agreed. Well put, Daniel. Excellently put, and I agree completely down the line with every comment you just said. So hopefully the Saints make this null and void comment, and they're like, oh, no, he does look like Drew. We'll take him and we'll put him in our dome, and he'll be great in our dome. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome to remove him off the board. Pay Dirt Sports Cards with a $5 donation. Thank you, Pay Dirt. appreciate you, buddy. Everyone very kind today on the chat with the donos. Says, do you think Pete could want Sauce Gardner bad enough to trade up for him? I can see being a Pete obsessed with his measurables might be tempting. No, I don't. No, I don't. And my reason behind this is that the way that they have valued the cornerback position in recent years, no matter what, and we're talking, again, 10 years of drafting data. I mean, when you get to 10 years of drafting data, you've got a lot to operate off of, and you can make a lot of clear distinctions off that data, especially when it's succinct in one direction. And the one direction it's been very succinct on when we talk about the cornerback position with our Seahawks is that they don't pick high for cornerbacks. They've never picked in the first round a cornerback in 11 years. They've never taken a second round cornerback in 11 years. The highest you've taken is at the very back end of the third round, Shaquille Griffin. So if you're in a draft now where you're going to finally take a first round cornerback, I think it's a pretty big, far leap of logic to believe that not only now are you going to take a cornerback higher than you've ever taken in 11 years, you're going to trade a future first round pick for the privilege to do so. I don't think so. And again, factoring in the last part of this, that and understanding we've now reached outside of that range where the top 10 first round picks are cheap, like they've been for about the last 10 years under the old new CBA, under that CBA of like 2012-13, where they then went and said, no, we don't want these quarterbacks coming out of the draft making $150 million before they've even thrown one football in the pros. We want those first rounders to be low. But now with inflation costs and the way that this has grown, now you're paying $10 million a year for Sauce Gardner to also trade future first round capital to trade up in the first round to go get him. I don't think there's anything in this team's philosophy that showed that they'd be willing to do something like that. Devin Martzall's got a mock going. He's got Evan Neal. Love it. Quarterback, he's got Jalen Pitre at 41. Love it. Drake Jackson, edge at 72. You got 4 picks here. So you must have traded back. Wait. How did you? Oh, no, that's third before. Okay. So you got Josh Pascal in the third round. I like it, man, Devin. Awesome draft. Awesome opening draft right there. And PFF should have given you an A. That is A-worthy. But Peter, thanks for the $5 donation. And I do think he would be tempted if it's at number 9 and he's sitting there. Carroll's tempted. Carroll's salivating. Carroll's pounding the table and he's pulling John Schneider by his ears up to his face and he's saying, damn it, man, listen to me. I want the sauce. But I don't think he trades up. I don't think he trades up to do that. Gerald says, it's too bad I work at night. I won't be able to see most of the draft, but I'll be able to see what Seattle does with the 9th. There we go, man. I'm sorry to hear that. There's a couple days of the draft are during the day, though, Gerald. I think the Saturday, Sundays are during the day. John Ray's need cornerback. We don't have a lockdown cornerback and keep getting burned by the faster receivers. No secondary will get you beat. It does hurt. I mean, secondary, outside, once you got past Trey Flowers last year, John, would you say the secondary was as much a problem? Seemed like once you got him out of the secondary, things got a lot better. As well as it's hard to have a lockdown cornerback when you're playing so much zone. We play just a ton of zone coverage. It's hard to be locked down as a zone corner. Mark, not a fan of Corral in the first, but if he's there in 41, let's give him a shot. Seattle Dub 6, they say defense wins championships, but a horrible offensive line makes every defense we play thrive. So as boring as it seems to be to me, a stout offensive line might be exactly where we should focus. Well said, Seattle Dub 6, and this is why I, again, picked 2 offensive linemen in my mock draft. I'll post it up here again so you guys can see. First round here, Charles Cross was my first pick at number 9 overall, right? Then in the second round, I said, okay, now second round, first pick I'll go with Travis Jones, but then my second pick is going to be Daniel Fa'alele. So I'm with you guys. I'm glad to hear you guys are of like mind with me on this. Get this offensive line right. Get this offensive line built up to become a strength of the football team for the first time in some 10 years, and watch what happens. Mark for Death, what quarterback will be left in the third? I won't care if Hawks just take whatever is left in later rounds, honestly. A couple of interesting guys for you would be Carson Strong, of course, out of Nevada with a little bit of a dodgy knee. Chase Garbers, who broke A.J. Burrow's record, I think a 62 touchdown passes. Real touch passer, that Chase Garbers. And how about Akil Glass? I think he's more of a fourth round guy, but he would be available there in the third round as two, Mark Burdett. All interesting guys. Nobody's star power. Grandizer says, be bold, and mighty forces will come to your aid. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. I love it, man. Great quote. Jaboy Michael says, if we F up the Russ picks, I'm going to be so mad. Me too. John Ruiz, we have many needs on both sides. That's why we cannot trade draft picks away. Hope we do not trade down and get either a cornerback or left tackle as well as an edge defensive lineman. Hope we do not trade down. We need another good power running back. There's some good ones in this draft, especially later on, John. Sure. Daniel W., what's a pick that would kill you on draft day? For me is Trevor Penning. Personally, I want Derek Stingley. I believe we could make him the next Deion Sanders 2.0. We elevate all cornerbacks who come here. Definitely could help. Definitely could help. And again, it's going to be hard for a guy to be a Deion Sanders 2.0 in a zone-based scheme like we run. You need to become Deion Sanders. You need to run a lot more man. I think we'll run some more man, and Stingley can definitely do all of that stuff. I love his game. He's very good. Who's the guy that if we're picked would kill me on draft day? Matt Corral's that guy pretty far and away from me at this point. I know there's some people liking Matt. There's some people who don't like Matt. I'm not a Matt Corral believer. I would not be happy with that selection. I don't think he fits to Lumen Field. I think he's going to get injured early on in his career. I think we could do better with that pick. So Corral's for me, the far and away guy that I don't like. Most of these defensive guys in the first round beyond that are being projected up this high. I like kind of all of them. Maybe Nakobe Dean, to give you another name outside of Matt Corral. If you were to select Nakobe Dean in the first round, I'd probably be annoyed by that, Daniel. That would get under my skin. Goax 2022 says, Brandon, positive about this draft? Remember who's picking? Our buddy. Your facial expressions that last few drafts says it all. Good luck, though. I'm with you, but zero faith in this management. It's the effort that counts, right? Go Hawks. It's the intention for me to be positive, not whether I actually end up landing on the positive side of things. If I end up starting out saying the cup's half full, but I end up throwing the cup against the wall and smashing into 1,000 pieces, it's the effort on this one, right? Get paid for the effort, not for the success. They're going to do something. Go Hawks. It's going to become a yearly meme, I think, here. So I know. I am preparing myself for disappointment, but it's going to be hard if they're picking 9. I like so many of these guys at number 9. It's going to be hard. Second round, yes. They can mess it up in the second round, but first round, Daniel W says, why do I wait? Marv Albert tried to eat somebody. Yeah, Marv was really Marv was a bit of a biter, I guess. A bit of a biter, and he got in trouble for it. I don't know. I think why do I was overstating a little bit. I don't think he's actually trying to eat, but laying good bite mark hunks of chewing into people's flesh. Yeah. Marv's got that a little bit in his game. Marv's a little buck wild like that. And he does it with the toupee off, which makes it even more horrific. Pater Sports Cards with another $5 donation. Thank you, Pater. He says, I was hearing that people are thinking that Ikem and Neal will be moved to guard in the NFL. I don't get it. Well, let's deal with both of them. Ikem has got really rough technique, really young player, absolutely maybe the most nasty offensive lineman in this whole draft. And he has those wow blocks that make for a great highlight reel where you're just going, wow, when you get that to the next level, that's going to be impressive. But he's got a lot of raw edges to his game from a technique standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint. Some of this has to do with the fact he's just so young. Kid's like 20 years old. So he's really young. It's going to take him that time to get where he's going to get. I do think he eventually fits out well to tackle, but there are those people that think you could take that nastiness, move him into left guard, and maybe he's the best left guard in the sport a couple years, or he's right there with the guy from the Colts, neck and neck with them, running with each other on that. Neal doesn't fall out in the same way to me. Neal doesn't have a lot of star power there for you at the left tackle position, but he's a pretty safe pick. If he doesn't work for you at left tackle, he goes to right tackle. I don't think that he goes to guard. But Neal also doesn't have some of the wow traits of recent left tackles that have come out and picked very high to where he's going to be picked. And that opens more of the door up to him being moved to a different position. This isn't Micah Becton coming out. It's not a Ronnie Staley coming out to the Ravens, right? These guys picked in the top 10. It isn't as clean a pick on either of these two guys. They're good, but this is the nature of a little bit of this draft in particular. This is why people get to calling this draft too, Pater, a little bit of a weaker draft, I think, is they're more caught up with these top-end names not being as much difference makers as they normally are in recent drafts. There's no way Malik Willis is a 4.35 40 guy. No way. Sean Hines says, Brandon, didn't you learn from Sylvester and Tweety and not allow a cat in the bird's nest? I tried. She's just so damn cute, Sean. She did the cute eyes thing from what was that Mike Myers movie where he's the troll? Whole chat sprites in there. Movie. I can't type. So what was it? The Shrek. So Shrek, remember Puss in Boots and Shrek with the eyes? They'd go to the cutesy eyes. She gave me the cutesy eye, and I had to let her up. I couldn't say no at that point. Grandizer 12, Cerebus, the Hound of Hades. That's right. That's how I want my running back room. The memes alone would be amazing. Gerard Lewis, I wish I trained to be a corner growing up, but where I live, I was one of the taller people at 5'11". Corner's it's a tough position, man. You're out on an island out there. I don't know. It's a scary one being out as a corner. AJ Johnson, the Hawks better use their big picks instead of trading picks. I'm okay with it, AJ. I hope they do. They've got a good track record of picking high when they picked high the few times that they've done it. Don Pritchard says, what about Willis? What you talking about, Willis, Don? He's good. Good player. I think he's going to get a little overdrafted, Don. He's going to be picked a little bit higher than where he should, considering the level of competition he played, some of the rough edges to his game, some of the mechanical things that you're going to need to kind of work out, and it might take a little bit of time to do so. Randall says, I believe Marv knew the woman before the incident. Yeah, he did. That was one of those wild stories back in the day. It's one of those 90s stories. Gerald Lewis, do you think Pete has a little too much influence in Seattle's draft process? Do you think John gets a little annoyed with Pete during the draft? Well, I think that there's a different answer on what we've seen recently in that respect, Jarrell, versus what we're going to see going forward. I think this has been the one place this has changed in the background. The indications are this: if you go to the Seahawks website, for instance, vice president role used to be listed under Pete Carroll. Now it's listed under John Schneider. There have been background rumors that Carroll had a little bit of the drafting and player personnel stuff wrestled from his control and put back into the pocket of Schneider. I do think that where we've gone wrong in our recent drafts, I think have been more landing on the doorstep and on the lap of Coach Carroll and him coming in and implementing himself into the situation and saying, I have the final say on here. I don't care what the scouts tell me. I don't care what you, Johnny Boy, are telling me. I want this to be the pick. And I think that has driven some of our selections in recent history. I would say that a pick like L.J. Collier, for instance, stands out as just that type of selection. The value's not there, Pete. This is the 16th defensive end taken in the first round. He's a third-round guy. We're overdrafting. And Pete going, we need a defensive end. I need pass rush. Well, we didn't deal with it in free agency. He's not going to give you that much. Whatever he's going to give me, give me what he give us. Just whatever. So, yeah, I think a lot of it's come from that. I'm not letting John completely off the hook, but I think Pete's had too much say. John says, so Marv thought he could eat her because he knew her. Something like that, John. Everybody's got their weird kink. Grandizer 12, hey Brandon, thank you for your stream today. Very good insight. I got my Dolphins content creators that I moderate for about to start in 5 minutes. Stay happy, safe, and blessed. 12th man. Well, thank you, Grandizer 12. And hey, Dolphins are on the upswing, man. A lot to feel good about with that team. Tyreek Hill over there, Waddle. It's going to be fun watching that team this year. So appreciate you, man. Randall says, I'm just saying it wasn't a random woman. I believe he wanted to get kinky and she wasn't into it. Yeah. Randall's got it right on this one. And I do believe, as Randall's right as well, I think he was also dressed in lingerie at the same time. Oh, Marv. Oh, Lordy. All right, so if that's 441, I'll believe you, John. He doesn't look 441 on the field, I'll say that. Daniel W. says, from the Marv Albert report, the woman testified that she escaped his clutches after ripping his toupee off his head, laughing out loud. That is like a movie. It's not funny, but it's also hilarious at the same time. It's a dark comedy, Daniel, you know? You know, bite marks and toupees. The story of Marv Albert. Yes! Yes! I'm going for the bite. Yes! Randall says, Stingley scares me. Kind of does me too, man. Liz Frank is one of those injuries that the guys don't always bounce back from. Charles says, there's only been one Dion. His prime is yet to be eclipsed. Well said, man. Very well said, and I agree with you. Bree says, Seahawks need to draft Malik Willis now. Randall, I read that about Ikem too. I think because of his height, more than likely just people finding something to write about. Yeah, and I think too, Randall, what they're doing is, and I might be wrong, he's either 20 or he's 21. And I think, again, sometimes on these young prospects, when the people don't see the refinement that they want to see on there, especially at the offensive line position, that they start really putting marks on them. And I saw this happen last year with Penny Sewell and Rashawn Slater. And everybody starts talking about how Rashawn Slater's so amazing and he's so much better than Penny Sewell. It's like, yeah, there's like 3 years of age difference between the two guys. Penny's 20, Sean Slater's 23. He's had 3 more years in a weight room, 3 more years in developing his technique. Sewell had more freakier attributes to his game with that. So yeah, I think some of them are applying a little bit of that too, and they're not having the imagination of understanding, give the kid a couple more years too. He's not an old prospect coming into the sport. But some of it as well is if those edges don't round out, Randall, if they stay rough, then you're going to probably have to move him into guard. But the upshot there is, again, he becomes a top 3 guard in the sport, which is not the worst of value at that point if you're picking a guy in the top 10. Bud Inlet Jr. Says, what do you think about Eric Barrier? I take a flyer on him in the 7th. I certainly wouldn't have a problem with him in the 7th. I did take a gander at him. I called him a mouse playing quarterback. He's just bouncing around behind the pocket, making time. He looks very, very small. I mean, just barely above Kyler Murray small, and not thickly built. He's sort of thinly built too. He did remind me a little bit of a Seneca Wallace. He has a very quick motion, but it's almost a little too quick. He's got a little bit of the thing going on with Matt Corral, where part of Matt Corral's arm strength down the football field comes from the fact that he's trying to bring the ball right up to his ear and then release it out. And so what Corral's done at some point in his development is sped up his motion by getting the ball up to his ear rather than the pullback that you'll get, right? Rather than the windup you'll get with some guys. So he's got a quick motion, quick release, and he's very accurate with it. Barrier has the same kind of thing happening where he'll just get that thing out real quick and he snaps it out, but there's not a lot of velocity on it, and the accuracy can be a little bit all over the place there with it. But Bud, 7th round, yeah, I'd be fine with that. And he is a mobility guy, which means that I don't have to have him run the full complement of the offense if I'm looking to bring him in as a backup quarterback. Jarrell Lewis, imagine Seattle drafts all the same people I drafted. I'd be shocked, happy, like I'd be glad they decided not to take a quarterback. That would be good. Ahmad Langford, who do you think the Ravens select at 14 and why? Well, let me show you here on my side. Take a look, Ahmad, at my screen. I'll pop up for you the first round that I had up here. So I had your Ravens at 14 taking Trevor Penning. I'm basing this on the fact, Ahmad, I'm hearing in the background that the Ravens are very enamored by Trevor Penning. Very enamored by him. I think there's also a hole there for them to fill in with Ronnie Staley coming back on the left side to get him on the right side. Because, of course, just a year ago, you guys traded away Orlando Brown, who wanted to be a left tackle. He didn't want to go back to the right side when Staley came back, which is why you made that trade in the first place. But I got Trevor Penning. I think even if he doesn't work for you guys at right tackle, he goes right back into a guard spot and becomes one of the better. Him like Ikem Akwanu. Both of those two guys are the two center left tackles in this draft where if you've got to end up pushing them into guard because they don't quite work at tackle for whatever reason, lack of skill, lack of refinement, whatever it may be, they will work as guards. So I've got you guys taking Penning at number 14. Gerald Lewis says, dang, Ikem is as old as me. I suppose so. Charles Riley says, I appreciate Marv's mastery of the mic and will not kink shame within the rule of law. I don't kink shame on him, but I get every right, Charles, to laugh my ass off if it's some wild ass stuff like that. I get my chance to laugh and laugh and laugh. Amari Taylor says, should we get CJ Stroud or Bryce Young? Amari, I've been so deep so far into this draft. I've not yet done my deep tape dive into both those guys like I'm going to need to do to give you a good, honest answer. So I don't have a good answer on you. I have watched a little bit of Bryce Young's tape, but I've passed a little bit of highlights with CJ Stroud. I haven't gotten too deep into CJ. So I don't have a good answer quite yet. Once I get through the end of this draft, I'll start diving into those guys and we'll have a better idea. Because obviously, if we don't get a quarterback in this draft, I better start looking real quickly and real soon at those future quarterbacks because it becomes all that much more important. Randall's goes with Stroud. I've heard good things about Stroud. U2K says Stingley is the real deal. He's an elite prospect. The only question is whether or not he can stay healthy. I do think he's an elite guy. I will say that to your point. My concerns in this to Randall as well is really comes out of that Liz Frank foot thing. The Liz Frank foot thing has hurt some players. It's definitely got guys that were not able to come back from that. And maybe he will. Maybe it's coming along with medical science and all that stuff, but I still am a little bit worried about it. Jarrell Lewis says, how is C.J. Henderson's career going so far? Not great. Got traded from the Jaguars to the Panthers last year and didn't play very well at the Panthers either. John Reese says, at Auburn U, Willis ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. See, John, why didn't he run a 40, though, at the Combine? See, like, if he's running a 4.37, here's my question on that. If he runs a 4.37 at the Combine, he cements himself as a top 10 pick. A lot in the same way of, like, a Kyler Murray did. So when he doesn't run the Combine, right, and doesn't run it at his pro day, as I understand it, then, you go, But I could be wrong on this. I could be wrong. We'll see where he's at. Mark Fredette says, why hate on Marv? He's just a fan of Robert De Niro and Cape Fear, apparently. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Randall, I don't know about those hand times that John's mentioning on Malik Willis. He does not look 4.37 on tape. He didn't run at the Combine. I don't know. I feel like Auburn maybe cooking the books on those 40 numbers. And I do think Wilson's going to need to sit like you do, Randall, on that as well. Bree says the Lions are drafting Thibodeau. Probably Thibodeau or Walker. Mark Tip for death. Willis is going to toss more picks than Jamarcus Russell in half the time. Sean Himes, would you rather have a fifth-year option on an offensive or defensive player for a first-round pick? Not to sit on the fence on this one, Sean, but I think it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. And the reason it doesn't matter is that if you get to a guy who's a first-round pick who's getting through the third year and he's truly earned that second contract at that point, you're going to be forced to pay him. It sounds really cute at times to say, oh, we've got 5 years of club control in this guy, and then we don't have to do anything with him, and da-da-da-da-da-da. But when it really plays out where you have a guy who truly has earned that contract to be paid after that third year, and he was a first-round pick, it's like good in theory that you're going to get him for another 2 years of cheap contract, but it doesn't really work out that way. And so it really comes to a place of the only time you really get to use the fifth-year option is one of two things. Either the guy he's been just a little bit better than average, but not quite good enough to earn that second contract, so you're able to push it through and ride it all the way out. Or let's say he's had a couple of injuries throughout the first couple of years and he doesn't have as much of a production baseline to dictate your need to re-up him prematurely. But I don't think that there's more of a predilection towards the offensive or defensive side of the ball as the fifth year being able to be implemented more often than not on either one or the other. If the guy thinks he's earned the deal and he's in a position to push for it, he's going to push for it and he's going to be a problem about it. Look at Kyler Murray, for instance. Cardinals are thinking, oh, we got the 5-year options on him. Do you? Doesn't look like you're going to get to the 4th year on him. I will say, though, Sean, to give you maybe a little less fence sitting on this one, the quarterback position is the one that I think above offensive or defensive side of that, the quarterback is the one that makes the most sense on. Because getting that guy with that 5th-year option, it may allow the Ravens, for instance, not to have to, even though Kyler's been Lamar's been an MVP guy there for them even, they may have to get away with getting him on his 5th year of his deal and not sign him to a contract extension. So then there are guys like that at the quarterback position that have gotten to that spot. Baker's at that spot now. So that might be the one place I might make a little more of a onus towards trying to get that 5th year is just for the quarterback position. Why do I? Because it's my favorite bit of yours, Jerry Jr., Daddy. I don't think we should pay our second best running back $18 million. Jerry Sr., you hush up, boy. You're only here because I couldn't slip your mama Bolt Bill's name. I got you on this. Why do I? Yeah, here we go. Daddy, I need to talk to you, Daddy.
Hey, what are you on now, boy? I'm busy with something right now.
Daddy, is that another escort? I told you your heart can't take it, Daddy. No more escort.
Shut up, boy. I'm a billionaire, and I'm from Texas. And in Texas, I need an escort. I get an escort. No questions asked.
Okay, Daddy, I'll let you do it this time, I guess.
You let me do what I tell you let me do, boy.
Okay, Daddy, I need to talk about you about something, okay?
What you gonna talk about me now, boy? Huh? You didn't give me Russell Wilson.
Daddy, I told you we got Derek Metcalf. We can't afford Russell Wilson. We got a dead money catch.
Shut up, boy. Shut up.
Daddy, I think we finally got to the point we got to let go of Ezekiel Elliott. He's too expensive, Daddy.
Oh, damn you, boy. I knew you were going to say it. Why are you going to take Zeke from me? Best running back since Tony Dorsett. Since Tony Dorsett, we haven't had a running back like this. And you want to get rid of him?
Daddy, he's not effective anymore. He's not effective. Our second running back's been better than him.
Shut up, boy. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Why did I make you general manager again? What you earned as a general manager? Tell me that. How'd you make your money, Stephen? How'd you make your money?
Daddy, why you been bringing it up like that?
You didn't make your money. I gave you your money. So why don't you shut up over there in the corner, okay? Why don't you find a way to get an extension done for Zeke, all right? I need Zeke's on an extension. I want him a Cowboy. He's going to be a Cowboy forever. How about them Cowboys? Cowboy going to be good because he's going to be here forever. I want him a whole career Cowboy. He going to retire as a Cowboy. We didn't do it with Emmett. We missed it with Emmett. And it was you that made me. You said, let him go. I said, keep Emmett. And you said, Daddy, I can't do Emmett. No, what happened?
I'm going way off on this. Daddy, Emmett wasn't ready anymore. Emmett was done. We had to let him go. He's costing too much.
Shut up, boy. That's how you got me in trouble the first time. This is why we ain't winning Super Bowls. This is why we ain't raising Lombardies. Because you're dumb shit. Shut the hell up. Give me another escort. I'm done with this one.
Daddy, I'm not your escort pimp. Ryan Wilson, TheSeahawksNest, can you explain a bit for some what the 3-4 is on a personnel level? Some of our draft picks might be different for some fans because of the change. Sure. I think the main point that changes on the 3-4 defense for our Seahawks at a personnel level as far as needs go are specifically the nose tackle, which you have to have in a 3-4, is a guy that's going to run nearly 350 pounds, take on 2 blockers, not be moved off the ball, allow your linebackers to run free. I think the second most important part of the 3-4 defense then becomes the edge rushers, the outside linebackers that are coming off the edge. So you need 2 guys that can stand up, that can do a little bit of spot dropping in space, take away some flat routes as far as when they need to be in coverage. But more often than not, you're having them attack downhill from the edge. I think that's probably the second most important thing. Then you've got to get the rest of your defensive linemen rounded out. So you need some 3-4 defensive ends. Right now on the roster here, do we have any 3-4 defensive ends? LJ Collier could maybe do some of that, though how effective he would be at that, I don't think very much so. You're certainly could do some. Shelby Harris can do some 3-4 stuff. So he's got that in his game, in his bag to do a little bit of defensive end stuff from that standpoint of it. But that becomes kind of the second most important factor. And then the next two aspects on top of that, Ryan, would be, of course, you need another middle linebacker to pair with Jordan because you have two middle linebackers now. So we've got to find another guy there. Maybe it's Cody Barton, maybe it's somebody else, but you do need to find a guy in there that can work. And ideally a guy that's probably a little bit better in coverage than Jordan to maybe cover up some of that deficiency in Jordan's game. And then the last thing is if you can find more man-based corners. You're not going to necessarily theoretically play as much zone in a 3-4 scheme. You can do it, but historically speaking, if you're running 3-4, you're more on the attack mode. You're running more of the blitz-heavy nature of things, which means you need more of your corners who can be on an island and hold up there one-on-one, not need a double because your double's gone. The double's coming in on the blitz. So start with nose tackle, outside linebacker. Defensive ends, they tend to need to be about 275, a little bit of a bigger defensive end than the one that you normally have in our 4-3 scheme. So you need a little more stouter guys who can, again, take on blocks, hold up at the point of attack, not get up blown off the ball on double teams. So those are going to be the main places that you need to find some changes in improvements. GoOxo5 says, Thibodeau falls to us, home run. That's our Micah Parsons pick. I'd feel happy about it. Devin Martzall says, damn good Marv Alberts impersonation. Yes! I like to bite. U2K says, Tua's a bust, but Dolphins might have put too much talent around him to let that show. I figure he can be as good as Garoppolo is, so does McDaniel. Yeah, I think that they've done a good job with the way they're roster building here to overcome that, aren't they, Yui? You're right. I still I'm as much out on Tua as you are. But I do think that they put the right elements around him to succeed. And some of being what you are as a football player have to do with your talent and ability. Some of it also has to do with the scheme and the type of talent that's built around you. And I'm just as much out on Garoppolo as well, but he's gotten a very talented team around him to make him look really good. And still couldn't get much past him despite that. But yeah, 100% agree with you there. Michael, how does Jamal Adams fit in our 3-4 scheme? Will they be blitzing him more or sticking him in coverage? Michael, he'll be blitzing more. He'll be around the line of scrimmage in general more often. The 3-4 scheme is what Jamal Adams came from in New York. So where he was an all-pro, a pro bowler, where he was playing and balling out at his best was in a 3-4 scheme. It's when he moved to Seattle, he went to a 4-3 scheme. So he'll be doing more of naturally what he does to get the most out of him. And I would hope that he is able to be a lot more successful when they move to this scheme versus what he's been as they've been trying to ride with him in this. He's just not a 4-3 safety. Not really. Why do I? Thibodeau is the best talent in this draft. After all is said and done, Detroit takes him at number 2. If they don't, go quarterback. If Detroit does, quarterback Thibodeau won't slip past New York Jets at 5. Just my guess. Yep. I think I do have that on my mock to back you up on this. So I have Thibodeau going to the Giants, actually. So I do think they get past the Jets, but that's only because I thought the Jets would be maybe enamored a little bit with Sauce Gardner. But he doesn't fall out of the top 10, let's say that. GoX05 says Albert for teeth. Isaac N says, you got Charles Cross over Jermaine Johnson? No. Well, again, understand, folks, we're not just going to be a 4-3 based defense anymore. So do you think Jermaine Johnson's going to be able to stand up and be an outside 3-4 linebacker? I'm not sure on that. As well as we don't have anybody at left tackle right now other than Stone Forsythe. We actually have some at least pass rushers on the roster right now, but we don't have anything at left tackle. But, yep, that's the way I went. And I don't apologize for it. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, I'm a Schneider guy, but it'd be wrong for me to let him off the hook, regardless of Pete being an ADHD-laden 70-year-old activist. I put Pete at 75% of the blame. I agree with you, Charles. I'm right there with you, man. I'd put Pete about 75%. I'd put John with about 25%. That's about right. That's about the right proportions. So I'm with you, man. And thank you for the donation. Charles coming in with another $5 donation. Thank you, brother. Says, Brando Steve Jones is very much Buford T. Justice's son in Smokey and the Bandit. I love it. When I get home, I'm going to punch your mom in the face. When I'm going to get home, I'm going to punch your mom in the face. It's just how I see their conversations going every day, Charles. I see that family just having discussions like that, where it's just Steven trying to walk Jerry back from some crazy notion that he's got stuck in his craw on a given day. That's how I see the dynamic working. Thank you for the donations, though, brother. I appreciate you. Randall with a $5 donation says, let's say Penny takes off this year and strings together 3 to 4 years of 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. Can you name a player who struggles that much early and then balled? Interesting question. Interesting question. I'm checking some stats here real quick before I bring this one up. Okay, I got one for you, Randall. Okay, now I'll give you this. He had 1,000 yard year before he really balled off, but he really didn't hit his like truly deal until he was into year 5. What about Randall Priest Holmes? Priest Holmes wasn't really given a lot of opportunity with Baltimore, and then he finally went with Kansas City, and he really put up like a 1,500 yard season. How about that as an equivalent guy? Hasn't happened a lot, Randall. I can't think of a lot of guys outside of that started out slow and then it really started to come, especially the running back position, which is one that works the opposite way. The guy bursts on, then he slows down very quickly. But Priest is the only one I can think of. Yeah, he's the only one I can think of that jumps out to me. Thank you for the donation, though. You guys are very kind. John says only a couple of quarterbacks like Michael Vick, Robert Griffith, and Fields were running in the 4.4s or less at 40 times at the combine. Yeah. But I mean, even if, Wells comes in and runs a 4.5, I think people are still impressed by it. Just to not run I don't know. It raises questions to me when they don't run, just not running at all. Again, I really want us to trade down this year and pick up another second round pick if we can. Me too, Isaac. Me too. Larry Coleman, Seahawks Show, says, is there anything going on with Baker? Laughing out loud. All's quiet on the Baker front. All is quiet. John says, even if Willis is fast, you don't hear me saying we should draft him in the first round because in my opinion, he's still a project and a reach in round 1. Third round, maybe. Still like Ritter better. Me too. And I do like Willis, and he might be that fast, John. So I just go off kind of what I was seeing with tape where it looked to me more it looked more of, good, but not sensational, not like lightning fast, especially if we're drawing comparisons to Lamar or a Kyler with him. B-Russ, how many wins do you have us at this year? I see 7 is likely and 9 being the best case and 4 worst case. I probably go with your assessment on it, B-Russ. 7 wins seems about right to me. I think with our easy schedule, we'll probably get 7 out. UGK says Baker would be a great option once Browns cut him. Not until then. There we go. Consumer 114. Hey, Brandon. God, I hope the 49ers cave and sign their wide back with very average hands and major injury concerns, $30 million a year after 1 year production. And they say DK is a diva. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, those folks you were saying, to your point of that consumer this offseason, is DK being a diva? Look at the divas out there. Look at a guy like Debo that scrubs his social media profile to get his money. Have we heard anything? Have we heard boo from DK about getting paid or want to get paid or they need to pay me? I need to get my money. They need to show me the respect. He's been quiet. He's been a cool, calm, collected, doing what you would hope a pro would do in this situation, letting the process play out in the background and letting it go where it's going to go. So, good point on that one. And, the Niners are in a pickle here. You got Trey Lance eating up his cheap rookie time, right? You don't know what you're going to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. You don't have your certain starter there. You got to pay Deebo Samuel. And don't forget, by the way, there's a guy by the name of Nick Bosa, who's also going to want to be paid every bit as much of his brother got paid, which was about $28 million a year. So they could be landing in a territory where they're having both the receiver asking to be paid $30 million and a pass rusher paying $60 million. You haven't gotten your $60 million on 2 players, haven't even gotten to your quarterback yet. Might catch them in that little bit of pickle, and I, like you, love seeing it. Adam Kessel, Matt Carroll is just as good as Willis. They're both dual threats, and Carroll is more aggressive. He doesn't have Willis's deep arm. I'll say that, Adam. And there is a bit of a debate on this, but I think Carroll's not got the deep arm that Willis does. But similar in other ways. Huey says, my guess, Seahawks playing a last place schedule will have 7 wins. Yeah, that's about right. Gerald Lewis, all right, I'm going to go. Great stream. It was nice getting some questions out and saying random things on my mind. Go Hawks. Have fun. Good night. Have a good night, Gerald. I appreciate you, man. Joy Michael says, hey, I'm not really wanting to draft a quarterback at all this year and wait a year because next year's class is very better. It is better. Yeah. I'm with you on that. John Reese says Baltimore isn't letting Huntley go. No, I don't think Huntley's going anywhere. That's their backup for Lamar. And there's a good chance Lamar gets hurt again. Larry says it's not going to hurt to give up a pick for Baker. It hurts in that you've got to give up at the money, Larry. We don't even have $18 million in cap space right now. Even if they eat half of it, we're still having $9 million of our cap space eaten, which effectively eats all of our remaining cap space since we have to allot $7 million of our draft to the first round pick and rookies. So, do you want to give everything up for Baker Mayfield to not sign another single player on the open market? Is it that worthwhile? Not to me. As Adam says below, Baker doesn't get us to a playoff chance. Why waste a good pick on him? Good point by Adam. Why do I? The dude who I think will actually be at 9 is Jermaine Johnson. He is special. To him, paired off opposite Taylor would be the foundation of a great defensive line. I love him a lot. Why do I? He's a bigger cat. A little harder time in standing up and doing some of the 3-4 stuff that you might ask him to do. But I like him from a pass rushing standpoint. Great with his hands. Excellent bend. Good first step quickness. A lot to like in Jermaine's game. Larry says, Seahawks have the money. They're scared to lose it. No, they don't have the money, Larry. They're sitting on $16 million of cap space. If you take Baker in at half the cost of what he's costing right now, which is what the Browns want, is whoever trades for him has to eat $9 million on your cap. Okay, so you have $7 million of cap space left. That $7 million of cap space then has to go to rookies and practice squad players. So you now have zero money to sign any other players just to bring in Baker Mayfield. Walk me through why that's a smart decision. It is something. Randall says Priest Holmes a good one. On that note, Larry Johnson, also Chiefs. Marshawn, kind of, sort of. Yeah, it's sort of. There would never be one like Rashad to such a purified degree, though, Randall. Even these ones we're mentioning as comparisons, they're real kind of general comparisons. Because even these guys, be it Holmes had a 1,000-yard season within his first couple of seasons. Marshawn the same way. So it speaks to the uniqueness of Penny and his ascent, if he can arrive at that ascent. Ryan Wilson says, yeah, I live in KC. Those years of the Chiefs, they always had good running backs. They did. You guys were kicking them out. Between you and Denver for a couple of years there, as every other year, there was another running back coming along that was good. Every single year. I remember Barry Word. Yeah, and Christian Okoye. Nigerian Nightmare is probably legit one of the best nicknames of all time. Agreed, Huey. Sam Z says, who's better, Willis or Bryce Young? I haven't watched enough tape on Bryce Young, Sam. So I got to take the drafts 1 year at a time. It's enough already, all the tape I got to go through on these guys. I can't get a year ahead. Randall says, remember Lamar didn't run a 40 either. I got the sense he was so fast, teams would want to move him to wide receiver. I bet Willis is a 4.45 guy. I guess it can make sense. Yeah, I do remember that. Lamar was worried about them trying to move him to wide receiver. He didn't want to give him any ammunition. Jaboy says, is it bad that I kind of don't want to be very good this year so we can go out and get a quarterback? No, it makes sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me. Huey says Bryce is more accurate. Willis is bigger, faster, and stronger. Bryce will be much higher acclaimed because he's a powerhouse university. It's a good way of putting it. It's a good summation. Ryan says, I think Larry Johnson got gassed early in his career. He had the most carries record in a season. That happens. I think sometimes you can use a running back up. DeMarco Murray had this happen with him with the Cowboys, where they used him up with every carry they could over a couple of year span, and he was done. Once he left and signed his big contract with Tennessee, it was finished. Those guys get used up, man. Running back position is not for the weak. It's not for the weary. It's not for the long-standing. Sean Hines says, I hope the Seahawks don't draft another Rick Meyer and draft a bust of a quarterback in the top 10. Me as well, Sean. It's one of the things they tell you about history, don't they? They say, he who ignores history is doomed to repeat it. And you were driven in that draft by a need. You're driven in that draft by, we got to take a quarterback. And you end up taking that number 2 overall guy. And he didn't have the mustard to get it done. Well said. Ryan Wilson says, HawksNest, who do you see being cap casualties after the draft? I do think that LJ Collier eventually goes, saves you $1 million. I think Jason Myers eventually goes. I can't see why you keep him on the roster at $4 million this year. Just doesn't seem like the value is there to do that. And I still have a hard time believing Chris Carson remains on the active roster at $3.5 million. Those would be the 3 guys that I would say are your likely cap casualties. Just Tags says, I don't want to get my hopes up, but every time I do a mock draft and love it, but I doubt Seattle does anything close to what I like. You're just smartly preparing your soul for the torment that is due to come draft day, Just Tags, and it's understandable. I myself am preparing my own soul in an equivalent fashion. Dan McGuire, Ryan Wilson, there we go. There's another one. Driven by the need to take a quarterback. And that one's painful because Chuck Knox wanted Brett Favre that year. The owner wanted Dan McGuire. UGK says Evan Neal ain't making it to 9. I don't think he is either. Matt Sears says, regardless of the quarterbacks available. Did I miss your comment, Matt? I don't think I did. I think a part of your comment got clipped there, Matt. Danny McCormick says, man, we really got the ammo to trade up if we want to. But do they want to, Danny? In 11 years, you're not once traded up in the first round ever. To me, that speaks to this organization not being willing to do so. That they see that as a little bit of a fool's errand in going that route of a draft. Unless maybe they just love a guy so much. John Brady says, years of mediocrity. The ground chuck years, then Flores. Yeah, that was a tough time. Larry Coleman, Seahawks Show. Brandon, so who is our next quarterback if we can't get Baker? Will Levis out of Kentucky next year. That's our next one. Charles Riley, was Larry Johnson at Penn State back? Yeah, that's right. Correct. Randall says Derrick Henry took a few years. That's part of Henry's. I think, Randall, that's part of why you elevate Derrick Henry a little bit more than other running backs, is that he was this bell cow back just used and used and used for a couple-year period while still being really good and not falling off despite that heavy usage year to year. It's why I think he's going to have a little bit more of a special place, historically speaking, amongst running backs, and even a very direct line of sight to getting to the Hall of Fame, where so many running backs don't have that direct line of sight because there's so many stacked up around that 10,000-yard point. But I think his impact being as strong as it is, as sustained as it's been, I think it's going to elevate him up a bit in that realm. Mason Dale says, what's your view on the positional value of drafting zero techs, specifically in the first round and into the second? High positional value because 3-4 defenses are reliant upon the zero tech to begin things. It's like, where does your defense start? So the 4-3 defense that we were running before, the 4-3 under defense, that starts with your front four generating pass rush. Where does a 3-4 defense begin? The zero tech. And I asked a guy, by the way, who came from one of the preeminent places of 3-4, learned at the ground level of 3-4 defenses in Pittsburgh, being Chad Brown. just did an interview with him about a month ago, right? And I asked him specifically about the 3-4 defenses. And I said, do you agree? Zero tech is the most important part. That nose tackle is the most important part of that 3-4 defense, and it is. So if it's the most important part of the defense, then absolutely it should be in play. If the guy's talented enough to be drawn to be picked there, to be selected in the first or second round. Russell Maryland, Vince Wilfork, these type of guys that have been this way in the past were taken that high up in the first round because that value is necessitated by that. So yeah, it's not a devalued one. Should be a overvalued one, I think. Randall, Henry wasn't a first round guy. I think it took a minute for him to get his footing. It did. That's a little bit of also DeMarco Murray went to the Tennessee Titans, and then they also drafted Henry at the very same time that they signed him to the big money deal. So they were still giving a lot of carries to DeMarco Murray to validate having signed him to a big contract extension. And that was putting Henry behind the 8 ball on that a little bit. UG2K says Rick Meyer was really smart and could really read defenses. He'd drop back and read the defense and make the right decision and then throw the ball behind his receiver by 4 yards. Yeah, accuracy wasn't exactly his bag. That's true. Danny W says, off topic, any thoughts on Julio Rodriguez for the Mariners? Excited for him. Has me excited for the Mariners for the first time in a while. I'm stoked by the kid. I'm glad that they elevated him to the opening day roster. I think people have got to be very patient with Kelnick and Julio. I think people are going to be, especially with Kelnick, very jumpy to get on him if he doesn't start getting going early this year. Give these guys 500 at-bats at the major league level. Give them 500 ABs to figure out who they are, what they are, how they can fight through pitching. The other day I was watching the game where Indians brought in a reliever, or Guardians brought in a reliever, whatever, Defender Guardians. The guy's throwing 100-mile-an-hour gas with movement. It's going to take a while for you to figure out what to do with that. But got a nice big hit the other night to start us off and get us back to win the game the other night. It's always fun to watch these young players develop in baseball and come along as players. You get to grow with them, get to see them just become better and better and better. And it's fun, especially when we got a team stacked up with guys like that, which we're kind of going to start doing a little bit with some of these young guys starting to now add to the major league roster. But like you, I am excited in our Mariners for the first time in a very, very, very long time. I'll be doing some streaming too. If you're not already, of course, Daniel, I've got the Crow's Nest baseball channel I created. So you can find it in my, just look at my channel information. You can find the link, go over there and check it out. Because eventually I will be doing some live streaming at Mariner games this year. UE2K, Derrick Henry was not a first-round pick. I don't think he was a first-round pick. I'm going to double-check this, but I think he's a second-round pick. Am I wrong on that? Yeah, so he was picked 45. So he was a deep second-round pick. Deep second-round pick. Sam Z, Corey Dillon. He's a first-rounder. Basic Dale, how would you feel if the board didn't fall in our favor but left all the wide receivers still on the board? It's becoming more apparent that you need a game changers at wide receiver. Wouldn't expect us to do that, though. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't feel very good about it either. If you had Russ here and you were more back to try and throw the ball around the football field a little bit, that'd be one thing. But you're not going to run the Rams offense. You're not running spread concepts all the time. You're going to run 2 tight end sets a high majority of the time. And beyond that, most of the time you're going to have 2 wide receivers on the field at any given time. So I wouldn't be in favor of it. I think it'd be a little silly considering the type of team they're trying to build now. My opinion. Mason says, did you see some of Seattle's top 30 visits? A couple of them interesting. No surprises on there, but interesting guys. Randall says Corey Dillon's at Seattle OG. Yeah, he is. He was an awesome running back. That guy had some Jim Brown elements to his game. Ryan says, oh, wow, Corey Dillon, that guy that was amazing and then suddenly wasn't. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Corey Dillon ran for 1,000 yards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So that's not a guy with a quick drop off. He started out his career with 1,100 yards. Next year, 1,100 yards. Next year after that, 1,200 yards. Next year after that, 1,400 yards. Next year after that, 1,300 yards. Next year after that, 1,300 yards. He played 16 games, 15 games, 15 games, 16 games, 16 games, 16 games.
I don't know about that one, man. I don't know about that one. He was good for a long time. Long time. Long time.
Randall says, some buddies and I are going to the Mariners game on Friday. Nice. I'm a little jelly, man. Nagasa says, in Reuter's mock, we swap picks with the Jets. Plus 23 first-round pick to get Matt Corral at number 4. That guy's on crack. Yeah, that's big crack smoking right there. That's like 3 crack rock deep. And now I'm going to write an article about Seattle trading up to number 4 situation right there. Put the lighter down. Put the lighter down. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome, brother. He says, gotta suck to be a running back knowing there's just no money in it unless you're a 1%er. I suppose if teams get a great one in the first, just enjoy 5 years. Just enjoy it. Don't expect it to last very long. Don't pay it a second contract. Enjoy what you got for a while you got it. It's going to go fast, Charles. And you're right. It's like less than the 1%ers that can get in that space to do it and have it be where they're still effective for a long period of time. Past just a couple of years. It sucks. I don't have a lot of sympathy for them though, Charles, because it's the position when you're a peewee where you get all the acclaim and fame, so to speak. You're getting all the carries and touches because nobody can throw a football then. And so you've had your chance to go through that in junior high and high school to be the guy, to be the dude. And now you get to the NFL and you're getting the other end of the stick a little bit. But I also think that this is why some guys in recent years have probably driven away from the running back position. This is why you got guys now playing wide receiver that probably 20 years ago might have just been a running back instead. Makes sense. Makes sense. But it's a tough go if you're a running back, man. To your point on that, man, it's not an easy path if that is where you're trying to make your money in. Yui says, I was saying he was a first-round talent, not that he was a first-round pick. Apologies for that confusion. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sean Alexander was a good one for our Hawks, Larry. Just Tag says, thoughts on Troy Anderson as a fifth pick? I think Troy Anderson's a second-round pick, Just Tags. And if we took him in the second round, I'd be okay with that. I love Troy Anderson. He's one of the 20 guys right now in this draft that I just like. I'd love to have our Seahawks come away with. Late transfer over to middle linebacker. Guys played quarterback a little bit, I think running back even a bit. And he's just been a natural fit at the middle linebacker position. But he's absolutely going to get taken in the second round. And I wouldn't even be blown away if he got taken in the first, to be honest with you. A little too high for him, but I wouldn't be blown away. Mark Fredette says the blasphemy talking smack about Dylan. Better pump the brakes with talk like that. I know, I'm trying, man. I'm pushing back on that. I know what he was. I know what Dylan was. He was awesome. John Reese says running back's a hard position on the body. It's brutal. Brutal position on the body. Mason Dale says I'd personally take Kayvon Thibodeau over Hutchinson. Wow. AH will have a bigger day one impact. But that's not why you draft guys. Top 5. KT has rare get off, bend, speed, and power. You can't teach that talent and potential. I can see where you're going with that on that, Mason. I think Touch still has some upside to his game. He's not just coming in as a finished product either. And I think that there's some star potential with Hutchinson. But there's even maybe a little more to your point star potential with Thibodeau. And you're right. You do want to draft to star power, with, especially with first-round picks. So it's a good drafting philosophy. I can't argue with it. I think both players are going to be outstanding pros. Randall says Corey Dillon, low-key, should be looked at for the Hall of Fame. He should be looked at. I agreed. 11,000-plus yards. He's well past the 10,000-yard line, which has been in previously the line that you need to be at to get in, even into that consideration. And he's got a Super Bowl title. And he did a lot of his work for the Bengals when they were absolutely at their trashiest from an organizational standpoint, when they had nothing else. Yeah, he won a ring in New England. Just one, but he won one. Larry says Payne's going to have a good year. Hope he has a good year. Just Tag says, yeah, I'm looking at it now. Troy's draft has gone way up. Last I checked, he was 4th, 5th. Now he's definitely a 2nd. You watch his tape, Justin, it jumps off to you. It really does. I know he's new to the position of middle linebacker, but he's so fast. He's quick and he's fast and he's explosive. All three of those elements you'd love to have at any player at any given position. Then you add into things on a even technical refinement side of things. Good zone drops. He's absolutely able to just dispense with the lead blocker every single time. Doesn't matter if it's a fullback or a guard coming downhill or a center. If you try to block him, he's going to get his hands on you and he's going to throw you to the side, and it's going to do it like it's no problem. He's really vaulting up boards, and rightfully so. He is a unique athlete. Brando2345 says, I see Troy Anderson going from picks 36 to 56 in mock drafts, and almost every mock he was gone before Seattle's pick. Crazy how he's gone up draft boards like that. His tape pops, man. I mean, his tape just, it's like when you watch it and you go, okay, well, it's Montana State I'm watching, right? So it's not SEC type competition, but he is quicker than anybody else on the field. He's moving faster than everybody else. And then you bring in that physicality that he's bringing, it just so new to that side of the ball. It jumps off. U2K says teams have limited themselves on how they use running backs. Look at Debo. He's used as a weapon, but most running backs aren't built for that. But there are plenty of running backs that are. Offensives have to get more creative. I agree with you, E. I definitely agree with you there. I think both sides of the ball in the NFL need to get more creative in their approaches in the modern era. There's a lot of stilted old school thinking and not a lot of application to trying to push things in a different direction. A guy in this draft for me like that, UE2K, is a guy like James Cook out of Georgia. You know, this isn't a guy that should be a bell cow back. This is a guy you should probably find no more than maybe 150 touches for in a total given season. But give him those 150 touches and he's going to be very effective with it. You know, and that's, this is part of my Cerebus approach to the running back position and being that little bit of outside the box look at it. But NFL teams seem to be still kind of stuck into more of a rigid approach as it concerns the running back position, to your point. Matt Schleiper, we need Willis to get drafted and come in and ball out, put Wilson's legacy in the rear view mirror. It would if he balled out, Matt. Make a lot of people forget about Wilson if you have a new quarterback come in here and does what he could potentially do. Michael Crowhorse Chavez says, good evening, Brandon. Good evening, Michael. Good podcast. Draft a running back after offensive line and corner and edge. I'm good with it. Corey Dillon was Marshawn Lynch before Marshawn, says, why do I? They both do not give an F. Laughing out loud, love them both. I did too. And what's nice about Corey is we got to watch him at the University of Washington before he went to the Bengals. And he, I think, only played a year here before he declared for the draft because I think he was a transfer. But just an awesome back. One of the greatest running backs in University of Washington history, which is saying something. That's had its share of really good guys come through. But he was outstanding and a hell of a pro. I do agree with Randall. I think you could make an argument with him. I don't know if you could. You're going to sell it. I don't know if you can get the Hall of Famer voters to sign off from it. But Corey's got a good, strong argument to be made to being in the Hall of Fame. Not just with the production, but even the Super Bowl team that won with the Patriots. That was Tom Brady at his most game managery-ist, his most game managery, and they were leaning on Corey to be the hammer for them in that offense, and he was. Especially in that Super Bowl, they won the Eagles. He was really good. Just Tag says 6'4", 240. Him and Brooks would be a crazy duo. They would. Just Tags. I'm not crying. I'm not screaming. I'm not bitching and moaning if we take him in the second round. I'm not. I love him. He's awesome. Just Tag says I also want to see Tanner Muse get a chance at linebacker. He'll get a shot. He'll definitely get a try. Mark Fredette says Dillon was a beast. Another Husky that's getting S on is Myles Gaskin. Even with his small size, he's made Dolphins' run game look somewhat serviceable. He's been a great pro. He shocked a lot of people, Myles has, but every time he gets an opportunity, he makes the most of it, to your point, with the Dolphins there. It'd be interesting to see if they start to maybe trust him a little bit more here now, moving into this year. Atheist 4 because is how close is Le'Veon Bell to Kenneth Walker? Not close. Le'Veon Bell was a 6 foot, 230-pound running back coming out. Kenneth Walker's a 5'9", 210 play. I know he probably went to the combine, ate a whole bunch of burgers, and got up to 220, but he's like 210 on the field. So there's about a 20-pound difference and 2 to 3 inches between the guys. Play style wise, the jump cut thing is close with each of them. They both like their jump cuts. Levon was a little more jumpy. Walker's a little more sudden. Michael says, well, yeah, I agree. Get Willis as a priority to work behind lock. I'll be getting to see where competition takes it. DJ says, Ricky Waters was the OG beast mode before Marshawn. A little bit. He had some finesse elements to his game too, Ricky did. He'd run strong sometimes and finesse other times, but he could kind of do it all in that realm. Mason says, it honestly makes sense for San Francisco to trade Debo. He's already had injury trouble, and he can only handle so much usage. As a Hawks fan, I hope they pay him. Me too. Me as well. Danny W., will you release a 30 or 50 player big board or anything of that sort before the draft? Well, Daniel, I can give you right now if you want. I got it prepared today for the stream, but I didn't end up putting it in the stream deal. So if you want, I'll just do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post, if you look, I'm going to pin this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post, and that's going to be just a link to, that's a link to my current big board. So if you guys want to look at it, I got it pinned up there now. Take a peek, but that would be my big board right there. So I've got about I probably got about 165 names or something on my big board. So I'm getting up there. I'm hoping my goal is to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 names that I've watched as much as I can watch on, as much as my eyes can take, because they start to glaze over after a while watching so many prospects. Michael Crower says, I wouldn't mind, or Ritter just need a quarterback to game manage. Wouldn't need a 40-shot passer in our system and in the regrouping get back to where we were in 2010-11. Yeah, Michael, I do think that Ritter would fit to what we're doing a little bit more so. I think he's the most pro-ready to come in and be a game manager type, which is more of what I think Carroll is slotting the quarterback position to be as we go into the future. But I think he's a little bit more closer to being ready to do that than Willis, who might need a little bit of time to sit and figure things out. Daniel W. says, I can't wait for the draft. It's like Christmas for us adults. Someone should make an advent calendar version for April and up the draft to count down the days. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm with it. It's Christmas for me as well. That's how I view it. John Lee says, Debo would be a good acquisition. He put on quite a show at the end of the season with San Francisco. Boy, you can't. He's going to cost a lot of money. I kind of agree, like the above poster mentioned. I think he's going to wear down with the way his usage has been with San Francisco. It looks real nice with him in these playoff games, just taking a beating from the running back position. But you do kind of wonder if maybe he's losing a year or two on the a longevity streak of things, taking this kind of punishment like he is. Ender coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Ender. Very kind of you to do so. You're a double dipper today. That's $40 on this show alone, man. Thank you so much. Says, just because you're still streaming and I have work at 6 a.m., you're awesome. I will fall asleep to this. Thank you, Ender. I appreciate you, man. That is very kind of you. Very kind of you. And I love doing this, man. Every time I get to come in here and talk with folks, as far as football, doesn't matter. We're talking about state of the team, draft, whatever. It's always interesting talk. So you guys always keep me on my heels here. But thank you. Or on my toes, not my heels. What am I saying? Mason Dale says, I honestly don't think corner is that big of a need unless we decide to run more man. If so, Stingley would be really fun. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree all the way around with that. I do think they're going to run a little more man than they have in the past. A little bit of the less zone. He says, I understand about the Miami thing. McDaniel wants guys he's more familiar with and are a little bit bigger than Gaskin, and Gaskin hasn't been able to make that job his in the years he's been there. Yeah, I mean, it is. He's a little undersold on that, which kind of sucks because it's like, when you give him a chance, he succeeds. But yeah, maybe he doesn't fit to maybe that running back mold that McDaniel wants to go for. Matt Breida was kind of a smaller guy, though, in the Niners offense, and he did all right for him. But maybe it's just that Gaskin, too, they're going to want the fast guys. Those Niner backs all had speed, And I'm sure he's probably looking with Gaskin. Maybe he doesn't think he's got enough juice. Boomer says, laughing my ass off. Isaiah Spiller in the 6th. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not a big Spiller guy. I'm not a big Spiller guy at all. And I absolutely think he's going to go beyond. I watch Boomers. He's going to go 6 and beyond. He had a horrible, horrible pro day. He jumped, of all the running backs at the combine, he jumped a 9.6 broad jump, which was the worst at the combine. And that was the only drill that he participated in the combine. So he was so scared of doing any other drills because of how bad he knew he was going to perform. And when you look at him on tape, you see a guy that's not fast. He's got a good running style. He's got a little dead leg stuff he can do, but you can't be a 4.65 guy with limited explosive ability and be any kind of decent running back at the next level. We got a couple donations here. Randall with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you. It says Mark Ingram didn't have 1,000 yards till year 6, then 3 and 4. Ah, there we go. It's a little bit better of a comparison, I guess, there. Yeah, Saints weren't big on running the ball, and then Sean Payton's a guy that definitely likes his Cerebus, doesn't he, Randall? He's definitely a Cerebus guy. He tends to have a couple of running backs going through rather than just one. I know Kamara's been kind of the guy there recently, but over time it's always seemed like you'd have a Reggie Bush and then you'd have a Deuce McAllister there in New Orleans, which was obviously going to then limit a guy like Ingram's carries coming out of school. But love it, man. That's a great comparison. Charles Riley with the $10 donation says, Brando, when you speak to Randy Mueller, and thank you for your donations, all your donations on the channel today, Charles, appreciate it. He says, when you speak to Randy Mueller, please don't forget to ask him off air who he thinks would be willing to chat with you about the Hawks of yesteryear current. Oh, for sure. For sure, man. I will pose that question to him. He's definitely been a little bit busy, so we're trying to sync up on a timeline for Randy. But I will. I want to get some more of these things going. I'd love to have this be kind of a normal part of the channel, where once a month maybe I could get an in-depth interview off with a former Hawk or a current Hawk. That would be the goal, hopefully. So I've been reaching out to a lot of folks offline, trying to poke, but I can't get anybody to bite. Really, it's we got a lot of shy folks out there. Can't quite get them in. Mark Fredette says, what sucks for Gaskin is I believe Miami can just keep him there for cheap, still on a rookie deal, even if he is their third string running back. Yeah, he's in that territory where it's, even though he's been productive, he's kind of stuck. Can't do anything about it. It's okay though. I mean, he's going to be able to have a longer career because of that. And there is going to be a team that looks at him and sees him as a guy to be signed, somewhat valuable. He's not going to make any big money, but there'll be a team that'll bring him on that knows that he can help them out. Nagasa says, for Seattle fans, the draft is like Christmas, but without family, alone, and homeless. John Reese says, Sauce over Stingley. Some concern over the Liz Frank injury. Yeah, I'm a Sauce over Stingley guy too, John, because of that Liz Frank injury, really almost specifically. Almost specifically. Larry Coleman, Seahawks Show. We need a young coach who is motivated and makes smart decisions. I'm good with that. Just Tags, in the doc you made players you would like Seattle to take in that round? Is this the doc you made players you would like Seattle to take in that round? That's my pure evaluation, Just Tags. So every year I try to do this where I look at 250. 250 is my goal. The top 250 prospects in a given draft. I try to look up as much tape as I can leading up into them. And then I just kind of for fun mark them where I've got them put. Not where I would necessarily say they're going to go, but where I think their talent is worthy of going. Because I think it gives us perspective then once the selections happen to make a better assessment of, whether the player is good in my eyes or bad in my eyes, right? If I don't do a list like this, I could slide the scale any which way and I go, oh yeah, I have that guy who actually really much higher. But I can't run from the fact that if Seattle goes out and makes, Adam Anderson their second round pick and I've got him in the 4th round, there's no way to slice that in a positive way. It's that pick sucks for that value. But no, it's where I see the proper place for where they should go for what their talent dictates for them to go. Mark for Death, can we hustle the Browns for Nick Chubb and give them penny based on last three games? Haha, it's the Browns. You never know. I think they just paid Chubb, didn't they? I thought they just gave Chubb some money. I could be off on that. He's due to get paid though. So if you brought in Nick Chubb, you're going to have to pay him a lot of money. and probably double what you're paying Rashad Penny even this year on a multi-year deal. But no, I think the Browns are pretty happy with what they got with Nick Chubb. I think they're feeling pretty good about their two-head attack there. Pretty good with that head. He says, I think Gaskin will succeed anywhere he plays at, especially in a run-heavy offense. He's a quality running back, capable of huge plays. People make wrong assumptions because of his size. And size is the one place at the running back position for me, too, E2K, that I don't knock as much. I'll give a guy a little bit more room, especially if he's got some other secondary special traits to make up for it. It's more of a elusiveness-based position still to me at the end of the day. But, yeah, he's a good back. I agree. I like him. John Ruiz says, Brandon, how close do you think Pete and John will be to your mock? I could see him taking a tackle with the first pick, John, out of that need. I could see Travis Jones being the second pick. Probably would not go with an offensive lineman for the third selection. I would gather that they probably go for an edge rusher at that point. There's a lot of value in edge rusher. Arnold Ebiketie instead of Daniel Fa'alele. That's probably the spot that's the least accurate of that mock that I presented. But Charles Cross at 9 makes a lot of sense. And Travis Jones in the second round would make a lot of sense. And certainly would be in their wheelhouse. I mean, they've taken defensive tackles in the second round before. They've taken even first and foremost run-stuffing defensive tackles in the first round before, like they did with Jaron Reed. So they've been down this lane. They've been down this path before. He says, quality at the running back position is critical to Shanahan's system that McDaniels is running. It is, yeah. Goes back all the way to Shanahan's dad running it with Denver and always having it. I think it's less about the critical being, you need a highly talented guy, Yui, right? I think this is what you're meaning. It's almost not as much that you need a guy that's highly talented, but that guy's got a certain positional skill set. The 49ers recently have gravitated towards the really fast guys. Why couldn't Trey Sermon, who I remember you were really high on Trey Sermon, why couldn't he get on the football field in favor of Elijah Mitchell? Well, Mitchell's got that speed, Breida, speed, Mozart, speed. Shanahan, his dad, it was that explosiveness that you would get in Terrell Davis or Orlandis Gary or Clinton Portis. It was almost more explosiveness, though he liked speed too. But he was really more, it feels like to me the Shanahan elder was more explosive based, and the Shanahan younger has been more speed based in what he looks for in the running back position. It is for when people say Shanahan offense, are they referring to Kyle or Mike? It's Mike Shanahan's offense originally, but it's Kyle Shanahan's adjustments to the offense. And essentially it's the taking advantage of, Shanahan took advantage of zone-based nature of things. The elder Shanahan he basically built the roots of a zone-based running system, sub 300-pound lineman. I would say that his son has taken it more in a direction where that now attacks less from the inside and more to the outside at times. And I would also say that his son has incorporated the different wrinkle of building in more motion-based concepts into his running game. And that those have been two recent wrinkles of the Shanahan offense. It's all Shanahan offense, but they ran different styles of this. And even beyond it being an all Shanahan offense, atheist, it's Bill Walsh's offense. So this all starts with the Bill Walsh, and then it's building off of that, evolving off of that. Just Tag says, do you like Seattle taking Hassan Haskins in the 5th? I do. I love it. Hassan Haskins is the closest running back in this draft that would be who he could be somewhat of like near a clone or a twin brother, or just maybe a brother born a couple of years later than Chris Carson. He's got his running style is very similar to Chris, both very hard runners, built very similarly to me. You get that in the 5th round, all day, every day. All day, every day. Bree says, I think the Seahawks are just building around Drew Lock until it's fully built, then get your guy at quarterback. It's a smart way to go with it, Breeze. I hope that's the way they're going. I hope. Just Tags, are you also excited for the USFL? I am, man. I like it because it allows for a developmental league for the NFL a little bit. It gives us a league with different rules that get us outside of some of the rules that have been tampered down in the NFL, a little more wide open, a little more excitement based. So, yeah, I'm going to be open to watching it. Larry says, I bet you Seahawks are going after offensive line in the draft. I hope they are, Larry. I hope they are. Charles says West Coast offense, best coast. That's right, Charles. Randall says Deuce McAllister, a blast from the past. Deuce was a beast, man. He was a good running back. That's a guy, by the way, Randy Mueller drafted him, Randall. So to bring that around full circle. John Reed says, I like Sermon because he was a power back, the kind of guy who could use to hammer an opposing defensive line into the ground. He seemed to just get stronger as the game wore on, not a super speedster. Now he's got that to his game. Good slice and nice back too, John. Very good vision for him coming out of Ohio State. Dana W. says, if Adam Anderson is not guilty, he would be a top 10 pick. He's pretty much twin to Trayvon Walker physically. I looked into the Frank Clark situation, and his scenario is eerily similar. Fair enough. I was just grabbing a name too, Daniel. So I wasn't even grabbing something specific. I was just, you could say, John Ridgway instead of Adam Anderson, right? So I was just trying to grab the first name I had on my board that was deeper down than the second round. But I'm not opposed to Adam. He's fine. A little high maybe in the second, but, I get it. The off-the-field stuff does push you down. Randall says Marcus Tubbs, Lawrence Jackson, Kelly Jennings. We had some bad picks in the 2000s. Well, Tubbs was good that first year, Randall. It's just he had the bad injury. He was a stud out the gate, and then the injury situation just loaded up on him. But the other two picks were awful. Kelly Jennings was a miserable pick. Guy weighed about 155 pounds. He had no business being on an NFL football field. None. Bree says, if they don't trade DK Metcalf, that means he's part of the rebuild and you will pay him top money, wide receiver money. True. Yui says, yeah, I love Sermon, but he couldn't get out of the Shanahan doghouse. Hope he gets another shot. Well, and the Shanahan doghouse is a real thing, right? It's the same spot Brandon Ayuk found himself. You get on Shanahan's bad side and you are not getting back to the good side. That is for sure. And who knows, man? Sermon may still, jury's still out, man. If he's got to get an opportunity before we can see what let's see what happens. I think he gets back on the field this year. You gotta pay your penance to Shanahan. Mason Dale says, have you looked at Jason Corbin, running back from Florida State? Not yet, but I will. I will take a look at him. Randall says, Deuce McAllister was a Saint from Ole Miss. Ooh. Bree says Trayvon Walker reminds me of Micah Parsons in a way. A little bit. Explosion of power. They both translate in their games in that same kind of fashion. Micah was a little more of a sudden athlete to me. Just a little bit. But I could see it a little bit. Both kind of physical marvels. Huey says, I can't see the Seahawks paying too much money into the wide receiver. It's just not in their DNA. I would think not. Atheist 4, because isn't a stud wide receiver key to developing a young quarterback? No, I think developing a young quarterback, it's more imperative to build an offensive line in front of them that can pass protect and keep them clean and create holes in the running game and make it so that you don't have to lean as hard on your running back. Because even if you have a bunch of stud wide receivers and no offensive line, you're leaning like hell on that young quarterback, and that's not a pathway to success. Bengals have gotten away with this. But I don't think that that's a tried and true rule that we should say, well, that's the new standard that you want to operate off of. So I go more offensive line atheist 4. I think that's the better place to begin with. Randallson's dropping the deuce. Just tags, DK wants to be the next leader. No way they trade him. The fans would be in such a big rage. I know I would be. Pissed me off. John Roy says San Francisco could give Sermon to the Hawks. Mason Dale, it's so interesting how some people give DK the diva name, even though every time he's gotten heated, he's had every right to. You know how I've been beating this drum, Mason, and saying I don't understand it either. I get a little bit of some of the issues with DK at times on little slight things, but it gets way overstated, in my opinion. Hugely overstated. So, all right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, folks. We are going to then go ahead and wrap this up as I got pretty well past 5 hours now here on the stream. So get the last couple of questions and comments on in, and I will be back in just a second here. Wrap this things up. Breeze, is Bryce Young the real deal? I'm not sure. I need to see more tape on him, Breeze. I'm not sure either. I watched a little bit on him. He makes he makes some wild throws. He's got a slight build. He needs to get his body stronger, bigger. He throws with great anticipation. I like how he reads the field, but I need to look a little bit more. Danny W., have a good night. Great stream. Draft is almost here. Almost here, Daniel. Oh, it's going to be amazing. I'm going to do 5 straight days of streaming, I think. 2 days before the draft, 3 days of the draft. It's going to be deep. I think I'm going deep. I'm going hard. John Ruiz, hope we wait until 2023 to find out if Bryce is the real deal. I mean, if I had more time to go back and look at his tape, and I'll watch a little bit more this summer, John, especially if we don't take a quarterback, I'll start looking at those guys a little bit more earlier out, knowing that we are absolutely probably going to grab a quarterback in next year's draft. So I'll take a little closer look at that, but I think we need another year of development here. Yeah, we do. DK is marked for death. DK better just focus on route running and catching the ball. He's upset sideline for anything, doesn't score points. Agreed. Just continue to mature. Charles says, I don't know about y'all in the chat, but I ditched DK for the number 10 pick and a third without my eyelids batting twice. I can't do it, Charles. I need more. 2 first-round picks is my baseline. I need 2 firsts. I don't even want to do that. But I want the king's ransom if I'm giving up a king's haul. Nagasa, is there a huge mountain of man for nose tackle in the rounds 3 for 5? There really isn't. Nagasa, this is part of why I am driven a little bit more towards saying I've got to take Travis Jones in that second round to find that nose tackle earlier on. John Ridgeway can maybe do some of that stuff. Maybe. I don't think Haskell Garrett has it in his game. I don't think Fedarian Mathis has it in his game. Matthew Butler is a 3-tech defensive tackle. So the answer is really no. Neil Farrell is the closest that you're going to get out of LSU. And he is a 1-tech. He is really big, so he proverbially could do some 0-tech stuff. But the drop-off from Neil Farrell from Travis Jones is a monstrous drop-off. Mason, I like Cross, but he just feels like the opposite of what Pete and John have traditionally wanted in a tackle. By the way, they've played free agency. It seems they'll be taking one in the first 2 rounds. Agreed, Mason. Yeah, I think they're definitely going to be driven to taking a tackle here early. Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, you talk about the tackle position. They've definitely gone for, I guess, bigger guys that are more 330-ish rather than the guys that are sub 300 pounds, a little bit like Cross is. But he's a very good player. He's a very good player. Breeze, I think Matt Corral is a sleeper, just a gut feeling. Maybe. There's a lot of people that are high on him. It's hard to be a sleeper when you got so many people that do love him a lot. John Ruiz, maybe. Jones might be available in the 3rd, but I don't know. I don't think he drops that far, John. I don't. I think there's even an outside chance that he gets plucked in the 1st. I don't think it's going to probably happen, but I think definitely in the top 15 picks of the 2nd round he goes. Ominous Jerry says, you're the only reason I have YouTube downloaded. Laughing out loud. Thank you, man. That's high praise, Ominous. I appreciate you on that. It says, I honestly think George Pickens could end up being the wide receiver 1 in a few years if he goes to Green Bay or Kansas City. Wow. Really well put, Ominous Jerry. And yeah, I agree with you on it. I started out the show with my mock draft, and I had George Pickens taken in the 1st round, Ominous. Let's see here. I had him. Let me see where I had him here. I'll put it up on my side. So I had Pickens, not that one. It's this one right here. So I had Pickens taken 29 to Kansas City. I got Kansas City taking him in my mock draft. And the thing I don't get with it, I'm sure you share the same sort of, you scratch your head and you kind of wonder why. It's like, why is Jameson Williams being given this pass, who just had his torn ACL in the final game of the college season? It's going to take that extra year to get over it probably. First Pickens, who already had the torn ACL at the beginning of the year, got back by the end of the season, is going to be ready day 1, and who absolutely put up as just as flashy a tape as Jameson Williams did before he had his injury this year. When you look at Pickens' previous year of tape. So I think that there's a great chance that, especially given to your point on the situation I'm going to, you're going to Kansas City. You got Mahomes throwing you the ball. That's already given you a step a little bit further ahead than, let's say, a guy taken maybe higher in this draft like a Drake London. London will get taken to a higher team with a worse quarterback situation. So yeah, I agree with you, man. Absolutely could see it. And thanks for downloading YouTube to listen to me, man. I appreciate you. Michael YT says, who's the best sleeper in the draft? The best sleeper in the draft. Good question. I'll give you a couple names. I think that, and they're going to both be on the defensive side of the ball here. So the one name I'm going to give you is, I'll give you a couple names. I think Matthew Butler is a sleeper that not many people are talking about, who's awesome. Sam Williams is a sleeper that isn't. You're asking, I know in the question though, Mason, you're saying, or Micah, you're asking who's the sleeper of the draft. Let me give you Troy Anderson as my sleeper of the draft. He's starting to vault up draft boards right now, but that's my sleeper. A guy when we started this process is a 4th, 5th rounder who's, really coming along, who to me is really impressive. He's the one that does stand out to me. There's some cornerbacks as well later in this draft that I think are sleepers that you're getting much, much later. Zion McCollum, Miles Jones, Kalon Barnes. These are guys you may be getting in the 5th round that are actually really, really good players, really good sleepers. But Troy Anderson will be my guy for you to give you just a straightforward name that I think people are kind of sleeping on. Cedric Benson was a late bloomer, was Randall? Yeah, he was. I remember that too. He kind of half bloomed, but he bloomed mid-ish. Michael YT says, anyone that has the most bust potential? Yeah. Yeah, I think the most bust potential is Jordan Davis. Because you could end up with Snacks Harrison and you took him in top 15 in the first round, which is not great value for just a run stuffing guy. That's not awesome to be picking at that spot. I think Trayvon Walker's got the bust potential when you're doing a lot of that picking for what you see as far as him developing into, not what he has shown you. And you're making a lot of excuses for the scheme he played in and all that, which we start getting into projections based on imagination. That's when you start opening the door that much wider to the bust factor entering into it. Mark Fredette says, Matt Corral at 41st pick, my man. I'm telling you, the guy will change a franchise, but we can't reach for him at 9, although I think he could easily be worth that. Mark Fredette, there's a lot of folks trying to talk me into Corral with it, man. I keep going back and trying to watch more tape on him. I'm trying to talk myself into Corral. I'm trying to do it. I'm not there. I'm not quite there on it. So, I can't deny he's got some talent. Just doesn't get me personally excited. Charles, thanks for the work, Brando. Always fun with you and the gang. When your stream ends, I'm hoping the Winning Time episode is up on HBO. Me too, man. I want to see them make some popcorn and watch the episode. So appreciate you, Charles. Thank you for all your donations on the channel, man. I know you know I always say it, but I really do appreciate it. Your support is amazing. Amazing, man. Bree says, what are your thoughts on the Jamal Adams? I like him, but he's hurt most of the time. The injury situation is the thing I find most concerning about him, Breeze. I don't have any real worries with him on the football field. I think some of his limitations are far overstated. I think he's also been misplayed in this scheme and system. And so once you get him to doing more of what he did with the New York Jets, I think he'll look great once again. But the injury situation is what it is. Sometimes players wear down a little prematurely. Sometimes they wear down at a very young age. And we could be seeing Jamal between his shoulders and his fingers and his groin. Maybe we're seeing his body just kind of falling apart a little bit. He's not the biggest of guys, right? He's not got that Cam Chancellor type size to him. And the safety position is a violent one. Fat Boy Ka, who do you have the Hawks and Ravens taking in your mock? In my mock, I've got the Ravens taking Trevor Penning. So the Ravens take Trevor Penning in number 14. And then I have our Seattle Seahawks taking Charles Cross at number 9, and then Travis Jones 41, and Daniel Fa'alele 42. So I go to the trenches, Fat Boy. I go to the trenches. And the Ravens have been linked to Trevor Penning, which is why I put him there. Just Tag says Troy had like 170 tackles. Yeah, he's a machine out there. And he can cover, and he's sudden, and he's violent. Yeah. Brady says, what's my thoughts on Amara Barrow? Great combine. Well, he did have a great combine. And he's very fast from a straight line standpoint, no doubt about it. And his tape's not awful. But for as impressive as it is, his 4.36 40 time, he ran a 4.45 shuttle, which is incredibly slow for a pass rusher. He's got very long arms. He's got a nasty little spin move to his game, but he can't move laterally. So he can get up the field quickly and test a tackle, but he's not going to be able to turn the corner and round the edge. So it's like he can do half of what you need a pass rusher to get done, but not get the full complement of it done. And that, to me, limits him. You don't find guys running 4.36. That's legit speed. He's got unreal length to him as well. So there's some stuff to him that's interesting there. But I don't know how he's going to be successful at the NFL level that slow laterally from the pass rush position. So it's a little bit like a DK Metcalf for pass rushers, only it's almost worse. Charles Riley says Deion Jordan's a Kayvon cautionary tale. Yes. Yes. And I think it's an apropos comparison because, look, both guys came from the same college. Jordan did a little more varied things than Kayvon. Kayvon's been able to be just a pass rusher and develop like that. Deion was asked to do all these different things, including sometimes play at cornerback, and off coverage. So he wasn't just able to concentrate on his pass rush moves necessarily. And there were injuries things with Deion too out the gate, but yeah. DJ Owen, great show. Keep up the good work, bro. Go Hawks Nest. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for watching. Birdshow says, were the other Gronkowski brothers any good in the NFL? Will Gronk retire or go back to the Bucks? I'm sure Brady at some point or another will probably talk him into playing 8 games, even if he can only get him back for 8 games, and it's the back half 8 games. His brothers were okay. They were kind of roster fodder, backup guys. Nobody was of any real great impact necessarily. They're just guys. Merck says, I'm just ready for the season now. Understandable, Merck. I'm with you, man. Is it here yet? We only got a mere 5 months till the start of the season. Mason Dale says, would DK for the Jags number 1 pick entice you? Yeah. Yeah, it would entice me. Would I pull the trigger? I don't know, but I would be enticed. I would be tickled. I would definitely have to contemplate that one. Nagasa says, we only have one answer for the quarterback situation. Only one. Fitz magic. Charles Riley, was Charlie Garner a late bloomer back? He wasn't a traditional 30-carry guy. Jamal Adams had a 1 magic year. Charlie Garner, I believe, was back behind a couple other backs. First with the Raiders that he got stacked behind, and then when he finally got his opportunity, he rolled. It was a little bit of the Priest Holmes situation where there was a front runner above him, and he just couldn't get as many carries at first because of that. And as well, being a guy that Charlie wasn't selected really high. I think he was like a 4th or 5th round selection. So there wasn't a lot thought of him as it was, or that he had a lot to him. But really good back. Fun back to watch. Mac Pacific Northwest says, don't say fingers and groin 3 times in the mirror or you'll summon Urban Meyer. John Ruiz says, remember Brian Bosworth? Shoulders shot by the time he hit the NFL. Yeah, that's why I worry about these shoulders, especially because I remember when Adams talked about it the year before when he suffered it, talking about how he suffered it back in high school. So he suffered in high school, suffered it the previous year, suffered it again this year. We're getting pretty close to it being now kind of a chronic thing, aren't we, at that point? How many times did you sustain the injury before you go, oh, he got chronically bad shoulders? And yeah, it took out Bosworth, and it could be the thing that ends up deep sixing Jamal. I mean, there is a real possibility here with Jamal that the body's just starting to kind of fall apart a little bit. What's up, TJ? Good to see you, my guy. Hope you're doing well. Mark Fredette says, there a chance Ritter is available in the 3rd? I don't think so. I think he goes before then. I think he goes in the 2nd round one way or another. Michael Patowski says thoughts on Travis Jones out of UConn. Well, Michael, as you can see here, just take a look at my draft. Obviously here in the second round, you'll notice I've got it up here on my right-hand side of my screen here for you. But if you have it up here, you'll notice I have Travis Jones being taken in the second round. So I think he's going to be selected there. He's one of the best zero techs in this draft, maybe the number 2 guy, if not the number 1 guy, behind Jordan Davis. He's really big. He's exactly what you look for in the 3-4 nose tackle. And 3-4 nose tackle, I think, Michael, is one of the most important factors in building a 3-4 defense. So I love Travis Jones' game. He was rated the best defensive lineman throughout his week at the Senior Bowl. So balled out against other NFL level of competition there during that week. All of the parameters are there. All the check boxes are there to tell you that this kid's going to be a good player. And you need that guy, the building block in the 3-4, that zero tech, that base first defensive tackle in this defense. You need that first and foremost, and not just a guy, but a guy that can be there of some impact. Russell Maryland, Vince Wilfork. Hell, the Packers had that guy back in Holmgren's day that was there that was very similar. So you need that guy. He can be that guy. He can also give you a little bit of pass rush too, not just be a run stuffer or a guy to take on double teams. I think he can push the pocket a little bit. He's going to be tough. So I like him a lot, Travis. I've got him as our second round guy. I would be perfectly happy if we make him our selection in that second round. One of our selections in that second round. Larry, get Baker at a cheap price. We'll see. Merck, I wouldn't trade DK for a draft pick. He is proven superstar. Most teams are saying F these picks and building with proven talent, and it works. I'm with you 100%, Merck. 100%. I don't want to trade DK. Mark for death. Boz was king of shots. Boz was king of the steroid shots. Oh. David Casey says Portland tapping in 503. What's up, David? Good to see you in the chat. Bree says, do you think the Broncos will win the Super Bowl? I say no, because they are in the AFC and other teams are just better. No, I don't think that they are either, Breeze. I think that they're definitely going to be better than they were last year, but I think that they're playing in the toughest division in football, in the toughest conference in football, and I don't think there's really a clear path for them getting there this year. Mark Verdeth, when are the Sonics coming back with Gary Payton coaching? That'd be awesome. The Seattle Supersonics will be back in Seattle in 2025. 2025 is going to be set up to be a magical year when it occurs. But I love it. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, if we get Baker Mayfield, will you allow Larry Coleman's Seahawks show to come on an emergency cast? He might have to talk us through it if it happens at that point. Yeah, we might have to have him talk us through it. He might have to find me a way to make some peace with the decision. The Berg Show says, I would love to see Gronk go to the Bills. He grew up in Buffalo. Makes sense for him to retire as a Bill. Maybe. Berg Show, they did just sign O.J. Howard there. So they've sort of have signed their guy to be their de facto guy. I don't think Gronk's going to go there and overtake O.J. I think it's either Tampa Bay or bust for Mr. Gronk. Mr. Gronk. Berg Show says, why did Bosworth's shoulders fail him? They were huge shoulder pads in the 80s. Hard to say, man. Offshoot of steroid use? I don't know, man. Maybe he had ladylike shoulders, you know? Maybe he used to practice bouncing his shoulders off a tree trunk as a kid to try to get him stronger, and that was the price to be paid. John Reese says, hope we get Travis Jones. I like him, Travis John. You'll love him. He's a great player. And yeah, Michael, I think you'll like him a lot too. You've got enough tape on him to go off of with the Senior Bowl performance. Go watch his one-on-ones in the Senior Bowl. Just taking linemen and just bending them over backwards. You could just about ready to snap them in half. Just a force from the middle. And there's no way you're going to single block this guy. You better put a double team on him. He's going to keep your linebackers clean in a 3-4 defense. Yeah. Hell yeah. Nagasa, if we trade Jones, can we get Puna? If we get Jones, can we trade Puna? You could. I don't know if there's a big market for Puna Ford out there, Nagasa. But sure, you could if you wanted to at that point. I think it's more likely Puna stays and it's Brian Monet that goes if you get Travis Jones. He's the odd man out to me. Bergshaw, would you do DK for Baker and a number 2 pick and Cleveland pays half of Baker's salary? No. No, I don't want Baker Mayfield. Hell no. John Ray says Bosworth was a phenomenal linebacker, but he blew his shoulders out in college and it ended his NFL career. Yeah, I just couldn't get his body right. Couldn't get his body right. Fat Boy Kyle likes linebacker Devin Lloyd. I do too, Fat Boy. He'd pair nicely with Jordan Brooks. He can do a lot of the coverage stuff that Jordan can't do. It'd fit. Bo Jackson had Bosworth's head on a platter in his home, unfortunately. He did. Bree says, what are your thoughts on the Rams signing Tyrann Mathieu? Unbelievable. The Rams might go back-to-back. Yeah, Tyrann Mathieu. The Rams are trying to get both Tyrann and they're trying to get Stephon Gilmore is what I'm hearing. And it pisses me off, and I just don't get how they're able to pull this off. I don't know what kind of cap acrobatics they're pulling off, but I feel like they're cheating. I feel like it's 100% that they must be cheating. We've got to figure this out. Just Tag says, thoughts on Smoke Monday. He could fall to us in the fifth. I just want him because of his name. I think I had him. I think I had Smoke Monday. So I've got him as he's the definition of a box safety. Hits like a train, but he's not sudden, and he struggles a little in zone. Really bites on the play action. Just wants to be aggressive. If this was 20 years ago, Smoke Monday would probably be a second-round pick. But in the modern NFL, he's probably a fifth-round pick. And again, do we need a box safety? We've got Marquise Blair on the roster, Jamal Adams, Neal. We're kind of stacked up at box safety. But he's got a cool name, I'll give you that. John says, I'm not seeing Puna in the zero tech. If we get Jones, I'm thinking Puna could be traded. Possibly, John. Remember, though, too, it's hybridized defense. It's not full on all 3-4. You're still going to, at times, need to go to a 4-3. And Puna is kind of your only 3-tech on the roster now to fill that, if you want to do that. Because if you go 4-3 and you have Travis Jones on the field, he becomes your 1-tech. You'd want to have Puna out there as your 3. Woods could probably do some 3-tech stuff, too, but might be nice to have Puna there being able to do it, too. Larry says, Baker's the new cook in Seattle. Let Baker see fish. Megan got Crouchy back in here. What's up, Megan? TheSeahawksNest, ladies' shoulders, dude, really? Is that a controversial take now that men have got stronger shoulders than women? Come on now. That's not controversial. We're all on that same page, right? Charles Riley says, is Puna under 300 pounds? I keep hearing he is, but from the side of it, he'd have to be 5'3" for that to be the case. Well, he is like 5'10", so he looks thick, but he is a shorter cat. I'm maybe just a little bit below 300, maybe right about 300, Charles, but not far over 300 if he's 300. He's not a burger over 300 pounds. Bree says, how are the sex box getting in? Because they keep changing their name even when even when the mods hit them. They still keep getting in here. They find their ways. Oh, I forgot about Harris. We do have Harris, as a 3-tech. That's true. Oh, maybe it makes sense then. I'd forgotten about those guys. Getting late in the stream, forgetting about the names on this. So they may look to do something with Puna on that. To that point then. Because Shelby definitely is a 3-tech too, and Quentin, that's his game. So I keep forgetting about those guys because I keep thinking about them as 3-4 defensive ends. Marv Albert spamming the chat. Yes. Fat Boy, I wanted Tyrann, but we signed Marcus Williams instead. Oh, well, that's not a bad way to go. Marcus Williams isn't a bad backup plan. Larry says, Brandon, did you have any dreamboat Baker lately? No, not lately. Not lately. John Ruiz, imagine Puna at 5'3". Oh my God. That is a trash can at that point. Megan says, the Hawks Nest. I have rugby player sized shoulders without paid and have broken and dislocated my left shoulder. Well, see, there's some natural weakness in there, Megan. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that there's some natural genetic weaknesses in there that might not exist as much in the male figure. Bergshaw says, if Locke has a cannon, should we keep DK? Bergshaw, I want to keep DK. I don't want to trade him. People are proposing to trade DK, but I'm not one of those people who want to see him moved. Crocs05, still think we should sign Eric Fisher? I do. Yeah. Frees you up from having to select a left tackle with the first pick. Frees up the rest of your selections in this draft to then go for the best player available on the board. Megan says, just came off the USC Trojan Stream B, but Pab wanted me to come back. Fair enough. Bree says the Seahawks now have 2 injury-prone safeties. Technically, Breeze, we have 3. We have 3 of them. Don't forget Marquise Blair. Don't forget Marquise Blair. Megan says, Hawks Nest, I fell onto cement and smashed my shoulder and collarbone. Found out the collarbone was busted 7 weeks later. Yeah, it's shoulder injuries hurt too, Megan. You gotta take care of yourself, girl. You've had some nasty injuries over there. So gotta take care of yourself. John, hope Locke and DK hook up in the end zone a lot. Me too, John. Me too. All right, well, we are almost 6 hours here to the stream. I feel like we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I've reached the end of the chat today. I do want to thank Charles Riley. Oh, Carl. God dang, Carl. I missed your donation. Sorry. Jesus. Carl, nearly. My bad. $20 donation. Jesus. Carl, if you're still in here, please acknowledge in the chat that you're still in here, man. So sorry I missed your chat there at the end on that. My bad. Jeez. I'm out of it tonight, buddy. Sorry. Carl Neary says, coffee break at $20. Thank you, Carl. Definitely got that coffee break going, so I got it rolling. I could show the injury was 3 years ago, but is why I'm flying business class to Seattle. Yeah, those shoulder injuries, they are slow to heal. I had my own little thing remember last year I was talking about, Megan, that thing's still not quite right on my shoulder. It's like, it's not bad, but I can feel it there. Something's there, you know what I mean? Carl, thank you for the $20 donation, though, man. So I hope you probably popped out of the chat here, but if you're in the chat still, thank you. Sorry I missed you on the deal. David Barco, are you here, Carl? I guess not. I'll hit him up on Twitter and thank him over there. So I'll get him back over there. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you, folks. Another great stream here. As always. Daniel says, wait, what the F? You said you're logging off. I said night. Come back 20 minutes later. You're still here. I know, man. I can't quit you guys. I can't quit you. You know this about me, man. You know I can't say goodbye. I only like to say hello. I don't like to say goodbye. I say goodbye to you guys. I got to stay with you guys. All right, well, we're heading here, guys. We're a couple weeks out from the draft. I'm going to hit this draft hard. I'm going to be back on Wednesday. We're going to go back into some other things. I'm going to try to find a little bit of a showcase on each of those shows as we lead to the draft with our own kind of view towards it. Maybe we'll be doing some mock simulations live on the stream on Wednesday. I don't know. I don't have enough time. Okay. We're going to do something exciting, something fun with this. So keep hanging along with me here. We're going to see if we get some breaking news maybe for the draft, a couple signings, maybe trades. Never know on that front of it. We've got draft season is upon us, though. We're right there. We're this close. Hope breeds eternal excitement, and it should for you. There's nothing but the possibility of anything could happen going in the future. We might suck, we might be awesome, but we are not on that same fixed path of mediocrity or a bit better than mediocrity that we've been over the last couple of years. We're now breaking through to a new zone, a new story, a new tale. It's now twisting and unveiling in front of us and opening in front of us in a nice slow fashion where we get to really enjoy it. And if they hit it right, well, we get to really, really enjoy it at that point. And I think hopefully we can get back to hitting it right sooner than later. The draft's coming. Get excited by this draft. Get hyped by this draft. Get ready for us to kill this draft and knock it out of the park. Get ready for us to get back to competing sooner than later. We might be a year out on this before we're back to competing, but we're doing it right. We're doing it slow. We're putting the building blocks in place before we put the building above. But once that building goes above those building blocks on the floor, that base, that pedestal, sky's the limit. In Super Bowl, here we're coming. Some are losing faith this off season. Some watch Hall of Famers leave out the door. They shed their tears and they cannot turn it over. They cannot find the hope in their soul. Find that hope, I say. Because we're just getting warmed up over here. We're just getting ready to rise. And rise we are doing. You can't see it right now. It's slow. We're a ways away. It's out there. That tunnel of light is far off in the distance, but it's getting closer, which every day that we get further and further and closer to this draft, every day we get further to this season, every day we get further into next year where things are just fully built and ready to roll. And then you better believe we're coming for you, Lombardi. We're coming for you, Super Bowl. We'll take our time, but we're getting back there. And you keep the faith, 12th man. You keep the faith. Don't you lose it.
Don't you quit on me. You stay with me here in this pocket. You hold. We take our lumps now, and we get the sweet returns of the candy later on. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome as ever. You're supportive as ever. You keep me thinking as ever. That's what makes you amazing. That's why I know I don't need to tell you don't forget. I'm going to still tell you nonetheless. Don't you forget in this darkness. Don't you forget in this rebuild. Don't you forget with these rumors of trading Hall of Famers and watching them leave out the door. Do not forget. Because we're the 12th man, and we're getting back. We're on our rise, and we will get there. We'll get there together. Love you guys. Don't forget. Keep the faith. And you better believe it. You better believe it. Go Hawks, baby.